Good morning to all my lovely participants out there. Adab, namaste, sat sri akal, namaskara, vanakkam, and a amazing, beautiful morning to each one of you all present out there. I'm your host, Annie Sheikh, and I extend a very hearty and a warm welcome to each one present out there. Welcome to the third and the final day of the event Education Festival, curating an eventful tomorrow. It's an honor to be back here where it all began for me, and I'm truly excited to take you all forward with me, with us, as we have actually seen some fantastic speakers past the last 2 days. And today, which is day three, is extra special. Well, let me tell you why today is extra special. Because we have lined up the entire day with wonderful sessions for you all, curated especially by the various schools and department heads of Whistling Woods International. I promise, ladies and gentlemen, I promise this is going to be fun and an informative day for all of you present there. And without a further ado, please allow me to call upon Mr. Rahul Puri, Head of Academics, WWI, to deliver the keynote on the topic Industry Overview, Media and Entertainment, and kick off the activities for the day. Let's welcome him on the screen with a huge round of applause as we there seated. Hello, sir. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Annie,
I hope you're doing
and
great, sir.
I'm doing very well. And thank you very much,
You're
and
most welcome.
welcome to everybody. The pride for me as head of academics to be speaking at a forum like this. It's been less than a year since Whistling Woods launched its School of Events, and I'm so pleased at the strides the fledgling department has made. In this year of turmoil and disruption, the faculty, staff, and students have soldiered on boldly to make the most of a challenging situation, and constantly coming up with innovative ideas which will no doubt hold them in good stead. This platform is the culmination of that, and testimony to the department, its students, as well as Whistling Woods and its staff. The ability to organize something like this on this scale with some of the best minds in the events business is seriously impressive. And even though this time a virtual festival is all that's possible, I have little doubt that in future this can be a wonderful addition to the Whistling Woods event IPs and a terrific learning platform for the students. This virtual one is too, of course, and it brings me to my address today, talking about what the media and entertainment industry has in store and some of the key themes emerging during the pandemic and what is likely to follow after this terrible virus has been finally laid to rest in whatever way that shall be. To say that the last 15 months has been difficult would be an understatement. The toll on humanity will only be realized in the years ahead, but there are, of course, some small shoots of silver linings even within the gloom. I think that it is important at this point to thank our first responders and emergency workers for the risks and efforts they have taken in the past year and a half. Doctors, nurses, police, delivery men and women, postmen and women, drivers, and many more have all put themselves at risk consistently so that we could have some semblance of a normal life with minimal disruption. In addition, the innovation, science, and round-the-clock effort of those involved in creating so many vaccines for this virus in record time, knowing the pressure involved, has been something truly remarkable, and sometimes we don't give it enough credit. On behalf of Whistling Woods, I would like to show our gratitude to all of these people. We are literally able to hope for a normal future because of their efforts. The media and entertainment industry, after seeing a record-breaking 2019, ground to a near standstill in 2020, and it has only managed to resume in fits and starts since then. So much of media and entertainment includes people congregating to experience shared platforms. All of these have been shut down globally for most of 2020 and into 2021. And it's only now that we are seeing some restoration in countries where vaccine has reached some critical mass. In India, entertainment sectors like production, events, cinema, etc. were all virtually closed, even if the internet allowed for some innovation with regards to online versions of these. Films went into pre-production online, some were even shot over Zoom and other platforms. Film festivals were streamed and were collaboratively viewed only via the internet. And the event industry was left to create virtual platforms, much like this, where people could join and learn. The use of new technology like VFX, animation, and much more became tools to help these businesses, but as we all know, it was dependent on our internet connection and the speed of the distribution. This meant an uneven experience, even if the technology itself would certainly have produced good results. For us at Whistling Woods, the new normal has been online education. As a school, we pride ourselves on practical hands-on training, and the shift to run our courses online has been a huge challenge. I'm pleased with the results and the way our faculty and students have adapted to the new normal, but I cannot say that this is a long-term solution, especially for our programs. Whereas I do believe a lot of new technology, which we have learned, will come in as important tools for our education in the future. A blended learning methodology is needed to ensure that students are able to get the vital inputs they need to get a rounded and holistic education. When Whistling Woods returned to some kind of offline work in January and March, we saw that a hybrid learning could be implemented some way. And certainly this is our way of thinking moving ahead as this second wave recedes and we can get back to giving our students the inputs they have missed over the past year. I believe that going forward, most industries, not just education, will need to invest in a blended experience. And that emerges as my first major theme for the pandemic and beyond. Of course, this is something not new. It strikes me in an events festival, the idea of combining an offline and online experience is nothing to get too excited about because it's been done before. However, the pandemic has made us all wake up to the power of this combination. The ability to bring people from far-flung places across the globe together on a platform at a reasonable cost can only be done on the internet. The cost of hotels and flights can be completely foregone. Suddenly the world is completely within our grasp. If this can be brought together with the best learning experience for people being together in an arena, a conference room, a theater, etc., the ability to create a lasting value addition will be immense. Collaboration of this kind is not new, as I said. I remember the huge concerts where people from all over the globe played to millions of people, both online and offline. Getting to see your favorite band live, even if it's not in the same actual physical space, is still an amazing proposition, especially if you can do it with your friends and the people you love. For organizations as well, the ability to collaborate with people across the globe is hardly new, but the pandemic made it feel all the more normal and not like something special. Hence, on a production, connecting with a VFX artist or a coordinator from another part of the world now feels like something much more expected, even if it was something that happened pre-2020 as well. The use of virtual technology and virtual production techniques in film, television, and advertising now makes even the most far places on the map well within our grasp. Even the places not on this world can be created and taken advantage of in this kind of environment, making a blended aesthetic for which filmmakers, artists, and technicians can take advantage of to bring more imaginative experiences to their audiences. This is also now something with a much lower cost due to the ready supply. And even the relative increase in demand has not increased the price so high to make it unaffordable. As media professionals and aspirants, we are all going to have to learn to adjust to this new blended world. The fact that we are also diligently waiting to return to the real world doesn't mean that the value of the virtual world will be disposed of when things return to normal. I would suggest that we are going to return to a new normal. The way we have experienced things over the last 15 months will only be heightened by adding the best of what the real world has to offer. Whichever way you want to approach it, a hybrid way of doing business, creating content and producing shared experiences, as well as viewing them, is here to stay well past COVID-19. A lot of 2020 was spent discussing the death of cinemas. With the raging pandemic, producers obviously saw the opportunity of OTT platforms as the new prime viewing experience for audiences all across the world. Theaters were closed, and many commentators talked of how we would never return to a cinema-first approach. However, since the opening up of the world in 2021, some trends are beginning to show that perhaps the death of the movie theaters is slightly premature. In countries like Korea, China, and America, since audiences were allowed back, people have flocked to the cinemas, even in a limited capacity, to experience films on the big screen. In India, too, when theaters were allowed to operate, especially in South India, we saw excellent occupancy levels and some films do extremely well, pulling in box office numbers akin to when there was no pandemic and no restriction in occupancy. To add to this, over the past 2 years, we've seen the launch of many an OTT service and the relaunch of some as well, as media businesses battle to get their offerings in place. So what does it all mean? In my opinion, it means that we are approaching the age of the customer. Producers will want to put their products in sight of consumers wherever they believe consumers will be. And consumers are everywhere. Hence, the emerging skill will be to understand and engage with your audience to best understand how they want to view their product. This will be a choice based on the consumer and the product. Some people will be happy to watch on the big screen, others much more comfortable at home. We will want to see a big action spectacle in the cinemas, but a small intimate story at home with our loved ones. These choices will determine how content is consumed. The power is moving from the people in the most basic sense. The large studios will obviously try to ensure that their cinema window remains open. But it will be determined by the audiences in the end, as the alternative is now available via the streaming services. I believe all forms of consumption platforms and monetization methods will continue to be robust as people make their consumption choices. The key will be for producers, studios, marketers, and more to determine and understand these choices. The advent of the mobile internet in places like India has also been key. The growth in streaming would not have been possible throughout the pandemic without it. In fact, 5G will soon make the difference between your home Wi-Fi connection and your mobile internet almost indeterminable. And that means that soon our choices will be location agnostic as well. Apple recently added the ability to view shared content via their ecosystem, as Zoom and Google have been doing from day one of the pandemic. This is a key example of what the world's biggest companies believe the future holds. Shared experiences will not be determined by technology or internet limitations in the near future. As I mentioned before, the consumer will be the one who decides how they want to receive the content and what content they wish to consume. Vital, therefore, for the media and entertainment industry to begin to better understand who the consumer is. Too often, we tend to limit this definition to middle class and urban Indians who have similar tastes and choices to what we may have and hold. However, those businesses that soon recognize that India is not so homogeneous as a consuming population will be the ones to find success in coming years. The internet as a platform has been a great lever. It has meant that the media can target its audience specifically and in a most cost-effective manner, and then must provide the audience with the content they wish to consume. Not pump down the same thing for everyone through a common pipe. Yes, the pipe may be common, but now more than ever, we can carefully choose what is going out and what it is supplied. The increase in non-Hindi, non-English content will be English content will be huge. Digital media has so long been categorized as English speaking, but not anymore. There's more vernacular content consumed than anything else, and more people want to see, read, and listen to things in their own mother tongue. Every aspect of the media business will need to adjust for this, and this is something that platforms like television have known for a while. The advent of the pandemic has drawn these discerning communities to the internet as much as any other, and now they are wanting to see their content in their language. It is a key driver of the future of content in this country. Ignore it at your peril. Other ignored segments will also get a big boost if media and entertainment businesses can realize that they are untapped territory and create meaningful content for it. Young girls in India are a growing authority with more and more awareness as education increases and patriarchy reduces. Yet as a market, they are underrepresented and mostly ignored in terms of content and products shaped for them. As the wonderful explosion in the interest in Indian women's cricket has shown, girls are as much of a consuming class as boys. And I've long told my students that if one of them can figure out how to service that 8 to 14-year-old segment of young girls in this country, they are likely to be very, very successful. It is an example of the segmentation which cannot be taken for granted anymore. We are all Indian, but we all have different needs and wants. One size will not fit all anymore, and the internet and the pandemic has shown that Indians are ready to grab their individual interests and demand to get quality content for it. Else they will find it supplied by companies outside of India, much like they are now. Time for the homegrown producers to capitalize as we understand the market, the people, and their needs much better. Now the connection is ready, the consumer is primed. Who is ready to grab this golden goose? I'm sure that there are more themes and opportunities. The vastness of this country and the willingness of people to adapt rapidly makes India a country full of possibilities, and the media and entertainment is something that India loves, craves, and engages with constantly. The pandemic did not break that engagement. Instead, it drove it to different platforms, forced a realignment of the creator-audience relationship, and adjusted the monetization commercial pipeline as well. Change is not something that is bad. Change is inevitable. And this pandemic has made us all realize that some changes will naturally stick. The ability to be successful in any industry depends on how we change as the world shifts around us. The future after 2021 will be exactly the same. Media and entertainment businesses need to change given the situation and ensure that it engages with its audience across the many platforms they inhabit, and bring back the experience in the content that ensures that consumers will value it irrespective of where they are. How they access, how they consume is something that the consumers will choose, and freely. I'm excited extremely about what the future holds. The interconnected world of media and entertainment is poised to thrive post this pandemic, and I wish us all great success in it. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our very own Mr. Rahul Puri. Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words on what's next for the industry. I'm sure you have instilled a sense of hope for the future amongst all our viewers watching today. Thank you so very much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now cue for the video, which is about the school. May I please request to have the video on the screen? Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome each one of you all to the Event Education Festival where we're curating an eventful tomorrow. And with this, we start with our very first panel discussion. This panel discussion is our very first of this day where we are going to take a talk on the world of animation and gaming on the topic the real-time adventure advances in the virtual world. And to moderate this session, may I please welcome our moderator on the screen, Mr. Vivek Nag, who is a faculty at the Whistling Woods International School of Animation and Game Design. In the industry for the past 7 years, his expertise consists of pre-production, comic book design, conceptual art, digital art, character design, and illustrations. We welcome you on board, sir, Mr. Vivek Nag. And joining him on the panel, we begin with our panelist and our very first panelist for this session. We have with us Ms. Ronak Magu, a VFX producer at Green Range Studios, which is a real-time technology studio. Ms. Ronak is backed by a strong media and communication foundation with a Bachelor of Science degree in filmmaking, specializing in animation from Whistling Woods International itself, and possesses a history of working in visual effects and animation ranging from IP projects to VFX feature-length films and special venue projects. Joining her, we have with us on the panelist is Mr. Mohammed Khalik, a previous artist and the co-founder of Grizzly Arts, an animation and visual effects studio based in Mumbai. An innovative artist revolutionizing the VFX space, he has vast experience in the films, games, and animation industry. He has worked on films like Kayakolam Kochuni, The Forgotten Arts, as a previous artist, and also worked in various digital ads as a storyboard and previous artist. We welcome you, sir, on the board. It's a pleasure to have you today with us. Joining him, we have with us Mr. Johan Kashyap, who is a game developer and a former student at Whistling Woods International. And finally, completing the panel with us, we have Mr. Jaydev Dhakkan, who is a faculty at Whistling Woods International School of Animation and Game Design, teaching game development at the Institute. Mr. Jaydev has over 12 years of experience in the game development and has worked in various roles with some prominent game development studios in India. Starting his career as a game tester, he has worked in several roles ranging from game designer to producer and has recently taken on the role of becoming an independent game developer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our amazing panel discussions and I would like to have our moderator, Mr. Vivek Nag, to take it forward from here. Have a great time. So,
Thank you. Thank you so much, Annie, for that lovely introduction. I feel quite flattered. I'm pretty sure the other panelists also feel quite flattered with that introduction. Firstly, I would welcome everyone who has come to watch us talk about this very entertaining topic, and also welcome to all the participants here who will be talking about this. I aim to make this a fun session. I aim to make this a conversation-based session, but some introduction about the topic is very much required, and I will be asking some specific questions to all of you based on your expertise. But before we get into that expertise, let's look at what it is that we are talking about. The key word in this entire discussion being real time. Right. So I'm going to start off this discussion with Jaydev, who is my colleague at the department. I would like you, Jaydev, to kind of give us a brief on what exactly is this thing called real time, since we've been hearing so much about it across the animation and game design industries. What exactly is this thing called real time?
All right. So, um, real time, right? Now, this word has become like a big thing right now. Uh, and anyone who's been in the industry long enough will really, understand the impact that it has. So, to put it briefly, um, the excitement about real time rendering right now is the fact that uh, overall the animation and the 3D 2D industry comes from a space where after you make any change, you don't get that instant feedback on screen to see that if you move something from, you know a few bits here and there, Okay, you have to go through the entire process of rendering the frame out and all of that. So imagine making the tiniest of changes in something that you're creating, and then having to wait uh, about minimum 10 minutes, or to have the ability to kind of just picture it in your mind of what the final result would be without having to see it on screen. Okay, that is what the rendering and the 3D softwares used to be like, right? And to move from that to where we are today, um, that is what the excitement about the real-time technology is. And it's quite funny because the problems that were being faced by the film industry or the animation industry in general, the solution for that came from a completely different industry, which is the gaming industry, right? Because for the gaming industry, real time was not just make life easy to work, but it was the absolute core. Because in a game, you're basically giving all agency to the player to just make changes on the fly, and a player is not going to wait 10 minutes for one frame to render. Anyone who's a gamer will swear by 60 fps, no lag being the absolute necessity. So eventually at some point, and games were solving their problems, they were trying to better graphics, they were trying to make it look better, feel better, play better. And eventually it came to a point where someone sat back and realized, hey, listen, you know what? The kind of output that you are expecting from films, games are already doing that. So why would I not use those tools to make films? And that's how the biggest and the most beautiful overlap has just occurred. And that's the fun. So real time, essentially, to put it very simply, is about reducing hours and hours of rendering into just milliseconds. And that in itself is huge for anyone who's worked in the industry.
Awesome, awesome. So now we're talking about game engines becoming a driving factor for anything that comprises of any render system of any sorts, whether that be for film or for games. We're talking
Yeah.
about game engines, right?
Yep. Yep.
Awesome, awesome. That's an awesome introduction. That basically lays down the foundation of everything that we're going to be talking about in this session, where we are talking about the role of game engines in both film as well as games, and maybe something even more than that, visual effects as well. There's so much of visual effects that's coming through with game engines. So that's a beautiful introduction. Um, I think with the idea that a lot of people who love games might just know about the real time engine. At the beginning of this, or at this point, I'm going to just shift the focus from games and look at how game engines is actually working towards films. And that's where I'm going to be talking to the both of you, Khalik and Ronak. So, Khalik, I'm going to start with you. Okay, we are talking about game engines, and you are a pre-visualization artist, right? So,
Yeah.
as to start off with, can you give us a little brief on what is pre-visualization, and then just kind of broaden out our horizon and let us know how do game engines now become a very important part of what we call pre-visualization in the industry today.
Okay. Sure. So the previous is nothing but advanced form of animatic or storyboard that we use, the traditional sketching that we used to do for the previous films. So basically, you're trying to use 3D animation to visualize your film way before your shoot. So you know exactly what you need to do while you're in the production. So in the pre-production itself, you're going to go through the whole process of creating the film in 3D animation, and then use that as a reference in the shoot. So that's what is like a very basic term for a pre-visualization. So how the game engines are actually helping us is because, like, we've been talking about this for a while now, so it's real time. So it makes things even faster. So basically all these previous studios before, they've been using other softwares which take a lot of render time and going through the process of keyframing each and every movement in animation. So all these process makes things slower. So game engines by itself has so many features which make things faster. For example, of course, the real time renders, which makes us easy to render in the end, and also using the motion capture. So there are a lot of other websites like Mixamo and all where we can directly download a certain motion and then make some kind of modification, then just use it in the game engines. It makes things very easy for us to do the animation as well. So the whole process is it starts from getting the script level, and then what we actually do is we create the 3D storyboards directly, because we have the liberty of having a virtual camera which is having the technicalities of exact same real life camera. So you know what, if there is a certain camera lens that you want to, or if there's a certain camera that you want to use, the exact virtual camera is available in the game engine, which makes things easier for us to visualize the whole film exactly the same way that we want to shoot it. So these are all the things which make things very easier using game engines, that makes our process even faster. And yeah, that's it.
Nice. Okay. So a kind of an interesting glimpse at pre-visualization how game engines
Yeah.
actually work with that also. I believe that we also have a video that Khalik had shared with us about his reel. Can
Yeah,
we?
so we have worked on some feature films, some series as well on which is on Amazon Prime, The Forgotten Army. So
Right.
I would request to please play that video for us.
Yes. Can we play that video, please, so that everyone can have a better idea about the pre-visualization thing that Khalik is talking about? Okay. Cool. Then we will come to that a little later then maybe. Okay, I'm going to come to you then, Ronak. So Ronak, you have gone a step further, and you not only understand pre-visualization in a game engine, but also creating an entire film in a game engine. In fact, you have been a part of the Unreal Engine Women Creators Program, right? Which is by itself a very prestigious thing to have come up to. So, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Um, can you walk us through your entire journey uh, through this program that you went through with Unreal? What did you do? What was your experience, and what was the learning curve that you came through during this program?
Yeah, thank you. And in fact, I think you got it right on the dot with the whole learning curve aspect of it.
Hmm.
Because for me, ever since I graduated from Whistling Woods, my path has been in production for animation and visual effects. And here I was thrown into this program, or rather chose to be a part of this program, to be honest, where I had to make my own film, something I hadn't done in close to 5 years, in a software I had never ventured into, apart from just seeing people's posts on LinkedIn. And I remember the first week, I called up one of the people at my studio, like close to tears, saying that, dude, I have the film in my head, but how do I bring it to reality if I'm not even able to move around in the scene? And from there, that learning curve was just so steep. Cue like the next week, and I had a couple of shots ready of my film entirely. So as far as the learning curve goes, I think as Jaidev sir rightly put it, right, with real time, you can see everything. I became an artist rather than looking at it as a producer. because now I had my environment, I had my lighting, I had my character, everything that I was controlling at the same time. So, say if my character, who is a red-headed guy, but I have warm lighting, I could see suddenly in some shots, oh wait, this isn't working out too well, and I could immediately change that as compared to a traditional process where I have to kick it back to another pipeline and be like, oh, fix the lighting, resources utilized, days utilized, time, money, etc. Right? Rendering costs, which are a huge amount. So seeing that I, with no background in this, was able to put together a film in a span of 5 weeks makes me really hopeful about the future of the industry and also about filmmakers in general, right? Wanting to capitalize on this, right from previs, which I think is even done for live action films that might not necessarily have animation or VFX involved at all, to full length CG and VFX films. So the possibilities are truly endless. And I would like to end this with playing a video.
Yes.
Starry, starry night. Paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills. Sketch the trees and the daffodils. Catch the breeze and winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land. Now I understand what you tried to say to me and how you suffered for your sanity and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now.
Awesome. That was absolutely amazing, Ronak. What a brilliant job you have done on this.
Thank you. And I think over the course of this panel discussion as well, as and when I can keep coming up with examples based on the questions that you might have, I will try to, answer that from this perspective as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I
Thank
would
you.
absolutely love that. We come to Johan, and in this question for you, Johan, I'm going to rope in Jaydev sir as well. So because I just have to, I can't help it. I just have to. Um, so we are talking about game engines. We're talking about performing with game engines, whether that be game designers working with it or artists working with it. But there is a constant tussle, and that tussle is always there. Whether that be when you guys, when Jaydas sir was teaching you in college or even now at this point in time, I feel that tussle is always there, and that tussle is Unity versus Unreal. So I just have to get into this, and I just have to have the both of you let us know what it is. I know that Jerry sir is a hardcore Unity guy. I mean, he's not against Unreal, but he is exploring Unreal, but he's a hardcore Unity guy. I know that Johan is very much into Unreal. So and Ronak and Khalik, both of you also, whenever you guys want to pitch into this discussion, you're most welcome to. But which is better, Unity or Unreal?
Depends what do you want to make.
Okay, it's that's an interesting take. Okay, what do you mean? Can you elaborate on that?
Okay. So as we all know, Unity is like the best software there to make 2D games, mostly mobile games, which Unreal is not that great in. The UI element part of which is the widget blueprint is not that great or developed as Unity's or as easy to use, which is probably why most of the 2D games and mobile games are made in Unity, and most of the 3D games are multiplayer 3D games are made using Unreal Engine because that's like the preferred engine.
Okay,
That's
Yeah,
that's
I
I
mean,
feel like that's the bottom line. I mean, we can
that is
go
probably
on
the
and
most
on about it
that is
forever.
probably the most diplomatic thing you've ever said.
I know, right? Johan has just not allowed me to have like any argument here. I mean, and he's right. He's absolutely right. The way what he said, like Unreal is definitely more suited to a better visual fidelity. So if you're looking for realistic graphic, you're looking for that film quality visuals. Okay, I as much as I am not happy to say this, but yes, Unreal is the engine of choice when it comes to visual fidelity. When it comes to the core technicalities and having more control and ease of use over working under the hood of the engine itself, I think Unity does a better job because the way it's been designed, way the software has been designed, it's very modular, it's very component based system. So I mean, given the context that we are talking about in right now, and given the company that I have right now, I think it would be a hands-down winner that is Unreal, right? Because Unreal is more suited for artists, people who uh, aren't necessarily technically inclined, right? Because Unreal allows you to create, um, you know, great visuals out of the box because they have a very templatized system for everything. Like for Ronak, that film that she made, and to be able to pull off something like that in a span of 2 weeks, uh, from not knowing the software at all to come to that point, you know, you don't have to learn anything about how the engine works, right? Because there's templates for everything when it comes to the way the work is done in Unreal. With Unity, got to learn the core structure of the engine itself, and then you start building on it. So that way, yes, definitely Unreal. But I'm more someone who likes to like tinker, wants to like change things at the core level and then kind of rebuild it from scratch. So for me, I think that is why my perspective, and I'm slightly always going to lean towards Unity. And the other thing that Johan pointed out, uh, easier to use in terms of the flexibility of creating a variety of content that Unity definitely allows you to do more than Unreal.
Okay, all right, Ronak, do you want to pitch into this?
Yeah, thank you. So, in fact, I wanted to add on to one more thing there, right? Like, where I feel with Unreal, especially with the newer version that's come out and Unreal Engine 5, right? That's been slated to release next year. There are so many other things I feel they're trying to bring into the mix. I think, like you mentioned, it's moving more towards a production ready side of things for filmmaking, with things like lumen coming in, which is as close to realistic global illumination as can be. Or say with nanite, where your polygon count, earlier it used to be a big deal in, and it still is, right, in every scene that you set up. But now with nanite, what it hopes to solve is that it does not matter what your poly count is. You want a whole city in there, you have the whole damn city in there, and things would still run fine. That, along with other tools such as the Megascans library, where assets are readily available. So even if all the assets you see in the film that I created, all the foliage was all pre-existing. All I might have done is probably gone in and changed the hue or changed the color of something. Small changes like that, right? And I think that's what makes it so much easier to use. Yeah.
Right, right. So that actually very easily follows me up into my next question, and my next question is for the both of you, Ronak and Khalik. That is, both of you are alumni of Whistling Woods. Both of you have actually worked on animation, have a degree in animation, so on and so forth. With all the biases aside, do you think it would have been easy learning the game engine if you weren't animation students? Or do you think being an animation student kind of gives an impetus to you to be able to learn these engines?
Khalik, if you'd like to go first.
Ronak, if you please go first.
Okay, cool. No problem. So, uh, I do feel it has helped me with certain things that you do tend to learn in animation school, like the principles of animation, right? And especially with Whistling Woods, I remember our first semester and our first year, in fact, involved not just animation, but the basics of all other filmmaking programs, editing, sound design, all of that. And I feel all of that was still there at the back of my head when I was making this film. So certain things like timing, right, came so naturally to me. In the sense, like, I use Mixamo, which is a ready library of animation cycles, because I didn't want to actually go in and hand animate, since I realized that that's not my strength. But to be able to understand at least what is not working, right, and that I can fix it, I think came from that strong foundation of having gone through the process of animating that bouncing ball, of animating a walk cycle, all of that, for sure. At least for me, might come out of bias, like you mentioned. Uh, but yeah, over to you, Khalik.
Okay.
So, what I would say is there's two different things. One is a skill set, and one is the technicalities of it.
Hmm.
So, of course, you need to go through all this process of how the animation started, the principles of animation, the whole thing. You need to have a good foundation first. So you get those skills, and then you choose a medium. So if you want to do it in game engine or Maya or whatever, so it doesn't matter then. So if you need to go through the whole process, of course, it's been an industry standard that using Maya, softwares like Maya, and then having uh, render engines like Arnold, all these things have, of course, helped us a lot. Like,
Right.
but nowadays it's more about creating things faster. So that's where you need to choose a software based on how quick you want to be, and also how to make it more realistic. So like we have been talking about Unreal Engine 5. So with Lumen and Nanite, of course, things are going to be great. And if you have a story that you want to make it very realistic, definitely we can go for something like that. Using Unreal Engine 5, we can go through those boundaries of not having a lot of render time to render each and single frame. So with a better graphics card and a software like Unreal Engine 5, you can create like amazing realistic films. So that's what in the end, it's more about having all these skill set and then choosing the medium that you want to use to create your film.
All right. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Lovely. Um, we've been again the of one terminology that's been coming up again and again, and we'll come to the terminology a little later, and that is Unreal Engine 5. A lot of people have been talking about. We'll come to Unreal Engine 5 a little later. But first, again, I come to Johan. So we've talked about, again, we've talked about game design, we've talked about creating films, but one other aspect that game engines are really, really rocking it at this point in time in the industry is virtual production. And I believe that you have or are in the process of right now working on a virtual production project. So, firstly, can you give us a brief on what exactly is virtual production? And secondly, what why is game engine such a big part of the process of creating virtual production?
Okay. Um, so I'm still in the process of working with a team of people to make a, or like a company, to make a stage which they can use as a backdrop for their streaming uh, esports tournaments that they themselves host. And it's national tournament that takes place with national level players, and even sometimes international casters casting the matches. So a virtual production is, in a sense, basically um, the the act of uh, making a movie, but with the real time uh, uh, features that at your availability.
Yeah.
If you the ability for you to have a set and glide around and feel the set and uh,
So more like having a real life actor blended with the
yeah,
computer
basically
generated
walking around
environment.
in a 3D space yourself using a camera, and which gives you a much better like immersion in terms of picking the right frame, having the right angle, or um, choosing your shots carefully, basically, which is like a huge lengthy process in real life if you try to do it. But with Unreal Engine's some there are good third party plugins like DMX, which is a system through which you can control cameras, lights very easily through just an algorithm or a graph or a curve, and you can use that and basically replicate that n number of times, which is very helpful in visual production, like virtual production, and having being able to composite the if you have a real actor on a 3D space in a 3D space, and having being able to interact with the lights and the environment very freely with the actor and everything in frame, or which is um, pretty darn good, I would say, because earlier this process would take, like Ronak said, changing something, um, being able to see what goes and what not goes in real time. Maybe your lighting doesn't match, maybe there's too much fog or ambience, and being able to quickly adjust that on the go is a huge, huge benefit.
Yeah, so live TV has become way more interesting than what it used to be because you can now have your virtual cameras and your real life cameras synced up to match each other while the thing is airing, right? And here's the best part, and I love that Johan's working on this because you got a game tournament, okay, which is being live streamed using game engines, okay, which allow for something that never used to happen before, you
And
know.
and streaming games which are made in Unreal Engine,
Yeah, streaming games that are made in Unreal,
through
streaming them
Unreal Engine.
using Unreal, okay, allowing for virtual production to happen, and the pandemic, right, that it just forced all of this to happen. And I don't know, I mean, I think all these things just like fell in place all over, all across the board together. The
Right.
need for virtual production just shot up um, suddenly because due to the pandemic. The tools were right where they needed to be. The kind of content that is becoming popular over the OTT platforms, right? Uh, Live streaming games, or more sci-fi ish shows and everything. So all these things kind of just fell in place for virtual production to happen, and we had like some great people who were well aware of how this happens. Okay, uh, just ready to do that when it was needed, you know, and that's just like the and it just works.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have also been dabbling in virtual production at this point of time, and the kind of advances that are just being made, and not only the advances, but also when you say that you are streaming a game that was made in Unreal with a virtual production set that is also being made in Unreal. So you can see that there are layers that are happening in the content that we, kind of consume. There are so many layers of the game engine being presented in front of us. That is such a interesting aspect of virtual production and game engines. That is
Yeah.
something that I really love.
I'd just
Um,
like to add on one more thing here.
yes.
Just to simplify what virtual production is, right, for a lot of our audience. So typically when you read about filmmaking, be it animation or live action, you know that there's pre-production, which is all your planning and development. There is production, which is when you actually go into shoot. And then there's your post-production where you fix things up, compositing, whatever. So it's a very linear pipeline and it always has been. I think virtual production somehow just blends all of this into one and it makes it so non-linear, right? And I think that's the biggest benefit of it, the fact that a director no longer has to look at just a green screen. You have your actors in there who can react to the monster that would be eating them live, right? They can see the monster, they can react naturally to it. The director can see how the actor is acting along to it. I think it just makes for such a cohesive filmmaking process where everyone is in on what is happening, not just the post production guy anymore. Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
that
so
is a brilliant,
everyone's
brilliant point.
yeah, the whole, I think this is more important. This I think this is what real time really allows. That
Yeah.
what used to be I work after you work kind of a system, real time literally allows for all creators to work real time.
Yeah.
Everyone's working on the same thing all at the same time and not waiting for someone to finish what they are doing so that I can start doing what I need to do. And I think that is a bigger impact of real time in the way we work, the ability to work in real time with each other. That
Correct.
is what is the bigger hype than, and all, yeah,
Yeah,
rendering and all that. Yes, we understand the technical aspects, but being able to work together real time, that I think is a bigger,
that
um,
that that is the amazing part of this entire thing.
yeah.
I'll bring the discussion again to Khalik. Uh, with the advance of virtual production, the advent of virtual production into the market, a lot of people, including me, are of the opinion that because of virtual production, the entire concept of pre-visualization has not only changed, but many believe that it has become the most important part of the pipeline now because of virtual production, pre-visualization. Um, what do you think about that? Do you agree with it? If you do agree with it, why do you agree with it?
So the thing is, it definitely helps using these game engines in real time. I would like to say this with just a very small example. So if there's a filmmaker and he wants to shoot a certain sequence which has VFX. So basically, if it is on location, all he has to do is he looks at the camera, the monitor where the camera is moving around, and if there's no monsters or whatever, it's just human beings acting it out, and then he can look at the monitor. But what if there is a dragon? There's a dragon which is flying over or something like that. So he can't actually look on a monitor and then decide on what shots that he wants to take. It's not possible. So, but when you get that into a real-time game engine, you can create a 3D dragon, the whole model and rig it, and then you make the whole. Sorry. You make the whole animation, and then you use these virtual cameras. And there's lots of things coming up, like even for Blender, there's this plugin called VirtuCam, and with a simple connection with your phone, you can actually use your phone as a camera. So all these things which are happening, you can simply have that virtual camera being visualized, maybe even with an advanced VR gear that you're wearing. So you can look at the whole sequence happening, the dragon coming in and doing something, and then he's actually holding the camera, a rig, and then moving it around. So all these things are actually possible only in a game engine. It can't be possible on a real location. So with the virtual production, of course, you having a green screen behind, and in real time you're removing that green screen, having a better lighting, the whole virtual world, and your camera, when it is being moved, the screen behind the 3D world is moving along with it. So all these possibilities enhance you as a filmmaker. So even a filmmaker who doesn't have enough knowledge with this, he can work with a virtual production team and then try to visualize his whole film, if it's working or not. Because of course the VFX is a very expensive process. So if we can decide on all of these things using the virtual production, definitely it's a benefit for the whole team. So that's what I feel about having game engines uh, enhancing our work. Of course, this definitely helps.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was an excellent explanation. And also, along with that, can we also please play Khalik's AV as well, so that everyone can get a good look at what pre-visualization is? Okay, I don't think any video would do better justice to what exactly pre-visualization is than that exact video. I think that I don't think we need to explain what pre-visualization is after that video. I should start using that video as material in my class.
Yeah, I kept thinking about how what you must be thinking about at this point, right? Like this is previous,
Yeah.
this is what I want.
Exactly, this is previous. So I should actually start using this reel as material in my class. Thank you so much, Khalid, for showing that. I'm pretty sure people, whoever watching us right now, very much in tune with what we are talking about when we continuously say previous. Right, so that is awesome, awesome work.
Thank you.
Um, I I have a few other questions that I would like to open out to everyone in the panel. But before I come to those questions, we come to that thing that I was delaying till this point of time, and I go back to Johan right now, and this thing that we are constantly talking about, Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5. We keep on repeating ourselves. Why is it so important for filmmakers? I like to go about it from a filmmaker's point of view, because we have already established that Unreal Engine is one of the best engines to use when it comes to the visuals, right? So even for games for that matter, but mainly for visuals. Okay, why is Unreal Engine 5 so important? Why is it considered to be a kind of a game changer in the industry right now?
Um, so, like Ronak said before, with Nanite and Lumen, these are the two new systems with which Unreal Engine 5 just launched, and they are they help artists. Okay, so let me put this. So for the longest time, the artists have been creating assets to, or 3D models or anything that you put in a. It doesn't matter if it's a movie, a game, or a virtual production. You would need 3D models and things to put in it. And for the longest time, the artist had to make 3D models, and while making them, they could go, completely nuts while with the quality of it. But while trying to import it into the game engine and have the perfect performance, the lighting, everything to achieve that, while importing, they needed to be degraded into lower quality just so they could run in a game or in a live set. But with Nanite is a system which basically, before you import anything in Unreal Engine, it converts your static mesh into a Nanite mesh, which basically triangulates and the mesh even further and compresses it, and it has a completely different draw call. It doesn't use the normal draw call system for rendering. It uses something completely different. So now, what artists have they need to do, they don't have to worry about if the asset that they're creating is of the right quality or not. They can just create whatever and just import it without any hitch. Is the best part of Unreal 5,
Right.
I would say. And Lumen also with the global illumination, but I feel like because it's in the early stage, Lumen and Nanite don't seem to work quite well together. But obviously, it's still the early access, so that would probably be fixed.
Right. Okay. All right. Coming to the question that I'm putting out to the entire panel. Firstly, um, the creation of the game engine and the industry using the game engine more and more and more and more has kind of created a lot of doorways, kind of created so many scope for so many different types of people along the pipeline. One such type of people who are really benefiting from this from the creation of game engines, even though they're not directly involved in the game engine, are asset creators, right? So can all of you kind of tell me how what are asset creators doing today to kind of involve themselves more and more in this entire game engine scenario, and why is it important for us as artists to kind of take the route of being an asset creator today? Yeah, so I would like to start off with Jaydev with this.
Alright. But I think, see, here's the thing, right? I mean, everyone now, you got the technology that allows you to work quickly. You got teams who have come together, uh, who work well with each other, who know different aspects of the entire production, who can now work together, right? So over time, and some of the things that we do are still following the traditional way of working, and one of them is modeling, right? Creating these 3D assets is something that still takes time, right? So everything else has sped up. Okay, everything else has become very now. Let's do this now kind of a way of working. But there are some things which technology, I mean, it's getting there, right? But still there will always be that something that will have to, be given dedicated time. Like stuff like Quixel mega scans and these libraries, photogrammetry libraries, they will give you very good quality 3D models of things that you find all around you. But like Khalik said, if I want a dragon, okay, I'm not going to be able to just go out there, find a dragon, and scan it in 3D, because dragons don't exist. So I have to make the dragon in a 3D software, and that modeling time will take just the amount of time that it will take, right? Now, with internet and with all the other technologies that we have all around us, right? You're now talking about, you got some guy who wants a dragon right now in his project, right? um, so I'm not going to wait, because I got my whole team here. I'm not going to wait for one guy to sit and create a dragon so that the entire team can work. So there are content creators out there making all sorts of dragons and all sorts of creatures that they can imagine. And these libraries have, you know just made the process, the real time working process, that much more efficient. Because now, if I need a dragon, I don't have to wait to go, model a dragon. Just download and then later on tweak it, improve it as the process is happening. So even the modeler, the 3D asset creator who used to be out of the pipeline earlier, even he can work in parallel. So you got a ready-made dragon that the production team is using to create the previs, while the modeler is tweaking the pre-existing dragon. So I think it just allows for content creators to just think up weird stuff and keep it open for everyone, to use. And then, you never know what inspires what. So I think it's very essential for content creators to just keep making right now. And
Right.
that's my
Awesome.
perspective on that.
Ronak, Khalik, Johan, would you like to add to what Jaydev said in any way?
This is a
So
more important discussion. You don't believe in dragons, no? You don't
I
think
mean,
they're real?
I haven't seen one. Did you see one, Johan?
Okay.
So I just want to add something. So
Continue.
asset creation is something that I would like to compare it with the workforce as well, because if you have a studio and you definite, if like let's take the example of a dragon again. So if you want to create that, you need the whole team where you have a modeling department, texturing department, and then rigging department. So it has to be lot of people working on it. Instead of course, instead of paying them thousands of dollars, thousands of rupees every month on a salary basis or whatever, you just pay 20 or $30 online and then you buy it. And the person who has already made it is also earning from it. So
Yeah.
that's how it makes us way more easier by using these assets for our benefit as well as the artist who has created it.
Right. Okay.
In fact, when Khalik was talking about, how so many people are involved, days and all of that, the first analogy that came to mind was Rome wasn't built in a day. And it's the exact same way with the Game of Thrones dragon that you see or any other creature that you see, right? And I think, as Khalik rightly ended with it, saying that this benefits the creator too. because now he can directly put it up for sale on a marketplace, either Unreal Engine or Turbo Squid or so many others that exist out there, and people will pay money for your assets. So not only are you profiting off of it, the studio is doing great, or those independent creators are doing great because they have these libraries directly available to them. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Awesome.
think I think you guys bring up a very good point that you know because your creators are independent people now. I think even economically and monetary, business wise, the whole ecosystem has changed, right? Like a dragon that has been created can now the same thing can be used by multiple studios, okay? Uh, and it forces your core creators to just focus on quality and not worry about um, you know that I'm doing all this work for just that one little bit of salary, and allowing creators access to be able to use their own work in a more wider scope, which never used to be the case earlier, right? It wasn't Creators didn't have as many opportunities. So the it just changed a different it just completely changed the business model for the creator. I think that's one of the benefits that has come out of it. It kind of opened up doors for the creators, and that's just brilliant.
Yeah, I was just going to touch upon that about being an independent creator in today's market. We are almost at the wrap up time. So before we wrap up, I'm just going to ask my one last question. Maybe we can have like small segments from each of you about your thoughts about this one last segment. That is, Game Engines has also now brought about the idea that we can break the convention of the flat screen and move away from the flat screen and look at larger screens in general, or screens that surround us in a way. So we are talking about virtual reality. We are talking about these kind of things coming into reality. So we are talking about augmented reality, mixed reality, so on and so forth. By that matter, each of you, what do you think is the future of breaking the conventional screen? What do you think is the future of game engines, in our industry? We start off. Let's start off with Rona.
Sure. So it feels like I'm always going first, but okay, no problem. Uh, so I feel, just to add to what you said at the end, I feel it's breaking out of our industry even. Very recently, there was a fashion designer who made his entire ramp walk fashion week thing, right? The thing that they put up to showcase their latest season or their latest collection, entirely in an Unreal Engine, again brought about by the pandemic. So I feel now with this technology, it's not just going to go one way, it is going to seep into multiple industries and in such a way that everyone can benefit off of it in their own different ways. Yeah.
Lovely, awesome. Khalik.
So I just want to talk about something that I saw lately. So there's a YouTuber who is using Unreal Engine along with Rococo suit, motion capture suit, and an iPhone live face connected to a helmet in at the front, and he's doing a live on YouTube. So that's
All
how
right.
far it's gone. So it's like he's using all these kinds of technology to do a 3D character talking to you live.
Amazing.
So that's how far it's gone. Using these game engine, it gives up more possibilities of actually creating new fields by itself. Not just about filmmaking or games or whatever. With all these features combined, you can do a lot more things than what's it made for.
Awesome. All right. Okay. Johan.
I mean, game design engines were always capable of doing this. Even 2 years ago, I made my VR game 2 years ago. But it's just that we are waiting for the commercialization of good and convenient and comfortable, affordable, accessible VR headsets that maybe someday we would have one in each home, or like a TV or a PC, that then we can probably think of I mean, we would always be able to develop these things anyway, but when we would be able to see them is the question.
Okay. All right. And lastly, Jaidev.
I think, you know, since all this real-time revolution is just bringing everyone closer and closer together, right? The making of the film is no longer linear, as Romit said before. Everyone's involved all in real time, all at the same time. I think the way things are going right now is, and I think all content creators are doing this, is that we are no longer leaving the audience out of the creation process itself, right? We've come to a point where in a VR film, we literally putting a person who's going to watch the film in the film. The person is at the location and has way more agency about how the film is going to go than earlier. you know like one of the best examples that I can think of that is, imagine watching a horror film and sitting there and saying, don't go in there, don't go in there. In a VR film, you can literally actually probably stop the person from going in there, if the creator allows you to watch the story that way. So I think eventually the audience is going to be part of the film itself. And that would be either through VR, and I think VR is a strong candidate for that, right? Because immersion is always going to be higher in VR. But yeah, I think overall, all this revolution is basically bringing films and content to a more theater experience. And when I say theater, I don't mean like movie theaters, I mean
Yeah.
stage show kind of an experience where it's being done live. It's no
Right.
longer created and then watched. It's actually sort of becoming very, very live right there kind of thing. And that's something I'm really excited about.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, that I think that's an excellent note at which we can conclude this session. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Ronak. Thank you, Khalik. Thank you, Johan. Thank you, Jaidev, for being here. This was the most entertaining session and hopefully very educational for everyone as well who is watching it. Over to you, Annie.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Wow, that was a highly informative panel indeed. I wish to thank everyone in the panel for taking the time to be here today and to educate us with your wonderful insights on the world of animation and gaming. Once again, thank you to all my panelists for taking the time out and joining us today. Have a beautiful day ahead. Bye. gentlemen, welcome back to the Event Education Festival where we are curating an eventful tomorrow. This is day 3, and we go ahead, move forward with our panel discussion too. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a deep dive discussion on the workings of the media and entertainment industry. This one is my favorite. The topic of this season and this session is going to be the future of media and entertainment. Well, I remember back there in 2012 when I was studying here in Whistling Woods International pursuing my MBA degree, our very first assignment given by Rahul Puri sir was this itself. What is the future of media and entertainment industry in India? Hence, this topic, this discussion would be very important for all of us, and I'm sure we might come across some astonishing facts too. So let's get started. I welcome to moderate this beautiful and interesting session by Mr. Rahul Puri, Head of Academics at Whistling Woods International. Mr. Rahul Puri is also the Managing Director of India's leading entertainment company, Mukta Arts Limited, and is now involved in all aspects of the company, including financing, distribution, production, exhibition, and marketing. He was keenly involved in the setup of Whistling Woods International and now is setting up a Q chain of cinemas under the brand name of Mukta A2 Cinemas. Welcome on board, sir, once again. Joining him on the panel with our very first panelist, we have with us Mr. Chetan Asher, founder and CEO of Tonic Worldwide, which is a digital first agency based in India, providing end to end immersive and simulating digital experiences. Mr. Chetan is a digital media professional with over 18 years of experience, wow, in the digital media industry. He has worked with global brands on creating consumer experiences using technology but rooted in stories and insights. Next, going on with our panelist here is Mr. Raj Nair, the CEO and Chief Creative Officer at Madison BMB, which is a full service advertising unit of Madison World with 25 plus years in the advertising business. He has led Madison BMB to Agency of the Year at Inc. Awards of Printing Advertising 2016. Mr. Raj, he has also written many memorable and award winning campaigns on brands like Cadbury, HSBC, Bajaj Auto, to name a few, and has won over around 250 international and national awards, advertising awards, and certificates. Welcome on board, sir. It's a pleasure to have you as well. And last but not the least, joining them, we have with us Mr. Ajay Mehta, Senior Vice President at Mindshare, which is a global multi award winning media agency. Mr. Ajay is a marketing and communication specialist with 18 plus years of experience with leading firms like Group M, Ogilvy, and Publix India. He is also specialized in integrated marketing, brand development, branded content strategy, and partnerships for leading brands across categories like telecom, retail, FMCG, and more. We welcome you on board, sir. It's indeed a pleasure to have you as well. Well,
Thank you.
Mr. Rahul Puri, sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Annie. Thank you for those introductions, and thank you to our guests on the panel today. And thank you so much for taking out the time to be part of this event. I'd like to start very quickly and briefly. I'll come to each one of you. If you can tell us a little bit about your career path up until now, how you finally got into the advertising industry, how you got here, because I find that when I speak to people from the industry, everybody has a wonderful little story about how they ended up in advertising, and particularly people who have been in the industry for quite a while, because whereas now perhaps there is a more formal process to get into advertising, back in the day, this was a matter of sometimes luck, sometimes interesting stories, and sometimes a lot of persistence. So if I come to Raj very quickly, can you tell us a little bit about what was it that sort of drew you towards advertising, and how you eventually got your start?
I think it's fair to say that when I started out in advertising, which was since I'm easily the oldest uh, among the three of us who are on this panel, um, it's fair to say that there weren't too many or virtually none that I knew of, at least, universities that were offering courses in advertising specifically. Yes, MBAs were a thing, but not for, definitely not for non-academics like me, who I come from a very academic family. Lots of doctors, engineers, all that sort of stuff. I'm from good South Indian stock in that sense. But I was, to put it very mildly, the black sheep, and didn't have academics as the sort of, at the fore of what I was sort of doing then. So the simplest thing to say is that I joined advertising because there was no other career that would possibly accept me for what I was, which was so. And early in school, at least my class teacher back in class 9 and 10 identified that I could write. Thank God to him for doing that. May God rest his sort of soul in peace and all of that. But he felt that I could write, and so I was editing the school magazine and stuff like that. I grew up in Calcutta, surrounded by lots of good influences, if I could call it that. And I actually started work right during my while I was doing my BCom. I started doing work in a plywood manufacturing company, because BCom used to be how do I put it? The classes used to be from 6:30 in the morning till 10 in the morning. So my father wanted me to stay occupied during the day. So he got me a clerical job in National Plywood Industries, which was a plywood manufacturing concern. And in the purchase department, while I was filling registers, I was also issuing payments to people. And one supplier was the then advertising agency for National Plywood, which was Ulka. And they had storyboards attached to their bills, and I was very intrigued by that. So I asked the account management person who'd come to collect payments and stuff like that, what are these things? And he said they were concepts for TV commercials. um, Sort of bell went off in my head, see, because I liked the storytelling in those boards and so on. But it wasn't until much later that when my parents left Calcutta, and so that was when the bug was sort of inserted into my mind. And then when I left Calcutta and went to Kerala, my parents relocated there because my father retired. There is when I started to get sort of an introduction to a guy who was running his own agency in Cochin. And that's where the career sort of path began back in 1990. Within a year, however, I came to Bombay and fortunately found a job in Bombay. These were days when, they weren't like looking for qualifications in advertising, but more, let's say, an interesting ability in terms of being able to communicate well and so on and so forth. Of course, if you had interest in the sort of business, then it would be an added sort of benefit. So I jumped in and got my first job at a small agency in Worli called Dart, and uh, the sort of life took on from there.
All right, very interesting. Ajay, what about you? How did you break into this business?
Yeah, so at that time, unlike now, there are so many options kids have, right? I mean, in terms of just in marketing and media and advertising. Back then, I had graduated from HR in Bombay, and my dad always wanted me to be a CA. And he pushed me in that direction. And I remember going for a couple of interviews at that time to Arthur Anderson and Bartley Boy and ENY and stuff like that. And then I came across a friend who was working with Triton. At that time it was a decent enough size firm, and even now, of course. And Mazen Shroff, who's now the MD at Eureka Forbes, I went to meet him. As he said, why don't you have a meeting with him and have a chat with him? And they offered me a role on Coke, and at that time they used to manage only regional sort of business for Coke. So any sort of activations to be done at, any launch restaurant or pubs, there was stuff in South Bombay and stuff. Quite an exciting portfolio. And I said maybe, I've done commerce and it made sense from an event activation standpoint. And I said, why not give it a shot? I remember joining Triton at a 7,500 per month salary. Yeah, and I used to travel from Bandra all the way to Cherney Road by train, and I was used to doing that because HR was in college was on that side. Yeah, and I loved the job. I mean, I did it for a year. I worked on Coke. I learned a lot, and then ambience happened. Publicis, along the way. I worked with Ashok and LC there with some of the other guys as well. 2 years in my head, my aim was to enter Ogilvy once I had the experience, base level experience at Triton, and I said that I have to go there because at that time Ogilvy was the school for creativity. Like I'm sure you guys will agree on that. And then it happened in 2004. Since then, I've been with WPP. I've worked in Ogilvy about 11 years, and last 6 years I've been with Group M at Mindshare. So it was more of a evolving sort of a process. I mean, but when I joined it, and I loved the whole the whole part of ideation, thinking fresh, trying to come up with insights, challenging briefs and clients, and I love that. So yeah, so that's how it happened for me.
And Chetan, how was your journey so far?
It's a long story, but I'll keep it brief. I think I was lucky enough to do the way Whistling Woods belief is, right? Saying do what you love. I think it was pretty much. I was always interested in writing, and I used to edit my school magazine. I started a magazine in college, and while I was in college, I got the opportunity to kind of write for a couple of publications. At that point, right from Indian Express to Metropolis to Jam, all had a very huge youth segment, right? And I used to write for all of them, and for a longer period, I did write with Indian Express. So I always knew I wanted to be in to do something to do with writing and advertising. I kind of couldn't get into advertising, right? Because I was still in college, etc. I used to go meet creative directors, and they used to say, but you're still studying. Where do you have a portfolio and things like that?" So eventually, the moment I graduated, the next day I joined a .com, and again I was lucky enough to have two of my passions coming together: travel and writing. I became a travel writer for them, wrote multiple stories. And as the .com burst happened, there was a .com boom and there was a bust. That company morphed itself into like a solutions company, a web solutions company. There was nothing like a digital agency then, and so we went around. So my role then completely became. I adapted with the change, and then my role was no longer of a creative. I was everything all rolled into one, and I kind of enjoyed that process. So we used to go and evangelize clients to say, "Hey, let's build a website for you." Nobody used to even look at building a website. Uh, and post that, I joined Times of India for the mobile shortcode 8888, enabling all the Times of properties on mobile. But that wasn't giving me enough creative satisfaction. So I got together with my brother and we founded Tonic. And initial years, where digital was very nascent in the country. We started working with clients in Europe and UK. And as digital started growing, and we started focusing on building it in India.
Okay, excellent. And now if I sort of come to, obviously, the last sort of 18 months, most of the media and entertainment industry so heavily affected by the pandemic. My own industry in terms of movies and cinemas and stuff like that, so very badly affected throughout this period. If I come to the pandemic and your own businesses, can you talk a little bit about some of the realignment that has happened within your businesses over the last 18 months? And crucially, when things return to normal, which of those changes do you think are going to remain as sort of part of the working culture, as part of some of the trends within the industry? So if I come to Ajay first on that.
Yeah, so I think like Chetan mentioned earlier, all of us were taken, it was all of a sudden that it hit us, and we were never prepared for it, right? We took about 3-4 months to realign our strategies, and it happened almost mid-year. So people who work Jan, December like we do, we were wiped off literally on revenue between April and say June, July. Yeah. But then we relooked and realigned the stuff that we were doing, and we looked at different trends. We did a lot of listening and stuff, spoke to consumers, a lot of clients, a lot of engagement increased because we realized that they were also trying to figure out things and stuff. But then surely a few things came up in the digital space, and I'll talk about more digital because that's where the world started moving, and we started seeing spends increasing heavily, on digital, almost 2x of the first quarter of compared to the first quarter of 2020. But stuff like this whole piece on advocacy, this whole influencer marketing, which was just scratching the surface in 2019. We've seen about 3x to 4x growth over there. And therefore, you'll see today ASCII coming in, giving out guidelines because they see serious business and monies being poured into that space. And we also realize a lot of the influencers and, the celebs or macro or even the micro were looking at it more seriously and not just, song and dance kind of stuff. So that's one stream of work that's really picked up, and we've seen that growth go further on in this year. The other thing that we realized is that with everything shut down, we had to get to the consumer in different ways, and D2C picked up quite a bit. Yeah, when I say D2C, innovations like actually getting a store on wheels to a society or to a consumer directly, or even enabling brands on their social platforms or websites to actually, latch onto commerce and fulfill the entire journey from awareness to conversion through consideration. All that was then built into our narratives. In fact, today when we go in for any of our strat presentations or big meetings and pitches, that's a very critical part of our narrative. Yeah, of course, activation, cinema, outdoor. I mean, that's one part that I look into as well, and that's taken a massive hit. I mean, we don't even know when we all will go back into cinema and peacefully watch a film, but we're trying to find ways virtually to engage with clients and consumers and find a very meaningful way of delivering our message to them. But yeah, of course, D2C, influencer marketing. Of course, there's a drop in a bit of print because people are not getting newspapers. Uh, Outdoor, definitely big hit. Rural marketing again picking up slowly. But these are some of the things that we realign strat, and we're seeing clients openly spending decent amount of money in these domains. Yeah.
Yeah. And Raj, I mean, Ajay's given us sort of, what platforms I think did well, what media did well, what media perhaps suffered throughout the pandemic. But once things do return to whatever you want to call it, normal, new normal, I don't know, whatever, some kind of normalcy or some semblance of it, what of those sort of shifts do you think will sort of fructify and remain permanent, or do you think we'll bounce back to sort of where we were in 2019?
It's an interesting situation, right? Because on the one hand, like Ajay has already mentioned, the changes are pretty much seismic, right? Because of the way categories have been affected, and it's not just one or two categories; it's multiple categories that have been affected, right? If I was to just off the top of my head name a few, so there'd be retail for sure, hospitality, entertainment. I mean, I can't agree with Ajay more in terms of how people are going to view the returning to cinemas, with what trepidation, with what fear, all that sort of stuff. Like we were talking even before we actually started the panel discussion, the impact on events, all sorts of events, which were physical. The fact that they are all now, I mean, the only way out for them currently at least seems to be virtual. But the moment it becomes virtual, the physicality of the event, which is what one used to go to the event for, when that itself is not there, obviously the mental shift that one has to make is immense, right? I mean, as a consumer of these things. So I feel that it's a very challenging time for a lot of categories, a lot of industries, or let's say media related sort of categories, which are all concerned with communication and how they communicate to people. Because this is going to be of the most importance, is what I feel. What I mean by that is that yes, there will all. I mean, as brands and as custodians of brands, you're always promoting consumption, right? I mean, you're asking for people to buy into what you're telling them. You want them to, but I think the conscious sort of shift whether it is from people within the industry, whether when I say industry, I'm talking about people who are involved in communication in some way or the other, irrespective of whether you're mainline, digital, across the sort of communication spectrum. There is a sincerity and an honesty and a resilience that is required, because only believe that sincerity, honesty, and resilience is what will see you through this, right? Perseverance to stay stuck to the task, and it's the same. It's no different for brands. It's no different for advertisers. So there is mirroring required on both sides, and how you put communication out and how you try and connect with consumers. So I believe that whether you're a company, whether you're a brand, whether you're a person involved on either end of the table, as advertiser or communication professional, there is a great deal of sincerity and honesty and resilience and perseverance that is required right now. And if you ask me what is here to stay, I think for the at least for the next in the immediate foreseeable future, I'd say for the next 1 year, people need to be optimistic without a doubt, because you have to constantly focus on the light at the end of the tunnel, but you have to be cautious about it and not, try to blow the boat out of the water, if you know what I'm saying. Don't get carried away. Try and if it means taking baby steps in the way you approach how you put the face of the brand out, then so be it. It's better that way.
Right, right. So Chetan, I mean, one of the things that both I think Raj and Ajay talked about is, there's been a large shift to digital, and obviously digital has been one of the big beneficiaries um, during the pandemic. And when we were speaking before the panel began, we talked about the fact that many brands that perhaps didn't think about digital or put digital as a very low priority suddenly began to wake up and began thinking about digital. What was the sort of process of that? What were the sort of myths that you needed to try and break when people first come to digital? Because I mean, obviously there's a lot of sort of expectation about digital in terms of how it works, how it functions. What were some of those myths that you saw yourselves having to break, or perhaps ideas that you had to sort of just realign with your clients when they suddenly decided, all right, well, let's sort of shift our focus to this new media platform?
Yeah. So, like Ajay mentioned, right? So there is a huge new category which is a D2C, right? So right from a large conglomerate who would probably not, focus on, would never ever imagine starting a D2C, channel, to a small brand, which would, would have never imagined saying that, can I get an equal footing, right? What has happened is, in a way, this whole situation has balanced. It's giving everybody an equal platform of sorts. But what is also, yes, you're right. I think there's a huge learning curve for brands which have not been traditionally on digital, in terms of multiple things, right? So digital works very, very differently, right? So it's not just about the communication that you put out, but also once the consumer has come to the final transaction platform, be it a website, be it a mobile app, a lot of how that consumer is going to respond is going to be on that platform itself. So there was a huge process that we went through in educating clients to reinvent some of those platforms as well, because they were they were not as per the current trends. They were not very user friendly. They did not take into consideration the dynamic changes which are happening all around, right? In terms of payments, in terms of I think the smartphone truly got smarter during this pandemic, right? We all learned to use it a lot more effectively. So to building a mobile first destination, to ensuring that UX is as important as having your product well designed or packaging well designed. to looking at analytics in a lot more deeper level. I think there were a multiple. I think a lot of brands have woken up to all of those challenges, and what we're also seeing is that now this is getting got them conscious to also look at the future as well. We're heading towards a cookie-less future, and it's time to build first-party data, right? There was always this myth saying that digital pe to हाँ, I can target anybody. There is so much of data, किसी को भी हम target कर सकते हैं. But that's not how it's going to work anymore in future. So brands are also waking up to the fact that we need to start building first-party data. So a lot of shifts that have happened, and I think those are good and those are here to stay. I think everybody is going to learn from them, and it's going to keep evolving. And I'm most excited about this whole D2C opportunity out there, right? I think it's amazing. It's giving a lot of small niche brands a window to the consumer that they would probably never have, right? You would no longer need to go to a large supermarket chain and say, listen, I'll give you a listing fee and you list me. I can directly reach the consumer and talk to them.
Okay, all right. And both you and Raj Chetan, you talk a lot about the consumer, and you talk about you sort of direct to consumer in terms of business to consumer. So if I come to Ajay for a minute, I mean, if we do talk about the consumer, and obviously, you also spoke about at the start sort of engaging with the customer, engaging with the consumer to try and understand, during the pandemic and the lockdown, what consumer behavior is going to be like. What are some of the sort of key trends that you've observed during this period in terms of consumer behavior, not just I suppose in the big metro cities, but also in the rural parts of India?
Yeah, so I think going back to what again Chetan mentioned, I think the mobile has become the center of everything, right? We traditionally we used to keep talking about 360 ideas in any of our sort of meetings and brand narratives, but uh, and digital used to be core, right? Today I feel mobile is literally core, right? In fact, I'm sure when we all go in with big ideas, we used to think of TVC and TV karenge. There's radio, there's outdoor. There's nothing like that. It's all level. It's a playing field. I think the core can sit anywhere. But again, when we think of ideas, given the kind of limitations we have, the kind of the lockdown, the issues of safety, and the whole thing of distancing, I think the mobile plays a larger role. And in fact, we're working on a pitch right now, and we realize that people like us sitting at home, and there's a very thin line between uh, when we're supposed to do our housework, family time, our regular work. It's all distorted. It's all gone haywire. And I think for us, the only thing that today we are consuming content or watching stuff is on the mobile. And I'm sure all the kids in your college and the kind of people you talk to and teach them, for us to reach out to them is a big challenge, right? Shall I find ways of engaging with them in the content they are viewing? So one of the key trends that you asked last year, we realized there's a huge spike in content being viewed on OTT platforms, right? I've not seen television. Last I saw Euro match last night on an OTT platform. I don't watch the Star and the Z's that I'm sure even the kids below, if you talk to them, they'll be spending more time on gaming, right? So what has also taught us in the last 1.5 years that content through OTT platform has become really the place to be. Yeah, and therefore players like Hotstar, MX Player, of course, there's Netflix and Amazon Prime sitting out there. There is Voot. So all these platforms have suddenly gone, big in that sense. Like a year back, they weren't that big. Not each year. Of course, the content does depend. I mean, you need to see when Scam hit Sony Live, we all ran to Sony Live, right? So we realized that the viewership of content on OTT saw a huge, humongous spike. So then, of course, we recalibrated, saying that why are we thinking TV, or why are we thinking radio, or why are we thinking digital? Let's look at partnering with these guys and collaborating and creating content that can work for and can engage with these kids. The other pieces, of course, I spoke to you about how influencers blew off. I mean, spends are like exponentially going to them, and that's only because today we realize that a lot of the new age platform, unfortunately, TikTok is not there anymore. But we realize that the new age platforms that are coming in, like there's Josh, there is MX Takatak, these platforms, or even there's Trell, these platforms allow you to to consume content created by influencers, but they're also letting you buy the product online. So there's a very clear sort of journey that they are mapping. So that's another sort of a trend. Looking at the new age platforms that have come into play, of course, gaming. Yeah, it's very nascent in our market, but when we talk to our colleagues sitting in China or Southeast Asia, it is massive. Yeah, it's here to stay. It's here to explode. I think it's already exploding. We're just not seeing the right fit for brands. Of course, some brands naturally fit in, Axe or a Mountain Dew or a Red Bull. They easily fit that sort of a segment. But gaming again is big. I have a 10-year-old. He's not watching or playing the kind of games we used to play, like Mario. He's into Among Us. He's into some Fortnite. I mean, and he's not even into playing the game that much, as much he's viewing people reviewing games. I mean, he's watching the screen on his tab, looking at three other guys playing the game. Like, why? Why aren't you playing the game? But that's the that's the way it's evolving. So these few of these things are actually gaining a lot of traction. I like to just state this because I use this in my strategic presentations, and we've learned the 4 Ps and the 5 Ps, and I'm sure a lot of kids over here have learned that. But when I look at the Ps today, the P's for me are very different. The first P would be purpose, right? Any brand that needs to talk to any consumer sitting anywhere in the world, whether it's rural, whether it's urban or semi-urban, you need to have a purpose leg. Of course, not seeming opportunistic, but if there's no purpose, you will not cut ice. Because today my kids or our kids are saying that let's go green, let's not buy a petrol version car. I mean, he's saying let's buy an EV. So purpose is there. Partnerships. I think today a lot of content, I'm sure even Chetan will agree that a lot of the great work is coming out of collaboration. Can Airbnb tie up with XYZ and create great content? So purpose, partnerships, platforms. Again, like I mentioned, there are a host of platforms developing content and and trying to create that sort of engagement. There's of course profitability that's always stay, right. These four, and you can add one or two more. There is performance. When you say I2C, when you say D2C, influencer to commerce or direct to consumer, these are all under performance. The only beauty is that, like Chetan mentioned, we get pure play data. I mean, people, I don't know if they get first party data, but whoever's watching our content, we get what they're watching. We know how to target you, what kind of content you're consuming, where you're consuming it, and therefore we can retarget you basis that. So these are 4 or 5 shifts that I see happening going forward from a very strategic top level marketing perspective. A lot of marketers today are asking for that. So every presentation is about what is the impact on business. COVID has also made them realize that they can't just throw money on marketing activities. Tell me what's the return. So ROI and therefore D2C, I2C and commerce, according to me, is the big play in the next 2 years from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So Raj, I mean, one of the things that Ajay talks about, obviously, a lot is sort of this shift from, maybe the traditional platforms to OTT, to digital, to gaming, influencer marketing, obviously big on things like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all of those kinds of social platforms. So my question to you would be, now if you have to talk to a brand or a client, where do you now fit the traditional platforms in? And how do you view the future of things like television, print, outdoor? What do you see the future is for those things if, obviously the last 18 months, everything has been predominantly about digital and sort of, the shift to a more virtual space. But when we return to some kind of, moving around again or congregating together again, what do you think is going to be the place for the traditional platforms or the traditional medias in the future?
So rather than talk about platforms in that sense, from a TV, print, outdoor, yes, and radio, let's say, I think the how you've been traditionally using those media to tell stories that consumers want to sort of engage with, those principles don't go away. Those principles have to stay, because if no matter uh, no, no matter how you choose to sort of connect with the consumer, if you don't tell them a story that they want to sort of engage in, you're going to lose them, right? So when the shift, and very correctly, it is entirely from traditional to digital in that sense, and bit by bit, certain platforms taking the lead over the other, and so on and so forth. The one consistent factor, or two consistent factors, would be the creativity part of it, and how you, the quality of the engagement that you sort of seek. So even when you're seeking to go to a consumer society to place the brand before them in their society, and you've gone directly to them, how you choose to sort of portray the brands that you are placing before them, and what is the sort of level of engagement, what is the quality of storytelling, is what's going to determine the difference between whether the consumer seeks your brand favorably or sort of tunes you out, right? So the quality of storytelling, which was the first principle always when it comes to traditional media, I don't think that is ever going to shift, irrespective of which medium you choose. It's a challenging time. TV continues to, in our country, still grow as a medium. Print, so I'd say print is the one that's been hit most by digital. The pandemic has put paid to outdoor. Hopefully, once the pandemic is a lot more under control, more people are vaccinated, sentiment goes up in that sense. I see outdoor making slowly but surely its way back, is a way. But if people don't actually subscribe to physical newspapers and so on, then obviously over a period of time, print will be questioned more and more. TV is a different challenge entirely because of how across the length and breadth of the country, TV is still the most primary mode of consuming entertainment, right? I mean, the level of consumption of online entertainment, OTT, which is far more a metro phenomenon, and probably the smaller towns and so on and so the cities and so on and so forth. In that sense, TV is still the go-to medium for smaller towns and rural and so on and so forth. So there is role for TV, undoubtedly. Even within cities, there will be events that people prefer to watch on TV as opposed to sort of online and so on and so forth. So sport being a classic example of that. There are certain forms of programming that will continue to be sort of popular. TV, like I mentioned, also continues to grow. So how you choose to, so like I said, the first principle that you applied to communicate on TV, which was to tell good stories via advertising, if it is advertising that is at play. Those first principles we should continue to maintain when we are doing storytelling on the digital medium across platforms, whether it's mobile, whether it's strictly online, whether it's an event or an activation that is on the ground, whatever the case may be.
Okay, all right. Chetan, if I come to you, I mean, obviously, during the pandemic, I mean, if we talk about the digital media, a lot of use of technology and newer technology has come into play with it. I mean, obviously, things like Zoom, which perhaps nobody had heard about maybe 2 years ago, now has literally entered the cultural lexicon as a thing. But talk to me a little bit about you know the changes in technology now that are beginning to be seen in digital advertising, digital marketing, how things like AI, how things like ML, machine learning, how we're putting those to use to better try and understand our customer, to better try and understand the impact of the stories that we tell on the customer, and sort of the feedback that we are gaining from it. So is it now sort of widespread being used, or is it still in its very nascent stage in digital marketing and digital media?
So Rahul, it's definitely accelerated, right? Like you mentioned, there was, I think we've broken that wall. I think there was this block, right? You could never imagine saying that, a business meeting could just happen over virtually, or a panel discussion could happen virtually, right? So I think we've all managed to break that wall, and people who were not comfortable using some of these tools have got comfortable, right? So similarly, like Ajay mentioned, saying that even commerce is changing. E-commerce is no longer linear in a way, right? You only buy from a shop. So there's conversation commerce, which is really picking up, right? And conversation commerce would, and we've seen all kinds of conversation commerce, right? This is very one which are very simple, and you could even call it rudimentary in a way, to people using conversation led chatbots to completely complete the transaction, right? So it's in a way mimicking the whole retail experience, right? You can no longer go to a store, but here you have a bot who's talking to you and is helping you make that purchase right within that messenger window. So you're not even going out of that messenger window. To WhatsApp, emerging for a lot of small retailers and medium retailers as a choice of whether you call it conversation commerce or a messenger-led commerce, right? So obviously there's an acceleration that we're seeing in terms of how AI is being used, how personalization is being used, hyper personalization. I think Raj spoke about saying brands will have to have meaningful engagement, right? And if the engagement is only going to be delivered by a digital medium, there is opportunity to hyper personalize it. There's opportunity to have one-on-one communication. There is enough and more data that we have about the consumer to say, okay, Rahul likes A while Raj likes B. Can I, show them different slices of the same communication, and can I personalize, right? And which will lead to better conversion. So that is definitely. I think all of these was on the. It was on the fringe. I think it's all. There was a lot of talk about it, but there was no on-ground implementation being happened. Everybody spoke about data. Everybody spoke about AI, but nobody was really, focusing and actually doing it. We're seeing acceleration of all of these things. This is already happening. Social commerce is picking up. Conversation commerce, AI, hyper personalization, all of these are gaining huge momentum.
All right. And I know Ajay needs to leave us in about 5 minutes. So I'll try and wrap at least his bit up before he goes. I mean, Ajay, if you can, I mean, one of the things that we're all trying to talk about is that when things return to normal, when things return to normal. And, if we look at some of perhaps the other countries where vaccination has reached some kind of critical mass, I mean, if you look at some of Western Europe, where you look at the United States, for instance, there is this phrase that is sort of, revenge travel and revenge hospitality and, things like that, where, people who have been stuck indoors, I think, for so long, will suddenly go out and spend on experiences just because they've missed it for so long. Do you see something like that happening in India in the next maybe 3 or 4 months, or when do you sort of see it, and how would you prepare your clients for that?
Yeah, so there's a huge opportunity there, right? I mean, we all know, like, I'm this coming Friday, I'm on leave. I'm traveling because we're done with it, right? We can't sit at home and do this all. It's been 1.5 years we're doing this. So but I see a lot of opportunity for brands, yeah, and but done right, done in a manner that, like you said, vaccination, safety. We're scared about our kids. People talk about third wave and God knows what all Delta versions, etc. But brands are being careful. Of course, brands are more prepared now because they've launched a lot of new products. So if you just look at Unilever, because I look at that client as well, multiple new products in their home care range, in terms of hygiene products. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of B2B opportunity there. Like you spoke about travel, right? I mean, what stops me from actually tying up with an OYO or an Airbnb and actually giving them my, the entire hygiene kit from a Unilever standpoint, and then using that, that partnership or that medium to communicate with my end consumer. Because if the moment I know that this, I mean, today when you want to go to a hotel or a restaurant and spend some time, you will say that I'd rather go to Taj than I go to elsewhere, right? Because I know the safety standards and the care they take is going to be much higher than the others. Those things are going to be very, very critical, which is where, not opportunity but purpose kicks in for brands, and how they find a way of communicating to their audiences, to people like us, is going to be very, very critical. And I think we've learned that in the last 1 year, right? We've made mistakes. We've done a lot of stuff in that space. We've understood what the consumer is thinking. Of course, there are varied kind of people, and some people care, some people don't care. But I see opportunity from a product standpoint. I see opportunity from a business standpoint, especially retail. Places like entertainment places. There's a lot of opportunity. How they're going to do it? Like in the middle, about 6 months ago, we were discussing with clients that have always driven their communication through entertainment, like with through Bollywood or whatever. Uh, and I had this chat with the T series team and a couple of other guys, the cinema, the PVR guys. Can we open a get back the culture of drive-in theater? We used to have drive-in in 90s. I mean, I'm sure you also remember, but that's not there anymore. At least that's a safe way of enjoying and consuming your love movies or whatever love for stepping out. So stuff like that will have to be recalibrated. I think everyone is thinking on how it's going to be. It's not going to be easy because some industries are going to face a lot more pressure than the others. But I'm sure there'll be innovative ways of, just like no touch sort of check-ins into airports and flights. I think I'm sure you'll find ways of maybe tomorrow you'll find cubicles coming in cinemas. I don't know. So I think that's where we are thinking, and the kind of people I work with leading innovations and content. I think that's the fun. Yeah, it's a challenge given to you, and how do you create something and then communicate that? I mean, that's classic. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. I'm gonna take your leave. Sorry, I
No,
have
no,
to.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
Ajay. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so
yeah.
much.
Thanks, all. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Bye.
You. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Raj, if I were to throw that over to you, I mean, how do you think this?
Yeah, I was just going to. I don't know if Ajay was aware, but just before the pandemic and the lockdown started last year, I don't know if Chetan, or you are aware, there was a drive-in that was planned at Phoenix at High Street, behind High Street, Phoenix, which is where I think it was the next to the bike parking area. So if you live in Phoenix apartments and you can sort of look down, so people living in Phoenix Stars would get a free view of the movies that are being screened and so on. But there was actually a trial drive-in theater that had been set up at Phoenix, and if they're going to sort of do that going forward, then it's a good thing for them. But yeah, I mean, for brands, so let me give you a completely different perspective from what Ajay was saying, because I just prefer doing that. The paradox right now, right, with everything that is going on around us, right? Brands having to deal with the effects of the pandemic and so on and so forth. From a very fundamental nature, again, I feel that brands promoting excess of any kind will fail, simply because they need to be more conscious, they need to be more sensitive, because while you're promoting consumption, you have to walk the tightrope of also having to be conscientious, is what I feel. So the purpose of a brand, I think, was never more underlined than it is right now. And brands have to understand this and pitch themselves in a way that consumers don't feel guilty about, when they, especially because of the kind of environment in which we are consuming media, the kind of environment in which we are living, the kind of environment that we are having to sort of go through, simply also because it's not like this is going away in 3 months or even 6 months. Our country is so large. By the time a delta of vaccinations happen, that itself will take forever. There are supply related issues, all those sort of things, right? So it's a fabulous challenge for brands to really, really define their purpose and when they put themselves out in the minds of consumers, to be seen as somebody who is sensitive and not just promoting excess.
So on that note, Chetan, if I sort of come to you, this conscientiousness of brands that Raj sort of talks about. I mean, we've seen a lot of it actually over the last, maybe 15 months or so, where a lot of brands have become more socially conscious about a lot of things around them. I mean, we saw a lot of brands get involved in the whole Black Lives Matter situation in America, and sort of very publicly come out to support that. We've seen a lot of brands, particularly entertainment brands, come out and support this sort of Stop Asian Hate that happened in America a couple of years ago. And even in India, we have seen a number of brands to varying success, I think, sort of tread that social, cultural sort of tightrope. Do you think that this is something that is going to become more prevalent in India? I mean, obviously, we are living in a sort of a hyper divisive society at the moment, seemingly all over the world. But I think there is a question here of consumers, and particularly a certain strata of consumer, wanting their brands to closer represent them in terms of their social beliefs and their cultural beliefs and even their political beliefs. Do you think that this is something that is going to become more prevalent in India over the next couple of years?
It's happening. It's happening globally, right? I think, and the same is going to happen in India as well. I think consumers are now demanding brands to play an important. I mean, they're saying, listen, if you're going to communicate with me, then you need to communicate, which is a a meaningful engagement is what we then we're willing to listen, right? And I think we also saw a lot of examples of brands, doing virtue signaling and failing really, really badly, right? So also brands have a very tight, rope to walk on. That's the dilemma, saying that should we get involved or shouldn't we get involved? And so I think brands will have to really think hard, and I think see, it's also an opportunity as well for them to see that if they can really make a difference and they can play an important role in the consumer's life and make any kind of difference, right, to the society, they're going to get rewarded for sure, right? But at the same time, if it's looked upon as as something which is just you're trying to just leverage the situation, is
Lip service for that matter, Chetan. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen those brands really failing really badly, and you're going to lose that opportunity. So yes, we'll see that a lot more happening because that's how I think societies across the world are now, and we're now demanding not just from brands, no, even from our, we're also demanding the same kind of our expectations are similar from our celebrities, and everybody else as well. So if you're somebody, if you're going to communicate, then listen, you need to communicate meaningfully. That's the underlining message that is out there.
Yeah, so this is the era of wokevertising, if I could use that as a term.
Yeah.
But it's important to not be seen as doing lip service for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I mean, as we sort of approach the end of this session, if I can quickly get you both to sort of, I mean, obviously we've got a lot of young people listening in today, people who perhaps want to make advertising their career, their chosen profession. If I can ask you very quickly, if you would be able to give these young aspirants any advice, what are sort of the 2 or 3 good pieces of advice that you could offer, perhaps advice that was given to you that stood you in good stead? What would sort of 2 or 3 words of wisdom be that you can leave them with? Raj?
Okay. So I'll say don't join advertising if you're willing to settle. Anything to do with communication. If you're not sort of hungry on a daily basis, if you're sort of willing to just allow the drudgery of routine to consume you, then don't join advertising. If you're not willing to soak up life like a sponge, you have to soak up life, the universe, everything, to quote Douglas Adams. So you have to be a culture sponge while you're at it, right? And if you're easily intimidated by challenges coming at you like a bullet train, then again, don't join advertising, because that happens almost on a daily basis. So you have to be able to think on your feet constantly, even in your sleep if you can. Because the days of from when I joined advertising to today, the biggest change that has happened is, I think back in the 90s, there were people who could, create one campaign and one really good campaign and live off it for the next, I don't know. There have been people I know who've lived off it for the last maybe 15, 20 years, but you're only as good as your last campaign. You're only as good as your last piece of communication. So, and you have to make sure that that's a great piece of communication. Then people will want to look forward to the next one.
Okay. And Chetan?
Yeah. So I, in a way, echo what Raj mentioned. You have to be like a sponge. I think the most important quality, to be in advertising or in media is to have a lot of curiosity, right? And to be adaptable, right? Because we're advertising is also going through a transformation. We're seeing, a world where different practices of the medium are converging, right? So today copywriting is no longer a soft art in that sense, right? Because today whatever copy you write, you can measure it and you can see if it's working, if it's not working. Uh, so as a copywriter, you also need to be interested in data. You can't be in a block and say I will not. This is not my domain and I don't understand that. So as long as you're willing to learn, you're willing to experiment, you're willing to push that envelope and understand it holistically, and have an open mind for all of it, then advertising or media is the place for you then.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I certainly learned a lot today. I wouldn't say that advertising is necessarily my forte, but it was wonderful to listen to both of you and the inputs that you put in, and of course Ajay before he had to leave. On behalf of everybody at Whistling Woods, I'd certainly like to thank you for dedicating your time here on this panel. It's been really enthralling, I think. And I personally would like to welcome you both when the pandemic recedes or calms down to a place where we can again welcome people to large spaces. I would like to welcome you both to Whistling Woods to come and actually see the space and interact with our students face to face. So thank you guys very much for your time. And over to you, Annie. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. It's been great.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Chetan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, this session was very educative for media enthusiasts. The exciting world of media and entertainment sure looks even more better to me after this engaging discussion we had. I want to thank all the gentlemen on this esteemed panel and to our dear moderator as well. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence today. Have a great day ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to prepare for our third panel discussion today. We're going to talk about contemporary design practice that includes the challenges as well as the opportunities, which will begin shortly. So stay tuned and continue being with us. But before that, let's have a look at a special video about the School Creative Arts. May I please request the video to be on the screen?
Whistling Woods International Institute of Film, Communication, and Creative Arts.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I once again welcome each one of you all to the Event Education Festival where we are curating an eventful tomorrow. This is our day three, and we move into our third panel discussion here. The art of design is something that is never constant and forever changing. One needs to possess an eye for design, and here to discuss at length on this topic, contemporary design practice, which includes the challenges and opportunities. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to figure out these challenges and opportunities, and to help us identify and analyze them, we have amongst us a great esteemed panel, which would be moderated by Mr. Milindo Tide, Head of Department of Whistling Woods International School of Design. He will be moderating this session for us. Mr. Milindo is also one of the founding faculty members of the Communication Design program at MIT Institute of Design in Pune, and has taught in various design, communication, as well as media education organizations across India and even abroad. His students have gone on to establish independent design studios, consultancies, production houses, as well as take up design and communication roles in reputed organizations both nationally and globally. Thank you so much, sir, for being on board with us and to moderate this session. Well, joining him, we go with our very first panelist. It takes immense pleasure for me to announce and invite on screen Miss Nupur Bhargava, who is an animation director and designer and the co-founder and director of Invisible Rabbit, a boutique animation studio which specializes in creating visually unique advertisements, title sequences, promos, and film songs, among others, for 11 plus years. Wow. Miss Nupur has a string popular and an award-winning animated commercials, music videos, campaign, and broadcast content to her credit. Her company, Invisible Rabbit, has an ever growing client list that boards of brands like Yash Raj Films, SBI, Britannia, VH1, MTV, and many more. Ma'am, welcome, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you on board with us. Well, joining them, we have our second panelist here, Mr. Vivek Sheth, founding director and chief design crew of the Design Ship, a design and artistic development consulting firm specializing in experiential spatial design. Mr. Vivek brings over 9 years of his professional experience to his studio practice. He has previously designed and conceptualized museums such as Dandi Kutir in Gandhinagar, exhibitions like the Auto Expo, and RBI traveling exhibitions, retail spaces, installations for Asian paints, and artistic narrative experiences. Mr. Vivek is also a visiting faculty at various architectural and design schools like the National Institute of Design in Ahmedabad and Bard College in New York, to name a few. Well, welcome on board, sir. And last but not the least, our third panel is joining this esteemed panel for this session. We have with us, completing this panel, let's welcome Ms. Jignasha Oza, a communication design specialist who is also an award-winning brand professional and an art educator. From brand identities to packaging to retail space, her body of work includes a very wide gamut of forms and applications. Ms. Jigna has solid 20 years, wow, 20 years of experience with leading advertising and design houses, working in top MNC and Indian brands, well versed with the science of brand design. She brings this expertise onto every project handled very well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Mr. Millen, please take it over from here.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie, for a round of introductions. And I'm very delighted to be here. Great pleasure to also be in the company of very esteemed design practitioners. To begin with, one would like to put a, just to have a look at the lay of the land, if you will, of the domain of design itself. So I'll just quickly do a brief overview of what we understand by design, because I think what happens very often is that design is very often misunderstood in so many ways. It has multiple interpretations. It can and does mean very many different things to different people. So to keep a certain kind of idea of design, if you will, in perspective before we begin the discussion. I'd just like to take you through a small trip or a journey, if you will. So design is considered to be one of the oldest human activities, and it is considered to be one of the newest professions. And design is concerned with the human-built environment, the man-made environment. So anything that is in the artificial as opposed to the natural environment comes under the purview. Now, you can imagine how broad a scale and scope of engagement that is in clear terms. And also, the fact that, problem solving as a specific kind of a activity among humans, and also leaving an imprint in some way, form giving, creating art, leaving architectural evidences, etc., has been part of the story of human civilization from very early on. But even, proto-civilizations, even prior to one is talking about prehistory, so one goes back and traces roots of very early, what we now know as block printing, using red ochre pigments, using some kind of rock implements to make designs. And that goes back as early as 90 to 100,000 years ago. So that's way back in time, the earliest traces. And then we have evidences of symbolic thinking coming much later, in about 30 to 40,000 years ago. And then fast forward, there was something very, very radical that took place from about the mid 18th to late 18th and early 19th century. And that was what we call the Industrial Revolution. So the prior long era of making, doing by the handcrafted way got replaced by the machine age and the age of mass production, mass consumption, and the age of division of labor, and put forward so eloquently by Adam Smith in his writings. And in this crux and in this shift from an agrarian, community-based, craft-based existence to industrial form of living and being, and especially in terms of mass production and consumption, that was a very, very radical shift. It was tectonic. It was exceedingly, one would say, violent in terms of how it impacted society and the larger social order and practice. Now, design comes into the professional force sometime in the early 20th century, and this is in the shadows of the First War. And there were two epicenters of what impacted what is current and contemporary design practice. One was a design school, a large experiment, I would say, very, very avant-garde or advanced-garde, and experimental for those times, a design school called Bauhaus out of Germany. And in fact, we are living in the shadows. About 100 years back, the Bauhaus left its imprint and then carries on to this day. And the other design institute or school was called the Hutemas. This was based in Moscow in the former USSR. And both Hutemas as well as Bauhaus remain the twin engines of what we know as design practice now. And you look at the totality of the built environment, so much is in the shadows of all of that. And of course, the India story begins pre-independence. There were some of the earliest industrial art colleges out in Trivandrum and early in Madras at that point of time. And in present-day Pakistan, there was the early College of Industrial Art in Lahore. And all of these earlier manifestations wanted to have young people trained for the industry. And, if you look at all of the design schools, institutes, the world across, that's pretty much what everyone aspires to produce. We have, professional training or professional education programs which equip youngsters with to work in the industry finally. And in all of this, post-independence, there was Nehruvian socialism, the arrival of mid-century modern architecture was always very big in 20th century terms, not only just early Bauhaus ideas, but also later international style and so on. So a lot of us, practice design in standing in the shoulders of giants, really. They're always predecessors in terms of very, very, well, I would say, there was always a point of trying to change the world. I mean, that's a very big phrase, but there was always a idea that the current times can be better and that it can impact great number of lives all over. And the fact of the idea of the unifying all of the arts and the sciences along with technology is very much an early 20th century idea. And it's something that we are still living in the shadows of, and we practice in those terms. But the context of India, of course, is made special because we have a very rich traditional heritage and a cultural space which is not only deep but very broad and vast. It is plural in its truest terms. There is a very rich legacy of craft practice within India, which has had a huge impact in our ways of life and our ways of being here in this country. So I think one of the best ways to understand current times and the contemporary is to kind of trace it back, and I'm calling the first section hindsight is 2020. We can connect the dots looking backward. And to initiate the panel discussion, I would like to invite each of the panelists to speak about their point of origin, their initial training in a design school or institute, and their first stepping out and engaging with industry. And what was that story like? Yes, I'm opening it to the panelists, maybe starting with Mr. Vivek.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Milindo, for so succinctly putting across the entire sort of background to and context to where we are at with respect to design today. Well, I started, my point of origin was when I decided not to do something to do with medical or engineering. I think that was my point of origin. It started with, of course, dreaming about becoming an architect back in school, for which one had to take the science stream, and I refused to study biology and the science stream and things like that. Not me. So it turned out to be that I got to know about NID at that point. I had applied, and eventually, in my second attempt, I did get to NID in 2006. And then there has been a massive paradigm shift in thought processes, in how everything operates. How are you looking at things? Suddenly, up until school, when we had a linear perspective to that there was only one way of doing things, suddenly opens out the world to multiple perspectives to look at things. And that was one of the most gratifying factors of studying design at NID. And to learn so many things, if I start listing down, it's going to be a lot of things. But it sort of on the contrary to the opinion in a lot of aspiring students, it does not leave you with a prescribed notion of how you're supposed to operate when you get out. That's what I got out with. It leaves you with a toolkit to go out and explore what is it that you are going to do. And I think I'm still in that process. 10, 11 years down the line, I'm still in that process of exploring. So I did pick up exhibition and spatial design as my specialization at NID, and I did my graduation in that. And that was also, I figured over a period of time, there was an organic move towards converging towards architecture in one way or the other. And the first step out was my internship, which I saw the big wide world of the professional practice. And I was really lucky enough to be inducted at Lemon Design Private Limited in Pune. And that's where I sort of got mentored. I really learned a lot about how industry practice and what you learn at the institute are very different, but yet extremely important things altogether. And yes, and then it's just been then I went out. I again rejoined Lemon as my only job that I did was at Lemon for 3 years. I was there as a senior spatial designer after I graduated.
All right. Thanks, Vivek. Ms. Jigna, would you like to share your origin story?
First of all, thanks Malindo and WWI to invite me on this forum. After graduating from Sophia Polytechnic, I got an on-campus job with FCB Ulka, one of the best advertising agencies then. It's been a good journey. There have been benefits working with multinational. You get to work on good brands, great opportunities, and you come across great people. I would say, post passing out from the college, there has been a lot of learnings. When you're actually on the battleground, there's lots to learn. You actually realize as to how the system works. What is it like? The kind of deadlines, briefs. You're probably just briefed the previous night, and next day morning is a presentation, and you need to be prepared for all of this time and generate work that is bang on the brief generated. So there is no escape. It's so tight that you have to kind of prove yourself just down there, focus and deliver. So this is the kind of background I came from. Gradually, I worked for about 5 years at FCB, and I kind of realized that I am more interested to design, towards that. So I loved designing logos, brochures, identities, etc., packaging, and all of that. So it's been nice that since then I shifted.
Was this a very slow discovery for you? The fact that you are drawn to design.
Yeah, it was a self-discovery after working for 5 long years and doing the kind of factory work as they put on you everything possible there, and there is no saying no to it. So that's something where you realized where you actually like to do something and where you actually love to do something. Like you do it because you have to do it or otherwise. So yes, when I discovered that, I kind of decided that I need to probably work towards that direction, and that's how I joined a design firm. I learned over there. Uh, Gradually from there, I said, okay, let's try publication also. I joined DNA and then worked on their special projects and special supplements where design plays a very important role. So once that was done, this idea of self-independent design, um, while going through this whole journey and process, I discovered that a lot of designers, work by themselves while they collaborate with different people. But the journey is solo, and they kind of, and after a certain years of experience, you are able to kind of venture by your own self. So that was something where I was heading towards. um, I would say it's been nice because after a certain point of years, you have experienced uh, all the things in terms of most of the things. Not all. All is never a case because at every stage you are learning. So yes, you kind of pick and choose the projects you want to work on, right? And that is where I am right now, and I'm still wanting to learn more and more as I discover.
Thank you, Jigna. Ms. Nupur, would you like to share your origin story?
So mine happened little 18 years back. So I worked hard and, tried to make the best film. I did animation in NID. And I thought that was it. You need a good portfolio. You go and everybody will hire you. Whatever money they will give, I will take. But I had a dream of joining MTV channel because that's where they do quirky work. And, there are lots of seniors there. And I went with my beautiful portfolio and they didn't have vacancy. That was my plan A, B, and C. So then I was like, what to do? But thankfully, I found a senior who was working somewhere. And he said, we need you there. And I joined because I'm not from Mumbai. I think as a designer, as a young designer who comes from a very strong, I wanted to be very economically independent of my parents as soon as I got an NID. So mine was how to put the foot at the door and just get in first. So I took the first job, which looked decent, had some people of some credibility, even though their design ethics and everything was very different than what I envisioned myself to be in. But what I realized through my experience of NIT,
Can you dwell on that when you say that you had a certain idea of design ethics, and then
I came from a design
things were different?
NID, right? Whereas the place where I went to, an animation production house, was there design comes from somewhere else, and you are an execution space, where they don't think design is very Indian. It has to be obviously transported from abroad or wherever. So, but even there, what I learned from my NID thing was grab an opportunity, because even in NID or any design school, they will teach you the skills. You have to apply it according to your, your enthusiasm and everything. So I just started pitching them after pitching them after pitching them. So I said, okay, they have a superb 3D production. They have everybody. They just need a designer, and designer, here I am. And we did end up creating a short film and lots of interesting promos, which I thought were in my design quality, which was required. And it also got them a few, awards and stuff, which gave them the faith in our design. And I think it's just about using the opportunity with what you have and being a little more practical in the beginning, because you need to pay the rent. You need to do certain things which as a student you don't have to worry about. So of course there have to be certain things that you have to control, bide your time and make sure that the work you do is so good that you keep going back to it. So after I did that, I did a couple of years of freelance, because I started getting a lot of work as a freelancer. And during my freelance work, the head of MTV saw my work and called me and hired me. So I did end up being a part of MTV for a year and
eventually, yeah.
Yeah, but at a time which was the right time, because when I did end up, I was much more confident and I used my skill sets and and I knew how much I wanted it. So we did so much of work that till date, I have friends and clients from that time who contact me after like 10, 10, 12 years. And so my learning was that people don't see how much you earn, how much time you get for a work. Only they see is the work. So that is one thing that is in your hand. Everything else can be your boss and other things. But when you are at a job or whatever, you do your best as to what you as a designer have learned what is good. Try to engage the client and do that. And then while I was with MTV, I started getting advertising work and stuff. So I started my company Invisible Rabbit. And even there, I didn't want to have like a typical 3D production house, which was there at that time. You have like 10 people sitting in production and you just, as they say, chapna, printing work. Because I didn't want to do that. I'm a designer first. And not just a designer, I'm also an artist. So I wanted to do a lot of stuff which I can do and I would give quality. So I just kept on, restrictions on my quantity so that my quality is good. So each of my project was custom made, is custom made for a client. And I have a wonderful team of people, but they are not a permanent hire. In fact, the way we work in a very collaborative manner is now something in COVID, which is like the thing. But we were doing this since 10 years. And that's why we got selected for the Young Entrepreneur nomination, because they thought this flexible work setup is extremely unique and not at all workable. How can you, maintain cost and stuff? Whereas I sold them the idea that you can maintain the cost and the quality if you do so. So I paved my own way what works for me, and for everyone, of course, it works in a very different way, the way you are as a person. Some people like being in a space for committed years of time. I didn't want to. I wanted each of my project to be different. So yeah, so that's how Invisible Rabbit happened. And currently I am, of course, doing Invisible Rabbit work, and I've also just started venturing into a merchandise brand as an artist, because obviously commercial work, you have to listen to the client sometimes. But that is something which is completely my own, without anybody telling me put yellow or red or whatever,
And you're quite a Instagram star also, I believe.
I'm not a star. I've seen bigger stars, but I'm trying. I'm a little old to start on this Instagram journey, but that is only mainly to see, because I think I have to realize that every 5 years, the world changes. Especially design is such an influx. Like right now we are talking about talking to so many people all across through an online thing. So one has to grasp. So I thought that if I have to, touch the pulse of the current students or people, it has to be through the newer. I can't just sit at home and expect my old clients to call me. I'll have to also be visible and stuff. So yeah, the Instagram has happened through that, but it's very new. I'm very, very novice in it.
Okay, thanks, Nupur. So thanks, Mr. Vivek, Ms. Jigna, Mr. Nupur, for the fascinating origin story. I think it's of interest to all of us. The point where we begin. So, taking a cue from what Nupur mentioned about being the artist, and I think a lot of the design verse has struggled with this in the past, and greatly so in terms of trying to define what the design is. So there's this idea that there's individual creative spirit. There is an individual artist who is independent and autonomous. So that's the great creative space. That's the space to be in. I mean, if you're are liberated creatively. But at the same time, we're talking about a profession which is very enmeshed in the cycle of consumption production and the industry therein. And there is a standardization which takes place inevitably, and there is also a certain pattern which you have to kind of stick to, adhere to be industry relevant. Because if you fall out of it in your autonomy, then there are great dangers that you might not be paying your next Louis bill. So I think somewhere, as three of you are established practitioners in your respective areas, and one would like to pose this question around how you negotiate, if at all, your individual creative autonomy vis-a-vis the need to fall into a standardization map, which all of us has at some point of time. So opening up, Mr. Vivek.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Milinder. And I think I concur a lot with what Nupur just mentioned also with respect to how it happens outside. When it comes to the whole idea or the concept of standardization, at least from what I have faced is one, that it becomes very important to make it clear to the client also that there is going to be a balance that needs to be established overall. There is going to be, we can't deny the fact that there is going to be certain standard of standardization because industries operate in a certain way and we work across industries. It's not like I'm only specifically working with one particular industry. So in that case, we do sort of have a discussion, and the kind of practice I run, it's always one, it is fueled a lot by academics because I teach actively. About 50% of my time goes also in teaching. So there is a certain scholarly nature, a certain academic nature, which also sort of manages. And I have so far seen that the clients have respected a lot of things that we are talking about. Meaning, at least I've been lucky enough, probably touch wood, that I've not really come across a client who's just like, "Ye copy kar do, ya mujhe exactly aisa chahiye, ya I want to do this exactly." They've always been open to strategies. They've always been open to innovative ideas, and I think a lot of this was to do with how I started at Lemon, because at Lemon also we were working a lot with startups and always very exciting ideas, want to capture grab the world. Which also puts in a certain level of traction into the kind of work I do. So it does allow me a good reasoning capability and capacity with my clients to be able to put it across. But yes, it is always a struggle, and I wouldn't say otherwise, because that's the fun of the whole job, the challenge to kind of do what you really instinctively feel is going to work for the brief, and at the same time try to balance and explain to the client that you are not the end user at the end of the day. You might be bringing the project, but your say is only limited to that. You need to understand that we are looking beyond you towards whoever is going to be the target user. Maybe working on museums, maybe working on strategic points with companies like Asian Paints. And they've always, I've always, we've had very reasonable arguments with the government officials when we're working on museums also. And they have respected that. There are a few bad times, of course. It's not always so hunky-dory. There are, but I think all of this just helps us wade through areas wherein it becomes a little bit difficult. But largely,
would you say that engaging with the bureaucracy, let's say, of a government wing, do you find that being a equally kind of receptive kind of environment to put your?
It indeed is, to my surprise, at least, to whichever meetings that I've been to. So we operate on a consortium basis, along with Lemon, along with Suranjana Satwalekar, or along with Siddharth Chatterjee, and all of these people. So when we're doing this, there is, of course, a force of experience that is going and sitting in the room. But there has been reason, there has also been arguments, there have been long-run meetings. But yes, we do get heard, and we do get heard seriously. And they have come to a point, at least with the governments that we've operated with, that, you are the professionals, you know what to do. So tell us, how do we do what we do in terms of strategy, in terms of implementation, in terms of creating experiences that your general audience is going to like for a museum or is going to learn from. And they are open and very receptive. Of course, there are a few red tapes here, there are a few things which have to be, that's the learning going through a process.
All right. Thanks, Vivek. Ms. Jigna?
So yeah, I think there has to be a balance, definite balance. It's also along with the balance, the kind of rapport that you have with the client. I think once you start working with the client, it's very essential when you study the markets, when you study the brand, and you put a point across. Like Vivek said, they pay you for that. So they are here for that expertise that you provide to them. So while there will be definitely things which you don't like to do and you have to do, but there are, I think, a lot of opportunities which the client provides enough that you can generate good quality work. That's very, very important, because all the value that you bring to the table is something which they are looking for. While as designers, our responsibility is something that we need to show them a picture which they have not seen, a product which they have to see through various multi-dimensions. So I think that's the kind of value any designer brings. And that's what our learnings have been. In college, we are taught to see a thing differently. It's not just one box that you're seeing. Probably it's 10 other things than what you're doing. So while applying those fundamentals here in the day-to-day life and to your client, that's what they value. That's what, of course, there are times when you have to kind of follow certain norms and things which might be, as a designer, ये बहुत बड़ा logo हो गया या branding हो गया या things like that. But overall, I think it's a well-balanced thing. I would say that's been my experience, and I've been fortunate that I've got clients like that who listen to those kind of things. There are testing times, which is the beginning, because they really want to know whether you are just faffing around or you are providing value. And then there is a smooth path where you go a long way, I would say.
Is it always a tightrope walk, or is it much more comfortable than that?
I would not say you have to be uncomfortably comfortable. I would put it that way.
Okay.
You cannot just have all the comfort in the world. Then the road is very easy and smooth, and you will not give a damn to it. But when you have to be very alert and cross the line and be precise, that's where the challenge lies.
All right. Thanks, Jigna. Ms. Tupur?
they have already spoken a lot about this stuff, but I just add on to the fact that, see, you have to, as designers, we have to not alienate the client. Say to you, we are designers, you don't know anything. You have to cocoon them like a child, cajole them into believing it's their idea or it is the best horse to bet on, and you can back it up with the body of work which you hopefully
Right.
are working towards. Because
So what
that's
you are speaking
important.
about, Nupur, is a lot of soft skill. It's people skills. It's
Sometimes hard as well, because sometimes clients think you are agreeing too soon, so you are not a good designer or you're not fighting. So you have to see who, just like you know how diverse our country is, our clients are as diverse, and so is the product we are making. So we have to show them what vision we have which will work for them, and genuinely believe that, not something which we want in our portfolio, but something which actually works for them. And then hopefully backing it up with the trust factor, which only comes A, with time, and B, with the kind of work you do, whether it's your body of work, whether your work ethics, whatever, because they are putting in money ultimately, and obviously they don't have the vision which we have. So we have to somewhere not alienate them, but at the same time take them along in the journey which they should also feel included in.
Yeah, I think many of the well, many in the design community, they lead these two lives, right? So one is the client project life, and the other is the the artistic side project or whatever you want to do. Has it been something similar to you to what you do now in terms of?
I try to mix. So like that, there was this one project of Yashraj. They started this Y Films logo, which was, so they wanted me to create just a logo animation. I was not into logo animation that time, because that time logo animation meant a zoom in of a font into various angles, and I didn't want to do that. I said you can find a typical production house to do that. So what I did in my pitch, I gave them two pitches. One which I really wanted to do, which I thought would be very break apart, and one the thing they wanted. And then I showed them the two dishes that they could eat. One that could give them a after flavor for years, and one which would just be for consumption. Thankfully, and because like Vivek had said, startups are very enthusiastic about breaking the clutter, they took it. So the idea is pitch them what they want, but also show them something which you may want that would work for them.
Right. Excellent. Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Nupur. And so, in the same vein of not just the balancing act, but if you were to, all of you as three practitioners, if you were to look back at, just modes and processes of getting work done, very obviously, now, of course, we've moved on to remote working and remote collaboration in a very big way, starting probably March of last year and persisting. How has this kind of brought about a, if one may put it this way, a certain kind of a soul search? Because clearly, this mode of working is not what we're used to, and this is not what is expected as well. But willy-nilly it has come our way because of a public health crisis. And looking back at your 10 years or more, what is it about the work process at that point do you miss most now? Yeah, Mr. Vivek?
I think I have now, come to a little bit more of a comfortable situation of working remotely, to be very honest. I can't complain. I'm in a background also that I can do that right now. So I will definitely not complain. And I've been lucky enough to have the kind of clients who trust in that and operate. I'm sitting here in Himachal and I'm doing work with Asian Paints, and I'm doing incessant amount of trainings with them. And it sort of is happening. Everything's going on fine. The thing that I miss, and I also don't want the excessive off at the same time, is the travel, of course, travel for work, which used to be quite on the run, on the clock, going to meetings at the same time. I'm like, okay, this is also helping because a lot of time is saved. So it's still, I think, in between. I do want to also, the bit that is there is about the socializing, meeting people, And I think Nupur will, and you will also probably concur with the idea of the whole chai gate concept that we also carry forward in life, not in that format, but the idea that we literally bicker around cups of tea or whatever that we are consuming, and there are so many ideas thrown, which sort of hasn't been able to happen. It sort of suddenly becomes very formal if it goes online, and it loses that tacit feel to the entire communication. So I think for me, it's just that interaction amongst the fellow peers, among seniors, all of them when we are meeting and just sort of chilling. I think for me it's that. Others work-wise, I don't think I can complain. Everything's running smooth and fine. So teaching has been tough online.
Right, right,
Sure.
right.
It's been very tough, very
that.
very tough online.
Yes.
Yeah, especially in architecture and design, it's very difficult. But I think everybody's learning to wade through it.
Right. Yeah, Ms. Jigna.
So I feel in these challenging times, we have kind of learned and adapt to survive through the situation. Initially, of course, there are teething problems with technology, and the way we all are not used to doing video calls and video chats, and actually making students learn online, etc. But I feel that in this whole process, we have learned to kind of value the social connections, which make the work go very smooth, which we used to always take it for granted initially. कि हाँ अभी ये करना है अभी वो करेगा, and this is how things will happen. But it's been definitely this factor which Vivek mentioned, that you go for meetings and you kind of meet people, especially when you're working solo or when you're working alone. So while my setup is just working solo, but I collaborate with different people with different requirements on different projects, so that has been kind of fortunately not so bad in terms of because of online activities that happen. But it's definitely challenging, and the physical part of teaching a student face to face versus online makes a huge difference. It definitely lacks that human touch, whereby seeing worksheets or giving them tutorials or whatever, those things are a little more digitized artificially, I would say. It's something where, oh, ye kar lo ya wo kar lo ya, that doesn't happen. So I feel that is something which I miss, definitely, that human touch.
Yeah, I think, I mean, especially for design education, I think peer-to-peer learning is so very vital. It's really the lifeblood. Students of design learn from each other a lot. And I think what has happened by way of everything moving on to screen is that those interactions are getting less and less. And I think the ramifications of this will show up in graduates maybe 2-3 years down the line. I don't know, but clearly it's a challenge for design or any other professional education for that matter. Okay, thank you.
Or it might actually, Milindo, sorry to
yes, please.
But or it might open up another entire different paradigm and avenue of operating within the stream, because we know what way of doing it, and these guys might just bring up another entire system and protocols under which they are operating. I think I mean I just choose to probably look at it a little bit optimistically.
Right. You're wearing the yellow hat of the sixth thing. Sunshine, all good. I'm kind of Mr. Black today, so bear with me.
Positivity is the way ahead, right?
Okay.
See, we have no option but to stay positive and test negative.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Okay. So moving on with your individual set of engagements with the industry, and also your artistic, creative, autonomous journey as well. And I think that it's a lived experience for everyone in the design community, where they pursue certain activities for returns of some kind, and the others which are purely for the benefit of your either your aesthetic pleasure or your creative, to get your creative juices flowing. But in the context of we are 21st century, whether we like it or not, and there's this sense of acceleration of everything, or at least that was the sense that was there 100 years back when the 19th century turned over to the 20th. The Italian movements around celebration of speed and vitality and all of that. And as the 20th moved on to the 21st, we got excited about screen-based technologies, computation, and of course now we have all kinds of very, very leading edge, cutting edge research going on in the nano universe and the micro universes. Now, one is of course excited about all this, the spirit of innovation and inventiveness, which of course fuels all of design. But at the same time, I think one of the central drivers or engines of design was social change, and it's not something that came about now, but it has been there as a emerging 20th century profession at the point of time. And design always intended to impact lives, and many lives, and for the better, right? So it was about people, it was about bettering the quality of life. Now, as practitioners in your area, of course, in your different arenas of engagement, do you feel the fervor at all of being the change at some point, that you are really, a catalyst for change? Do you wear that hat at all, or is it a figment of imagination, Mr. Vivek?
Definitely, I think somewhere down the line, even if we say we've sold our souls to the corporate or the industrial world, there is somewhere that little bit in ourselves that wants to do something for the betterment of humanity and of our planet Earth. I wouldn't just restrict to humanity in general, because these are the ideas that are fueled when we are studying, right? That you want to do this, you want to look at the grassroots, you want to do a lot. Yes, I do try a lot.
Yeah,
and
just to pause you, just to pause you, I was having a conversation with a young designer not so long ago. So what he said was interesting. He said is that when I stepped out of the school, I wanted to change the world, right? But then over time, I discovered that the world changes by itself, with or without my agency.
Absolutely.
So
I think that is very well put, extremely well put, that it is going to happen. And that's why I somewhere feel and find contentment in the fact of being in the academics so much alongside my industry, my creative practice, which allows me to, whatever little way, to affect and to see the future crop of architects and designers emerge, to be able to do something, and more so to open out eyes towards many. I think that also just bringing the most basic idea, because I think all of us conquered on the idea of human to human relationship in physical space is something that probably all of us miss. And I think that itself, I think that answers the fact that we need to really work towards get that sorted. And I think automatically everything starts falling in its own place. And that's when whoever this young gentleman or lady might have said to you stands true, that the world is going to change whatever we do. It's going to do its own course, and everything, whatever little participation that we can bring into the whole system. And I think it's also very systemic at the base root, if I'm not wrong. I think that's how I look at it. It's
so
very
if one wears the, let's say, the change maker hat, does one undergo an imposter syndrome at some point? Said, hey, I'm posing to be a change maker, but maybe I'm not. Does it happen that way?
I think it happens probably with somebody who's gone too far already into the whole imposter
syndrome. The thing is, we should not think that we are bigger than the wheel. Exactly. We are part of the wheel, and we all put little bit of our own hopefully positive thing in the wheel. If we think we are alone as designers and the world is going, it won't work. We cannot, like the high horse thing, we cannot take the eye, so we have to be integrated within the system and respect that.
I think collaborating is human nature. So that is something when you are a part of a bigger thing works well, you know. Otherwise, you just kind of make yourself solo, and that's dead end, I feel. So it's always the bigger picture that you see while you're working and taking smaller steps.
Right. I think, yeah, that's a pertinent point where I think all designers of some worth would have this, is that when you're working on specifics, you never lose sight of the big picture. And there's always this context of putting it in perspective. And that's what also we train to do. And I think over practice also, we certainly assimilate that as a part of our way of being, in
I
fact.
just wanted to say one thing. Uh, One part of things is also about creating sustainable design. Design which transcends through hashtags, transcends through moods of people, but really stays and builds. Whatever may be your field of design or storytelling or whatever, but we cannot, some of us at least should not create content which just comes and goes, because good design needs time to nurture, think, conceptualize and execute. So it can't just go in one day, or even like a seasonal thing, it cannot be a seasonal, it has to be much more sustainable. So we have to create content and art or anything which is sustainable, is what I think is very, very important. And especially when we see that so much of life is so fragile, that we have to have more sustainable thoughts with us in everything.
Right.
I think design is almost from where I'm just taking ahead from what Nupur was saying, that design is an endless activity. You know, it's something that we as designers have. D- Design has a great effect of life around us. You know, it's something which is transformative and contributes meaning to others. You know, so it's exhilarating that you make things look good and people will respond to them. I think that is the biggest achievement a designer would really have, because the kind of impact it will have on day-to-day life, that's something worthwhile seeing, that somebody thought of an idea and here it is. We all faced it, but probably nobody really looked at it. So I feel it's very important, and as a process of a designer and design making, design thinking into the future is something which we are all consciously or unconsciously looking at.
Right. So, taking the cue from that, I think what we are faced with now is a global kind of space and a human experience, I would say, under the effects of a very large-scale crisis of all kinds. So we have, ecological crisis, we have environmental crisis. There's, of course, an ongoing public health crisis and large systemic economic imbalances, social divisions of all kinds, ruptures. So, one would almost kind of look at a somewhat, again, in a dark, apocalyptic way of things not quite going right. And design was always very, very, upbeat about itself as a profession which is responsible, which will do the right thing. And going forward, how do you see the design community responding to these very, very diverse and very, very clear and present crisis that envelops us all? Vivek?
Um, I think it's more to do with the fact that each of us, all the designers, whoever, and the kind of practice that we do, uh, we try and bring in that nurturing through the practice that we do. One big misconception that even got cleared for me at some point was that uh, if you are working towards changing everything, it's not going to happen in that format. It's just an imagination, or it's more of an utopic situation that you're expecting that, okay, if one little thing is moving, the other things are going to roll and it's going to make a big impact. Uh, I think a lot of times what happens is also the kind of work we do. we also need to reflect at looking at the kind of impact we are leaving behind, and impact in many modalities. It's not only about impact on the planet or whatever, or to mitigate one kind of crisis, but impact in general. And it's literally each drop fills an ocean sort of a thing. It's also at some point I feel that it's too much responsibility that is just put on the head of the designer, stating that okay, they are the people who can, at least amongst even in the community, that we are the people who can save the world. Maybe there are a lot many more uh, practical things that are going to be there in the way that needs to be looked at, and the most primal of that is systems design or systemic thinking towards the future. And what I really get excited about is right now this emerging field of speculative design, which is literally blasting ideas and having some insane thought processes and perspective towards what can we do, or what can we at least be think of. And I think that is really what I've seen, like what the kind of work that the Basrai Dayas is doing in India, in the Indian spectrum, and the kind of different dialogues that they bring forward into the community. I think that's what is really required to have. I will not go to the effort of saying that everybody needs to work with the grassroots. No, that's not possible. People are going to be catering to different kinds of markets, and that's always going to be there. And one can't just hold a social blade hanging on everybody's neck, stating that hey, if you're not doing that, you're not a good designer, kind of thing. You need to work.
The
So
first thing is we have to put food on the table.
exactly, we
And
need to
then
take
we can
care
think
of,
about the
yeah,
subsidies of what
exactly. And so yeah, it's simple as, I think, if each one of us are doing what we are supposed to do to the best and the honesty that we can provide. We've all learned in school that we need to respect the environment, we need to do this, we need to do all of that, we need to be more sensitive. Only if we follow that in our individual practice, I think it resolves a lot of issues at its own. And as again, the world is going to keep changing. It's just how we fuel it.
Thanks. Jigna, would you like to?
I feel change is constant. It has always been, what we used to think a few years back or what we were when we are now makes so much of a difference in everything. So, uh, while we are facing crisis right now and, things have not been so good, but the attitude of empathy, along with so many different perspectives in life, and also keeping yourself busy in doing things. I think one can also take this time out to ponder upon things you would want to do, where otherwise you would not get that time in such a busy life that the days just pass by. So I think that little bit of time off is great during this period. And yes, open to change to everything, maybe technologically, maybe your thoughts, maybe the kind of perspectives a designer brings to a day-to-day life, like what Vivek said, that it's not just designer's responsibility, but a part of it. So that is something which I feel, it is an overall community that does the job during the crisis and sails through it. So as humans, we kind of tend to adjust quickly. Wouldn't say quickly, can be a little you know defined accurately, but uh, I would say that takes time, but we eventually get there, coming across from what we were last year to what we are now. I think that has been a huge change to the new normal that all of us have adapted to. So it's something which I think we get along the flow gradually and sail through is what I feel.
Nupur, a very quick, brief response. Yes,
I've already, they've added
sure.
beautifully. I just think that we as designers, definitely we have a compass, moral compass of certain things, whether it is economically, whether it is the aesthetics part, or even politically, whatever. But the whole idea is that we are as diverse as our minds and as we have been taught to in design schools. So as long as we remain with our integrity, possible integrity, which can be flexible, because if you don't have money, you really cannot think about all the other things. But once you
Yeah,
have it, at that time, if you have the ability, one should definitely try and do in their own capacity without feeling guilty about small
Thank
things also add on a lot, I feel.
Absolutely.
All right. So thank you, the three panelists, Mr. Vivek, Ms. Jigna, and Ms. Nupur. Absolute pleasure to hear all of your views, your reflections, and thanks for sharing your stories. It was quite brilliant. So we do know that design will remain in the central place within contemporary life, and it'll certainly require bold new conceptions and openness above everything else as we move forward in this very uncertain times. So thank you, everyone, for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Wow. 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 I hope a lovely audience out there has gained new perspectives to grab the numerous opportunities waiting for them in the design space. Thank you to our amazing panel for informing us on what's next in this industry and for gracing us with your presence today. Before we go further, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to sign off as your host for the day. I would like to thank Whistling Woods International for inviting me to host day 3 of Event Education Festival 2020. Indeed, it was an honor. From here, our very own student from first year postgraduate diploma at School of Media and Communications here at Whistling Woods International, Mr. Prashant Bhatia will come on board to take over the duties for the rest of the day. Once again, it has been a pleasure hosting the Event Education Festival, curating an eventful tomorrow. Be safe and keep doing what you love. Bye, everyone. Take care. Over to you, Prashant.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Annie. My name is Prashant Bhatia, and I will be your host for the remainder of today. We are almost halfway past the day. Hope you all had your lunch and readied yourself for the upcoming sessions that will energize you all with motivation and tell you a lot about the various streams and the opportunities these streams will offer only at Event Educational Festival, curating an eventful tomorrow. But before heading to our next session, we'd like to present to you all a short AV about the Virtual Academy at Whistling Woods International.
संदीप बॉडी को सबसे पहले किसने देखा
यहीं पे सर
कट बुलाओ
डेफिनेटली मार्क दैट बहुत बढ़िया शॉट था जी नेक्स्ट वेव वाज क्लोज अप में अपना डायलॉग you get them touched up Vishal looked good man I'm just thinking we should come down from the ambulance
Okay, no issues.
yep Which one? This one. Yeah, we need a rain machine for the climax. I'm just ready.
I think we're ready.
Oh, great. Stand by, everyone. Roll sound.
Rolling.
Roll camera.
Rolling.
And action.
Always deal with it as an action problem. And once you find your truth,
always good to be around.
This is because the producer is the person who has the final.
Without taking much of your time, let me move on to the next session of the day that is very current and important, dealing with the virtual space in association with filmmaking on the topic how virtual production is enabling filmmakers to reimagine the filmmaking process. Here to moderate this session, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Chaitanya Chinchlekar, Vice President and CTO at Whistling Woods International. With a multifaceted two-decade career in film and creative arts industry, he heads the institute's efforts to evangelize its education by incorporating emerging technologies into its education and has acquired a strong understanding of the Indian and global film and creative arts industry. Joining him in our panel, please welcome Mr. Priyan Parab, Manager of Business Development at Cineom Broadcast in India Limited, India's leading media solutions and integration company and a member of SMPTE and VEF. As part of Cineom, Mr. Priyan has worked on designing post-production studios and has also been instrumental in setting up the virtual production pipeline for Cineome. Under it, he has also successfully set up India's first and fully functional virtual production experience center and test lab, which houses all types of virtual production equipment. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Vivek Reddy, entertainment technologist at Viga Entertainment Technology Private Limited, a company that works on cutting edge applications for the entertainment industry. Recently finished with developing hardware software integration tools for the Lion King 2019 movie, he possesses vast experience in developing virtual production technology stack, real time rendering tools, and FX work, among other skills. Please give our wonderful panel a huge round of applause. now is the time to start our session about virtual production and how it's going to shape future of filmmaking. And for that, I would like to hand over the session to Mr. Cc.
Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Chaitanya. I'm the Vice President and Business Head of Whistling Woods. I'm also the Chief Technology Officer and Head of Emerging Media. Yes, it's strange to have the business head as the CTO, but we're living in strange times. Um, about virtual production, right? Before we kind of get down to chatting with Priyan and Vivek, firstly, let me just kind of take half a step back and say that we were supposed to have the head of studios of Star Sports with us, Prashant, but he couldn't make it because they had to go into a bubble because of the IPL and some of the other stuff that kind of the world, the cricket world has suddenly thrown upon Star. So he feels bad that he couldn't be there, but he can blame Corona, I guess. Before I get to chatting with Priyan and Vivek, what I want to do is quickly take you through a quick presentation or just some slides and some information about what the hell is virtual production, right? So let's kind of get to that first, and then we'll talk about the other things, and we'll talk about what Priyan and Vivek have been doing. So share screen. Right, you guys can share my see my screen. Lovely. Okay, so virtual production. So over the maybe last say decade or so, if you have seen something on screen and it has made you kind of go, huh, what sorcery is this? More likely than not that it was made using virtual production techniques, right? So what is it? Virtual filmmaking or virtual production is essentially reimagining of the entire filmmaking pipeline to do in the digital world, to do in the virtual world, what we have been doing in the real world for 100 plus years. So where you use a combination of 3D assets, 3D worlds, some real cameras, real lights, virtual cameras, virtual lights, object tracking, and all this sits on a bed, which is a game engine. So some of the films that you would have seen that have been made using virtual filmmaking or virtual production is, the Matrix trilogy, recently Ready Player One, Blade Runner 2049, Gravity, Martian, Lion King, Jungle Book, Planet of the Apes. And, we have Vivek with us who has worked on a couple of these films. So we will get him to talk about it. And when I say worked on, I mean, actually, he was in the room. He was one of the 12 people in the room when, Jean Favreau was directing the film. So we'll get him to talk about that. There was some elements of Avengers Endgame and Mandalorian, which were virtually made. Mandalorian was almost entirely virtually made. And then there is a significant amount of high quality blended content that you see where, for broadcast, especially with the ongoing Euro 2020. If you guys have been staying up and watching that, a lot of the pre-game, mid-game shows that you see, a lot of that is virtually produced. Right? So currently we have three filmmaking pipelines. We have three production pipelines as they exist. The first one is live action primacy, where the primary acquired content is shot using a camera with live action people, and then there are add-ons of animation and VFX, and 99% of the films are this way, right? And then you have animation primacy content, where majority of the content is animated. There's a little bit of live action, a little bit of VFX thrown in, which is Jungle Book. Then you have where the content primacy is visual effects, is where almost the entire content sits on a bed of visual effects. And then there are add-ons of live action and animation that are kind of thrown in with significant amount of live action and significant amount of animation. So Avengers would be a good example of that, right? So what is the virtual production pipeline? So when we say reimagination of the filmmaking pipeline, what does it mean? So what essentially means is to take these three pipelines, put it together, and split it into action assets and the world on a per shot basis. So say we have 2000 shots in a film. You will have 2000 such uh, frames or slides made where for every shot there are some action assets and there is the world. Action assets are generally stuff that changes during the shot or gets impacted in some way. The world is something that kind of exists in the background. So you can acquire action assets many ways. You can acquire them in live action flat, so it's like a simple video. You can shoot it in volumetric, so it's a volumetric asset. It can be created in Maya or in any animation software in CG, which can be created flat in 2D or 3D, or it can be created volumetric in 3D, right? Then there's motion capture, which can be created as a flat video, which is acquired, or you can actually have motion capture assets which are volumetrically generated by the mocap pipeline that you're using. And the world, it can be a real set, a physical real set. It can be a virtual set, which is tagged onto the real set as a set extension, through green screen or through LEDs. It can be a set that's created using photogrammetry completely. It can be just a 360 photograph, which is applied on top of a green screen box that you see. And obviously, when it's shot, it will be a green screen box. Or there are a bunch of LEDs that you're surrounded by. LEDs can act both as a source of content as well as just a background. So you could have LEDs where objects and things are moving, which impact the action asset, or it could just be a background world. Now, both the action asset and the world sit on top of a gaming engine, which is virtually production enabled, virtual production enabled. Now, what does virtual production enabling mean? It essentially means that the gaming engine is able to give you object and motion tracking and complete fluidity when it comes to handling all the assets that are present in a particular shot or a scene, right? As well as real-time render. I mean, real-time render is the bedrock of the gaming engine, so that's not something you need to mention. Now, what can come out of the gaming engine, out of this pipeline, is three output formats. So you can have output formats in standard flat screen 2D, so like a regular video or a stereoscopic video. You could have a 360 VR video, which is 3 degrees of freedom, which is a standard 360 video. Or you could have a volumetric 6 degrees of freedom experience, where people can actually move around the content. Right now, I think the world is now at a stage where the first two are very easy to kind of pull off. The third one still needs a little bit of work. Computing and some other things are still about half a step behind creating a fully functional and completely seamless and spotless volumetric 6DoF experience. So let me give you an example of the three elements that the main elements that go into virtual filmmaking. So the first one is photogrammetry. Now, what is photogrammetry? So unlike a typical video shot, what we can do with a volumetric asset that's been created using photogrammetry is we can give any kind of physical attributes or qualities to it. We can increase or decrease its opacity. As you can see when it's moving around, some of the trees also are looking opaque and they're looking like you're seeing through them. Now, this is all done because they are actually, it's not actually a flat video shot. They have all been created, or it's all part of the photogrammetry virtual asset. What it also allows us to do is to move through the house as and when we want, however we want. We can take a virtual camera and actually walk into the house or walk into each room or walk from one room to the other. So that was a kind of example of photogrammetry. So it's essentially taking hundreds and hundreds of photos of any location and then synthesizing them to form a volumetric asset, like a set, like a virtual set, right? But this is a set that has volume, that has body, where you can actually take a virtual camera and move around the set. Now let's look at an example of volumetric capture. Right? Now volumetric capture is yeah. So now this is a photograph of a shot of our volumetric capture setup. Um, what you can see here is there are six Azure Kinect sensors which are being commandeered by three separate computers, and there is one computer that's monitoring everything. And there's a standard issue treadmill that's there on which a person will walk, and we will be capturing him in volumetric form. So this is a 1 second shot of a person walking, which has been captured volumetrically. And right now you're seeing it playing on loop as we rotate it to make sure that, we've caught it all. So as you can see, it's not exactly perfect because this is raw capture and it will get treated or processed to make sure that, it looks perfectly fine, just like it would if it was a video shot.
In this case,
So what we did is also got a kind of an older gentleman to wear a dhoti and a stick and walk, do the same walk cycle, and captured about 20-minute, sorry, 20-second volumetric video.
we've done is we've taken the asset and treated it to give it the polish that it needs, and then we've added a little bit of jazz to it. We've also added some lighting to it, so the asset is carrying a movable light source, a light source that moves.
Now, what next we're going to talk about is I'm going to give you some examples of virtual production. Now, this is all stuff that we have done in the lab at Whistling Woods, and it's done literally by students and lab technicians. So it's not extremely, I mean, even though it looks really well made, it's actually quite simple to do it now. Right? So, wait. In this case, what you're going to so we're going to look at so this is what you're going to see now is a few shots where it's standard video where it's shot using like a drone or a standard tracked camera. The human that you see is volumetrically captured. There is a virtual light that he's carrying, which is created in the game engine. And this was the first few bunch of shots you will see are built on Unity plus After Effects. This is just a backward tracked drone shot where the person you see is volumetrically captured. So the video is basically a standard simple drone shot, and the figure you see is a volumetrically captured human asset, which we've overlaid on top of the video in Unity with a virtual light in his hand. Because it's a fully volumetric and asset, we can redirect the walk cycle whichever way we want. We can have him walk towards the camera if we want, away from the camera. So it's the same drone shot, but in one case we have the object walking away from the camera. In the other one, we just simply turned him around and have him walk towards the camera. In his hand, because it's a fully volumetric and asset, we can redirect the walk cycle whichever way we want. We can have him walk towards the camera if we want, away from the camera if we want, which allows a lot of flexibility. So the idea is to try and make it as realistic as possible. Here we've overlaid him on top of a standard handheld video tracking shot, and produced it in such a way that it looks like the camera is tracking him as he walks. So the second bunch of the second video we're going to see is the house that you see is photogrammetry captured. So the entire house and its surroundings are a photogrammetry asset. And the human assets you see are volumetrically captured. The light is virtual. Now this is actually quite a complex shot that we've taken. So what I'm going to do is play the shot first and then play it again and talk over it. Please watch this 1 minute shot and then I'll replay it and let you know what's kind of going on in the shot. So in this shot, because there is nothing that is video, everything is digital and has volume, it's very easy to manipulate the virtual camera in whichever way we want. That's why we're able to take such a long shot, which looks like a drone shot, and then it turns into a tracking shot from outdoor to indoor. That's possible because everything that you see in the scene is digital, is CG, right? The house and its surroundings have been created by scanning it using photogrammetry and then creating a photogrammetry asset. And the humans that you see are volumetrically captured. The light is virtual. So this combination allows us to take what is a seemingly impossible shot, which you could not have possibly taken if everything was live action and a real set. You know, where the virtual camera passes in between the man and the stick that he's holding and then turns to eye level and then goes behind the boy peeping out to look at the man. So this complexity is possible because we can play around with the entire asset. So this is the third type of shot. Now, because it's photogrammetry created, we can manipulate the lighting. So this is a standard pullback shot from the gate of the house into the house. It's lit for daytime. So, it if you see the look is, the feel is very different from the earlier shot, which is lit for nighttime. Here we've done this on Unreal. It's a photogrammetry captured world, and the human is volumetrically captured. So this is a man walking in the the dead and the kind of uninhabited mines of Goa. So the entire mining world of Goa has been captured, and then we made the person walk in it. Now, because it's photogrammetry captured, we can do all these things. So the terrain that you see has been created using photogrammetry, shot by several drone shots from high up and put together to form a photogrammetry asset, which then has been brought into Unreal, and we've made the volumetrically captured human walk on it. Yeah, so this is the most complex of all the shots, but it's everything digital. So we tried to take all kinds of digital content and put it together. So the world is photogrammetrically captured. The human asset is volumetrically captured. There are a couple of CG models that have been thrown in. The light is virtual. So in this shot, we've tried to include everything possible that is CG. The idol on the top left, which is breaking apart, that's a model. Also, the guy pointing is a model. The world is a photogrammetry captured world. The grave is individually captured. That edifice that's breaking apart at the back, that is individually captured. The idol you see on the right is individually captured, and it's all put together on Unreal. The person walking obviously is volumetrically captured, and the light he's carrying is virtual. Now the last bit is we've taken the same walk cycle. So one kind of length of walk of this individual and shot in 4 different ways to try and tell you how the same walk from different angles, from different ways can be shot to give different experiences, right, for content. So this is actually approaching it creatively, is to use shot taking in a creative manner. So this is a shot that comes out from beneath the earth while the person is walking. So the only way we can do this is because we've captured the ground photogrammetry. So here what we've tried to do is there's a simple walk shot. Now this one is a more melancholy or simple drama, maybe sadness kind of shot, man. And we've tried to take it in 4 different ways to try and give you guys an idea as to how this is more dramatic. This is to make the person more of a hero, which is why the low angles, which is why the stepping over to kind of make him look larger than life. Available to us as a entirely volumetric asset can be shot and reshot using the virtual camera in different ways in to create drama and to kind of portray the walk for different purposes. The boxes you see are actually point clouds because the terrain was captured using photogrammetry from a height. So we've not smoothened it over intentionally because that's not the point. The point is to let you guys know how the walk cycles or how a walk cycle can be captured in 4 different ways. So the last one is basically a dramatic reveal of the face, right? Is to move from the feet to the face. And this is just one walk cycle which has been used in many different ways. So that's the, yeah. So what now we want to do is to, so that was a kind of a brief, I hope it was brief, brief intro about virtual production to give you guys an idea of what it is that it can achieve and what it can do. And now I want to kind of get to the people who have done work in the industry. So let's talk a little bit to Vivek, right? So Vivek, firstly, I mean, you're one of the, I think, less than 20 people who's actually seen a commercially released worldwide virtually produced blockbuster in work, right? When Jean Favreau was actually directing it. So you talk a little bit about that experience, about how moving from a traditional filmmaking world into a virtual production world, and what's the process like, right? How do you scale up from what I've showed you now, which you've done at the school level, to a worldwide global level?
Sure. So we can start playing the video for Lion King, the making of the movie. While it's playing, I'll just tag along and mention certain things. So, so before the movie was even like started, there was a lot of R&D phase that went before on, is it even possible? Because every shot is considered as a problem statement. Every shot is considered as a this R&D problem statement from a computer graphics point of view. Because we are very sure that we can achieve certain shots, like let there be a character and a simple environment, it'll all work. But is it really there? That is usually something that requires quite a lot of initial R&D from hardware testing point of view, or also from a software point of view, and pipeline and database point of view. So the first thing that happened in a movie like Lion King, is it playing the video? Okay. Okay, it will
Hi,
play.
Tag Labs, can we play the video?
Yeah, we can skip the first 5 minutes and play it now.
Hello.
Part of the fun of filmmaking is the innovation and pushing things technically and figuring out how to use new tools, and then also creating tools that don't exist to help tell a story.
We could tilt the ground plane a certain number of degrees, right? Because it's one thing we could grab. Could we also move Simba's animation and tilt Simba's animation as well?
But the buffalo won't.
Well, here's the next thing. Why don't we tilt the buffalo too? They may not be cresting properly, but they'll follow the terrain.
And now we had available to us a technology that can actually present these characters as if they were real living animals. And for me, that's a challenge, but it's a fun challenge. It's like a puzzle.
John and the team, they really pushed the envelope on the Jungle Book. But even the envelope that they're pushing then is very different from what we're doing now. And we've been able to find some ways of making it even better to be able to tell this story. Since we don't have a human character, we're only dealing with animals, and we need to deal with it in a photorealistic way.
Well, look at this.
Roll sound.
What we did on Jungle Book is we had people in their traditional ADR recording sessions, and that was great. But what you find is that they just have their script, and they tend to look down at their script and look back up at the monitor and look down at their script. John came up with this concept
And the first
of
phase of the technology was usually designing the hardware.
So he called
and
it Black Box Theater.
When I say hardware, it's mainly about creating devices that the cinematographer and the filmmakers can actually use it without having to like go through a whole new learning phase of things. Because with virtual production, one thing is even though it might feel like it's very fast and going into Unity and Unreal Engine and changing things, but if the actual creative is not finding it easy to utilize it, the end product will actually suffer rather than make use of it. The learning curve is not so high, but still the pioneers in the industry, because at the end of the day, it's art comes with experience, and the camera moves or the lighting or any of the production design requires the experienced people coming from the live action world into this world to make sure the story gets a priority rather than the technology. So with that intent, the hardware was specifically designed to what happened in this movie was after it was shot in virtual production, the data has to go to a visual effects company. So The data is shot, and now it has to go to a visual effects vendor for the VFX final, which is all the high quality hair rendering, or like what we're seeing MPC's muzzle simulation, extra. So real time is not yet able to do everything right now, can only do a certain things really well in real time. So we had to build a very good pipeline between data and manage data. So at every time we were shooting, we're generating terabytes of data per day, right? And it's quite a lot of information to be storing and going back and loading up in a game engine software and everything. So a lot of optimization was done for every shot, and we had to make sure the information that is being generated here had to go to MPC, and then the shot would go for a review, right? And if a review is not acceptable, the shot would come back to virtual production. So that amount of data, like I'm talking about a lot of scale of data. So pipeline of information had to come back. So that was like mostly like the whole perspective.
Yeah. So I want to kind of take this on a slightly, Vivek, I'm going to stick with you and take this on a slightly more creative tangent, right? So see, virtual production solves two problems, right? The first problem it solves is it allows us, you guys, you can stop sharing. It allows us to problems that are current. So it allows us to make the content that we are making right now, just, more efficient and faster and all that. And then it allows us to expand our imagination and expand the content creation spectrum, and think of stuff that you couldn't imagine, that you couldn't possibly produce now, right? Like that, one of the reasons why we took that very complex shot of right from almost 1,000 feet height over the house and to go right up to the kid level. One of the reasons why we did that was to try and see whether something which is so impossible to do in live action, what kind of imagination does it excite? How does it broaden the spectrum of content creation imagination? So, working with someone like Jon Favreau, who's already got such a elevated sense of filmmaking, how did virtual production allow him to expand that even more?
Yeah, so yeah, I think the main biggest advantage was iteration speed in terms of because the editing was live over there. It was like unlike any other production, so many editors sitting live on the set itself. And whenever a shot was done, because it's real time, it was going up and rendering up and putting on the Avid or Final Cut timeline. They were able to make really good decisions on the set itself. So I feel even though they have done Jungle Book before Lion King, it had a live action component and it did have a green screen component attached to it as well. But in this one, I think the iteration speed was really good, to the point where they could understand, okay, this sequence is not working, this shot is not working with the previous shot, the edit is not working here, let's do a different move. The camera space can be on the similar lines for the next shot kind of a thing. I think that's where he also felt it was very useful in decision making for them, like previs kind of a thing as well, right? A first layer of previs, and then they get to know, okay, it's working kind of a thing. That's what they were doing.
Nice, interesting, very good. Priyan, let's come to a little bit of work that's now happening in virtual production in India, right? So, if say 2% or 5% of Hollywood content is being produced virtually, 0.001% of Indian content is being produced virtually, right? So, but the little work that is happening both in ad films as well as in feature films and other areas, what has been your experience? What has been Cineom's experience in some of the test shoots and some of the work that you all have done in the industry? And can you talk a little bit about a couple or two or three of such cases that have happened?
Sure, absolutely. Firstly, thanks Chaitanya for insightful details what you have shown. Both Vivek and you have given broad details about virtual production gamut, I would say, as a whole. So moving on to the pipeline, where, as you said, 0.005% of the production in virtual terms is happening in India currently. But we are moving exponentially, I would say, because right now, as the education is growing, the DOPs, the directors and producers have started to realize the experience they're getting doing the virtual production, the ease they're getting doing the virtual production in their later on pipelines. So just to, I guess, talk about more in those terms, I would like to quickly present something so we can, I can talk with the presentation.
Guys, can we play that?
No,
oh, sorry, you're only playing it. Okay.
So the world of virtual production, right? And it's been around 2 years. We have been experimenting with the gamut of virtual production in India now. And what is virtual production? I mean, as you said, right? Right now, the myth or the kind of mindset of people has been that virtual production entirely is revolving around the concept of LED wall. And I would briefly say that it's a fair no, because virtual production is much more than just the LED walls. And we've been successful in putting a pipeline other than LED walls, I would say, in one of the feature films, which would be coming up soon. And this virtual production, I would say, is split amongst each and every process of your production pipeline. So right from the pre-production stage to your production stage, to your cutting, to your post-production and delivery, everywhere the virtual production comes in picture. So just to start with concept art, we start building the concepts on the storyboard, we design the CG graphics onto the, and then thanks to the gaming engines out there, we start designing the CG graphics on the Unreal Engine. Then we have an element called previs. I'll talk about this particular process which we have implemented of previs on set for one of the feature films as well. Then obviously the layouting comes, wherein we do the set layouting, we put the right measurements on the set. Then we go on the on-set virtual production part of it, where we see it can be split into two verticals straight away from here. Either you go the chroma based way or you go the LED based way, and both has its pros and cons, and we'll see that in going ahead. And from there we do the look development. We enter the VFX process. We don't say no to VFX. So again, a myth that you are going to get the final output on set is not true. Many people right now in India come up with this question: Priyan, do we get the final output on set? No, because yes, the engine is not yet that capable of producing out HDR 4K images that you can take home the final content. You have to go into the post pipelines to fix your content a bit. And then finally, what you're getting out of it, right? You're getting a clear link between concept art and your look development at a very early stage. You're getting a clear link between your previs and your layouting and your on-set virtual production and VFX. So what end of the day, what is happening is the content creators can see their versions of work they have done at quite an early stage or quite quickly with and immediately at obviously at the kind of previous stage or the virtual production stage in normal sequence where they had to wait till the post-production outputs, right? And virtual production has been there around for more than 2 decades now. It's just that with the new gaming engines which have been there out there and your LED walls coming in, your tracking coming in, the pipeline is getting more advanced, I would say. So end of the day, virtual production is delivering us the cutting edge technology to enable greater creative freedom on set. So that's the most important word, that it is giving us greater creative freedom and good storytelling experience, right, on set. So just moving on to the elements of virtual production, and some of the elements what I'd like to talk about today is pre-viz, obviously, and there is tech viz, there's post viz, there's performance capture, there's talent tracking, virtual set layout, virtual scouting, virtual set lighting, camera tracking, and real-time output. And three main elements of what I would focus on today is your pre-viz, your performance capture, and your real-time output. Obviously, Chaitanya, you have mentioned very well and in depth about volumetric capture and photogrammetry. Again, two of the most important things in the virtual production pipeline process. So going on to the previz, what is previz, right? When I come up as a filmmaker, I come up with a storyboard. The storyboard has the character sketched out onto it. And as a part of previz, we start first by capturing the storyboard and the characters in the storyboard with the motion capture pipeline. We kind of capture the motions of the character. We use maybe optical techniques, we use inertial suits to do it, and we capture this data and we apply this captured animation onto a 3D character in Unreal Engine. Now, post these animations are captured, right, and applied to the 3D pipeline, we kind of play these animations on the stream in live. We can frame your scenes with your choice of virtual camera and lenses, multiple camera angles, light the scene the way we want. Obviously, measure the actual distances of the objects from the set and define the parameters. Now, this particular activity on which I'm roving my cursor is the activity wherein my director and my DOP both are involved intensely. My DOP actually sits during this activity of previs, which we have been doing on the engine. And then you can see in the images down there, if this character, let's say, a motion captured, both character one sitting on the sofa and the character standing out there, my DOP can actually now sit on the Unreal Engine with obviously an operator who's operating the Unreal Engine and start framing the sequence. He can place the lights where he wants. He can adjust the intensity of lights, look at the shadows, how they are falling. He can set his camera angles. He can put many virtual cameras. He can put 1, 2, 3 virtual cameras and set the lenses, set even the modes. Like if you're using RE or Alexa camera, you can use the open gate mode. You can use the 35mm sensor. So you can actually frame your shot. You can get the clear idea of what you want before going to set. Now, in our process, particularly talking on the personal experience, when this process was done, we actually saved on the number of days of planning on how much lights we would require on set, where my camera position will be on set. Everything was pre-planned in the DOP's brain, and that helped us, move very quickly when we started the shooting, on the set. So
sorry, quickly, let me just interrupt you. How long did the the DOP take to adapt?
So probably I would say it was a process of nearly 3 to 5 days, for the DOP to understand what's happening. Obviously, I wouldn't say he would just sit immediately on the engine and start operating the gizmos and operate the various counterparts on the Unreal Engine. He would need someone to do that for him. But he was into the process, that's important.
But that's an operator, right? That's fine, right? That's okay. I mean, eventually, even real cameras have operators. DOP hardly ever looks into the camera anymore. So that's a separate thing. But just on the visual, right, inside the head, how long did it take? 3 to 5 days, you said?
3 to 5 days was the time duration the DOP took, and later on he was a part of our team. So we didn't feel that as a virtual production division and the cinematography division we were separate. We all became one team. In fact, all the 7 HODs on the process of the movie became one team end of the day. So obviously moving on to the next part, wherein now, because this particular process involved a combination of the hard set and the chroma set when we went on the shoot on the floor. So this kind of process, we kind of designed the entire set layout onto any kind of 3D tool. You can use Maya, you can use any kind of tool to design a 3D layout of the virtual set, the virtual set, the CG set, which would be portrayed on the green in real time, and your hard objects. So hard objects are measured rightly over here so that the contact surfaces. Now let's say in this situation my steps are real. The person walking on the steps and his contact with the steps has to be matched rightly. So this process is very important of digitally creating your set layout, aligning the measures right to the actual set, and then moving on to your real set building. Now, depending upon your set layout done on the 3D softwares, you're going to design your actual set. As you can see, I'm just picked up an example out here from one of my projects. I couldn't include the feature film because of the NDA nature of it, but this is how we'll start building the set as per our kind of conditions. So once the set is built up, obviously there is a process which will involve your tracking, your other things which will go on set. But what happens on set is very important, and how we look at this entire process. So basically, you're starting with we using an engine. We are using a single engine. Now we have shifted from the vanilla Unreal. The only reason to shift from the vanilla Unreal in this particular case is that we wanted optimal key quality, and we wanted the optimal composition on set. That's why we used a system called Reality Engine, which delivers both the qualities on set. We simply had the sets loaded from your Cinema 4D or 3D Studio, FBX, which general designers are working on. So there's no lot of pressure also for the designers to actually shift to Unreal Engine. They can still work on their own suite, comfortable platforms, I would say, convert your sets to FBX format, import it onto the Reality Editor. Reality Editor is same interface as your Unreal Engine. You can do your texturing, you can add meshes, you can play with your polys, and you can optimize the set over here. And basically you take your camera input into the keyer. I mean, it's all single box. It's just one single machine which you're going to take your input into. And the reality engine composes your keyed input to your CG set and gives you one single frame out. And this frame is basically recorded as a composed output on the set. Now, because of doing this process, the result of this process was the director probably on set had to go actually on the set for very limited time. He was sitting behind the screen. We had created a production control room, I would say, and most of the shots of the feature film or the motion picture were taken from the production room. He didn't have to actually go there on the set and direct the characters where they are, what they're doing. Everything was seen in the virtual world on the screens. So just two main things here, what everyone has to remember in this kind of a process is that your sync and your time codes play the most important role, because each and every input and output device has to be synced rightly with your bi-level or tri-level sync, and your time code has to be very right. Now, because we need to also understand that in this process, we are not taking the final output. This is just the previous or on-set visualization which we are doing so that the director gets a clear picture. No one feels that they're just standing in the chroma. They know the actual world is around them. In fact, if I just move on to the next part, we can see the outputs, what kind of outputs we have delivered in this kind of project. So we kind of deliver the background information, we deliver the foreground information, we deliver the matte info, and we deliver the real-time output. Now I've written 4K out there. 4K is possible, but currently it's a HD pipeline, I would say, in this case. And obviously the most important role which is played is by tracking. Now, as you're talking about the real life experiences, I would say that when we started the tracking activity, I told the DOP that, okay, there's a wire which will go from the camera to the controller. And immediately the comment was, no, you can't do that. You just can't do that. We need completely wireless. So for the first time in the world, a tracking system was made specially wireless with a special module for just this project in India. And that's a really great thing for us also, that when we are doing this kind of experiments, we come up across such obstacles or the gaps and we fix them. So as you can see on right of your screen, this green image with the, the Steadicam operator standing with the camera, you can see the RE camera, RE Alexa Mini LF, I suppose, and there's a tracking device, and it's entirely wireless. There are no cables. So this guy is free to operate, because the director's way of taking shot was completely like Steadicam shots. He wanted long Steadicam shots, and that's what.
This was a blue screen?
It was a green chroma.
Green.
The image is not from the.
Okay. The image is not from that. Okay.
Understanding image. I couldn't use the real images, so that's the thing. But the outputs was same delivered. I mean, exactly same. So as you can see, the foreground, the compose set, the CG set is there, and the compose frame is there, and the mats are there. Now, the next question, and this is just a workflow diagram, what on a large scale I just put up here. But all I want to highlight here is, if you can see on the center, one single HP Z4 machine is doing all the magic. Nothing else, absolutely nothing else. All your input, output are controlled by just one single engine. Again, we're using Unreal with some layer of software on it, which is doing all the game over here. Now, going ahead, what are the takeaways from this, right? I mean, obviously the question would be, if you're spending some kind of budgets on the onset process, what are the takeaways the production house gets from here? So A, as I said, we're delivering them all the kind of outputs. Now, obviously, in the post-production process, you're going back to your new composition or silhouette composition or whatever composition tool you're using back in your PFX. You're getting benefited because you have references to watch now on how the shots were taken, how the shots will be composed. You have your matte data. Somewhere down the line, you can use those matte to compose faster. You have your tracking information. You don't need to put a team of, let's say, 3 to 5 people for a period of 2 weeks to do match move. You have your raw camera data with right time codes, and obviously you take home a great storytelling experience with the immersive experience added onto it, right? So this is a kind of a pipeline, I would say, we had created for the onset visualization with the combination of previs in the backend, right? So yeah. So just moving on quickly from that part of the area, another experiment we did was towards the LED walls. Very traditional workflow. I'll just go through this quickly. That again, vanilla Unreal, We're taking the input from the output from the machine out here, what you see as the server. We're giving this output to the LED wall. LED wall, we create the frustrum. Frustrum is nothing but a 4K window within the HD big window. Okay, it's a small window which is aligned to the motion of my camera, and as I move my camera left and right, my frustrum on the screen moves along with my camera sensor. And obviously, this is something which has come up by Unreal, and the entire frustrum is tracked, and because of the frustrum, we are able to create a parallax within the LED wall spectrum. I would just quickly like to show what we did with LEDs, and then talk about the drawbacks, because people are just talking about the pros. Everyone wants to move on to the LEDs, and the drawbacks are somehow not seen in the entire process. So this is the footage from one of our projects we had set up in October last year. One of the first initial labs or the LED wall virtual production done in India on a production level scale. And as you can see, we had created a house scene. Obviously, the shot involved a lot of efforts in terms of set design, and because this was initial days, there were no manuals. We had to experiment ourselves and do things. But the beauty was, without actually moving the camera much, we were able to take the shots with just moving the backgrounds in the virtual space, right? And this kind of shots, particularly for art films, be it feature films, can be taken easily, quickly. Within the same location, you can do multi-background, multi-characters, and obviously the turnaround time in the entire process is very quick. So this is on the right, you can see the final DI'd output of the footage. The depth of field is very well mapped. The colors are retained well. Obviously, we were using ARRI Mira in this case with tracking device again. And as you can see, the results are fairly good. But what are the drawbacks? I mean, everyone is just talking about the pros today. What are the drawbacks? The footage shot once cannot be reshot. It is absolutely clear. Many projects have scrapped because of this process. Right from the biggies out there, I'm talking, the footage is one shot, cannot be reshot. Not major production houses in India have those budgets also to spend 11 to 12 lakh rupees. I would say that's the ideal amount for a stage to go into the stage, shoot their footage, and then understand the footage is not good, and then book the studio again. They won't be able to do that. The artifacts are mainly visible during the DI process, mind you, because when we also sat on the set and saw the final footages, because your camera is only giving you HD monitoring out in today's date, and maybe just 6G in some cases, you're not able to see the 4K image or the real raw camera image how it looks. It is only when you actually go into your DI pipeline, you put the footage out there, you see that there are artifacts into your footage, which again cannot be corrected. The best statement, you cannot fix it in post. You literally cannot fix it in post. And the artifacts are moire, there are metamers, there are anti-aliasing. I mean, we generally know all these artifacts. Slight shift of focus, and this has happened from the camera to the subject. The slight focus of the camera from subject to LED is a big disaster, because when you're using a camera like whatever motion capture camera, the sensor is so powerful that the pixels of the LED can be picked up by the camera. And the only solution to this is using a 0.8 mm LED, which is like a bomb price right now. High power consumption due to increased HVACs. Now, this point is usually missed, but your LEDs are generating very, very high heat. Obviously, in certain price ranges, when you go on the top shelf, you'll get premium LEDs which use cathode-based ICs, which don't generate heat. But 80% out there in the market generate heat, and you need very high air conditioning to cool this down. And this is actually increasing the budgets of the entire production cost. A few other issues are there, such as you cannot match the external light at times. There is a latency within the pipeline. There's addition of plastic. You can't do the addition of plastic VFX. The depth of field sometimes becomes the issue, and shadows, obviously. So these are some of the drawbacks. Obviously, Chaitanya would have a lot of comments. I know on this, but we'll be discussing. But these are the drawbacks which would come from the LED walls. Yeah. And some of the last test, what we did was, can LED be used for keying? I would say maybe. It is still under testing. We are testing this particular pipeline. Yes, it can be. The only thing is that the LED, being a light emitting diode, is emitting light continuously. And if that light which is emitting, extra light which is emitting, is killed by another light from the other side, then it can give pretty impressive results. but it's a hard task to manage. So because the whole intention was to create a situation wherein one setup does multiple activities. You just don't limit to your in-camera VFX. You can do chroma on LED also, but that's still under the testing pipeline. And this is one of the examples what we had did. As you can see, the mats are also pretty good. The final output, yes, there are some spills on it and there's some leakages happening, but still decently well done. Yeah, I guess pretty much it. Just on the ending term, I would say that yes, the whole process is saving you cost, avoiding locations, studios or multi-location, multi-studio dependency, and it is enhancing the entire experience, right? So yeah, that's pretty much from my end. And thanks for watching, and obviously we can get into the discussion, Chaitanya.
Yeah. So, guys, I suggest you start sending in your questions because we have about 10 more minutes. Vivek, before I come back to Priyan, I just want to talk to you a little bit about, how do you see the, your entire pre-production, production, post-production pipeline changing with the introduction of virtual production into the mix?
Yeah, so like Priyan wonderfully mentioned in his whole presentation. So the way I see it is, I think more filmmakers are going to do more pre-production right now than enter production at all directly. So a lot of the productions that were entering production before by investing huge sums of money and then later realizing the the costs going up in the VFX process or in the short planning process. So a lot of energy and planning has gone into pre-production now. A lot of work has moved from that side of the world to this side of the world now, and yeah, like I believe like there are two types of productions, right? LED wall production and completely digital production as well. So with LED wall production, I don't see much changing in the path. It's just planning is going to get better in the pre-production. You have to be very well planned in the pre-production before you enter into the production in this one. So that is the one that's changing. But whereas when it comes to completely digital production, I think we are saving a lot of money in the post-production cost values, because as soon as we are introducing all these real-time assets, mega scans and all these things, the quality of output is high, and because it's not VFX anymore, I think the iteration speed is like really high. So instead of waiting for 10-hour, 20-hour kind of a feedback loops, we are in millisecond feedback loops. So when the notes is going from a production coordinator to a bunch of people and then reaching the artist, and it would have been lost in the process, the communication would have usually been lost. I think that's going to get better, and hence pre-production is going to start getting them the final results before they enter the post-production phase. That's how I see it.
Okay, interesting. Priyan, other than other than some of the ad films that you've done, what has been your experience with film or television industry?
Well, I would see. I mean, when I say about virtual production right now, it is there in all industries, be it events, be it films, be it television. And one such experience I would just like to highlight from the education industry. I mean, because that's there is the big chunk of virtual production which can be done there.
Yeah, apparently Byju's is very soon going to become India's largest virtual production content creator.
True. And I was just coming to Byju's. So we recently did a kind of a finalization POC out there in Byju's, and we showed them the concept this year in January, and they were super impressed. And there's this whole lot of calculations, I would say, which is done, which actually shows how virtual production is increasing the efficiency for them by 50%, right, in their workflows, and decreasing the cost of post-production by another 50%. So that is where for a giant like Byju's, right, the commercials comes in picture, and the commercials matter to them most. Not just that, the interactive experience what we have delivered to Byju's, and I would in future maybe show that video to everyone, is that the kind of graphical experience which is coming on board and live is at another level. So they're super happy. The teachers are knowing now what is coming on their screens in live. They're just not shooting on screen. The formula in 3D is coming in live. It's getting more immersive. So they are adapting to it. There is a learning a bit of curve, because this kind of technologies from sports broadcast, where the anchors and the talents are trained to do on green. Here, it would take a bit of adaptability time for the teachers to get trained, but that is absolutely the way ahead for this kind of education giants to move on. In terms of television broadcast, yes, absolutely. The point initially you mentioned that virtual production is just not about chroma and your LEDs. The set extensions. The set extensions have been becoming very a good craze in the broadcast market right now. For certain shows like your reality shows are there, you can extend the set virtually above your hard set. Now, let's say in a normal situation, there's a singing show, you can't pan out your camera or you can't zoom out your camera too much. If you do that, you see the lighting grid on top of it, right? With the set extensions, you can have the kind of camera zoomed out at any distance, and your set is huge. You get a more immersive experience. Plus, you can trigger live AR objects onto the set. So, a whole lot of experience can be bought on table with VP to broadcast to education to events. Big market out there. So, yeah, it's a big gamut, I would say.
And how do you see it being used in the live action world right now? When I say live action, I mean in the live events world.
Live events were Chaitanya, I would say, with the kind of market we've been talking over past 1 year, people are scared. People are scared, because live action is just not the agencies, but is the end client, like the corporates out there, who are scared that if they go on the live path of the event, rather they mostly do a deferred live. But if they do a live event and something goes wrong in the VP, then what would happen to their brand image? So that scare is there in people's mind. However, we are trying to convince them and gain trust that no, this can be done seamlessly. But I would say within, I guess, next 6 months, you can see this kind of tech being used in live event as well. In terms of real time output, I'm saying in kind of post production, you can still pull it off. But in real time live outputs, you will see soon this kind of tech catching up.
Interesting. Okay, good. Nice. We have no questions. Okay, how long do we have, guys? Need to wrap up. Okay. So last questions. If I was to say that we need about 20% of India's production to go virtual, right? Vivek, when do you see that happening? About 20% of India's production going virtual?
Probably 4 years.
Good.
Approximately
Nice.
4 years.
I was thinking 5, but 4 is good. Priyan is a little less optimistic. He's kind of been there around the block.
I'm with you, absolutely with you, Chaitanya. I was on the number of 5 only because the rate, I mean, see, it's like a 4K television, no? I mean, the technology also has to be blending with the creatives. So 4K television 4 years down the line was crazy expensive. Now at least it's affordable. So technology prices will start, coming to the range where they get affordable. LEDs, as the pixel pitches are reducing, the kind of cost of the LEDs will come to a standpoint where it's reduced as well and it's more affordable. Right now, things are, with the Mandalorian concept at completely like Disney can afford it, but that's not the true part. Again, my point is you don't need a specific brand of LED just because the Western world is using it. There are multiple brands out here. You can look at them, you can test them, you can see the output. We shot on a regular brand. Our outputs were great. So it's just the myth that is sitting in people's mind that Western world use this, so we also need to use that. No, I would just tell out loud that try creating your own pipeline, try experimenting with stuff out there, and from there only you can derive a right niche area for yourself.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, about a year and a half ago, a year and few months ago, when we were starting to build our own pipeline, we didn't choose to go out with what everybody else was doing. Everything that you see, all the videos that I showed you, they've all been created indigenously, figuring out our own pipeline with, we're not manufactured sensors, we had to buy sensors, but which software to use, which plugins to use, which codecs to use, how do I integrate the gaming engine with the live action camera, with the virtual camera, with lighting, everything. We figured it all out ourselves, right? And that's really the way that I would recommend anybody who's interested goes. Okay, I think we are out of time. They're keep pinging me now. So thank you, Priyan, thank you, Vivek, so much.
Thank you for this.
Hope it was an interesting session. I know this was a little too high tech for for most people, but welcome to the world. This is reality. This is the world that you're going to be a part of. So
too many variables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely.
Over to you, Prashant.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Whistling Woods, for having us on board.
Thank you so much, sir. And even though this field is going to be very high tech, this is the future, as we all know. And I don't know about you all, but this session was a power packed box of knowledge for me. And my interest in virtual production has grown listening to the wonderful discussion that has just taken place among our experts. So I'd like to thank CC sir, Vivek sir, and Priyan sir for blessing our minds with their wonderful words of knowledge. And I'd like you all to please give them a huge round of applause. And our next session is going to be on fashion, trading smart and wise, which will be starting shortly.
Thanks, Vivek.
So it's time for our next session that is going to give our audiences and aspirants a peek into the glamorous world of fashion. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, here to discuss on topic of fashion, treading smart and wise. Let me welcome our moderator, the head of department of Whistling Woods International School of Fashion, Mr. Llewellyn Alvarez. Mr. Llewellyn is an experienced design consultant and educator with a history of working in the apparel and fashion industry, including leading design schools. Skilled in curriculum design, teacher, trend analysis, etc. He's a keen textile enthusiast and a passionate promoter of the Indian art and crafts. For more than 2 decades, his specialty in bridal wear under the brand name of Jewel Bridal has made him an expert in finer nuances. He is also a trained footwear designer, and his creative repertoire has been seen in international brands like Catwalk and Pavers England, to name a few. Joining him in our panel, allow me to introduce Mr. Nelson Jaffrey, Head of Design at Leva and Birla Cellulose at Aditya Birla Group. Birla Cellulose is a world leader in viscose staple fiber and has a commendable position with major world market shares. Viscose staple fiber is extremely versatile and easy to blend, widely used in apparels and home textiles. Joining Mr. Jewelin and Mr. Nelson to complete the panel for this session, we have with us Mr. Deepit Chog, founder and creative director at Line Outline, a label with a range of ready-to-wear clothing, blending in clean, tailored looks with sporty minimalism. Mr. Deepit lives by a philosophy of introducing fresh perspectives and new techniques to allow businesses to evolve and grow, and his goal is to remain on the cutting edge of advancements in the field of design. Observation, inspiration, and determination are his foundation for success. Please give our amazing panel a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Mr. Joel.
Thank you, Prashant, and a very good evening.
Thanks, Prashant.
Very good evening to everyone who signed in today. Nelson and Deepit, thank you so much for agreeing to be on this panel and be a part of this major event, which we have been which we've hosted for over the last 3 days. It's an educational event hosted by Whistling Woods International, where we have had various panels discussing, everything about all the schools that we have, at Whistling Woods, and culminating today's events, for the School of Fashion is our discussion, and I'm really happy to have you with us. If I would like, I would like really to have you tell us a little more about, what you do, Nelson, and about Aditya Birla Cellulose, and a little more insight on, your role.
So thanks for the introduction, Jwelin. And it's my pleasure to be here at this event today. At Birla Cellulose, we are into manufacturing fibers in viscose, modal, and lyocell, and it was very important for us to create awareness, and a consumer pull for the fiber. So that's when we ideated on, creating the design and development department, where we mainly focus on how we can create and explore new possibilities using our fiber. So that's when it was incepted. That was in 2015 when Leva was launched, and it was one of the major fiber brands being launched in India then. And at Birla Cellulose and Leva, what my role is, I had the design and development department. And using our fibers, we continuously try and create fabric collections every season, that is spring, summer, and autumn, winter. And then take these collections to the brands and try and market it along with our marketing team and create more awareness for our product, basically, through various engagements, engaging with, brands, tagging our the product with Leva tag. We also engage with designers, we engage with student designers. And so there are various ways where we, reach out and collaborate with the industry and gain more visibility for the fiber.
Right. Thank you, Nelson. Deepit, over to you. And whatever you want to share with us about what you do right now.
So, so just a quick introduction to how we started the label. The label was born in January 2020, and we were planning to launch our first collection sometime around March, and then of course we had the pandemic that hit. So we kind of had to rethink our strategy of how the brand functions. And we realized that there's so much of talent that's already available in the city. You have so many community tailors and embroiderers who actually run their own businesses. And we just thought that let's try and work out a strategy for the brand and for the business to kind of work with all these people, in turn helping them with opportunities to keep working during the lockdowns, and of course better their skills, because the kind of finishing quality, etc., that we wanted was far superior than what they were used to. Uh, Keeping that in mind, we thought it's a really good idea to start the label, and we launched in October, which was during the pandemic. And it's been a slow progression. It takes a lot more time to work in this manner, but it's very promising and it's very satisfying and fulfilling.
That's amazing. And the interesting thing about the panel today is that both of you have experience in almost every category of the industry at this point in time. Whether it is working with designers, working in retail, because again, Deepik, you as well have spent a good amount of time of your career in retail, and Nelson, having as you mentioned before, you interact with designers, design students, as well as brands and things like that. So I think the approach is very multifaceted, and that's something that really got me excited about when we were planning what we were going to discuss about. So heading into what what I have planned is, innovation is key with emerging tech, in fashion, in every aspect, whether it is from fiber to the ready garment, and also with engagement with the customer eventually. What do you think we can foresee in the coming time?
So, Dwelin, as you rightly said, yes, innovation is key in today's time. Uh, every customer whom we approach wants to know what is new that you are doing. They no longer want to, give us trend directions and expect us to, come up with a collection based on that. They want us to proactively, research, do a market analysis, see what trends we think are moving forward, and then create a collection based on that, or come back to them, with our offerings in terms of fabrics that we make. So yes, times have definitely changed, and we as a group, strongly believe in innovation in the various businesses that we are into, and we make sure that is driven also, within our system as well. So for us, being in fiber, our R&D team is constantly working on fiber innovations. A lot of what we foresee is, after the current times, it will be a lot to do with wellness, healing, and making sure that we don't over make, fabric or fiber. We try and use what is available and how we can repurpose the same. For us also, the using tech, as you said, is coding our fibers and trying to what do you say, through the blockchain system and technology, how we can track our fibers. So when we launched Leva Eco, which is our FSC certified viscose fiber, so that works on the blockchain technology. You can actually track from which tree, from where, which source the pulp was made, who made your yarn, who made the fabrics, who made your garment. So all that can be tracked and sourced, which is very important in today's time. And also sustainability, which is, we are all aware about what the planet is going through. So conserving water, making fabrics or fibers which save water, working on dye stuffs which reduce environment pollution. So a lot of these kind of fabrics and fibers is what we foresee. A lot, using technology, taking technology into consideration, as well as trying to find out what the consumer might need in such times or in the future to come.
Right, and I mean, the customer is aware today, and they really, I mean, they are very happy to know, an added story to the piece that they're going to buy. They put, if while you design, uh, what is it that you really keep in mind when it comes to textile, and eventually when your piece is with its owner, what is the engagement that you expect to have, with your customer?
So, as a brand, what we also believe in is multiple uses of our garments. So, in terms of when we design our collection, we don't design looks per se, but we design individual pieces that can be worn in for different occasions, in different ways, also with customers' pre-existing clothes. Um, so we do get a lot of questions from our customers as whether they can wear this with a pair of black denims or can they wear this with something else. So we do get a lot of interaction from our consumers uh, who want to understand what are the different ways they can wear the same piece, and is it compulsory that they need to buy the full set of the pant, shirt and the jacket to kind of complete the look. So there are a lot of times where even though it's not a very sustainable thing for us to do as a business to sell less pieces, but of course keeping in mind that the consumer wants to invest a certain amount of money, then we kind of give them ideas of how they can reuse that same garment for different occasions and different looks. Also, what you mentioned about tech, um, there is this software that I had read about, and I gotten a chance to talk about with some of my colleagues at Mintra, where they use an AI technology to design clothing. So basically, the software is developed in such a way that it can interact with the sales data, number of clicks that a particular garment has got from which region, what are the color preferences, and the app kind of takes out designs of say stripes or color blocks and things like that, which of course is putting less pressure on the design team, but it also ensures that okay, these are the kind of colors that have really worked, these are the kind of silhouettes that have worked, and these are the kind of combinations that have worked. So it kind of helps in generating designs that are going to be sure short sellers. So in terms of when you think about dead stock, high inventory, etc., this kind of helps in reduction of that. Uh, for high-end luxury, there are 3D softwares, draping softwares that have obviously taken a big hold in the industry. Uh, you have Clo and these other 3D draping softwares that have kind of made their way into the high-end luxury market. It's also developed a huge amount of resources in terms of there are so many more job opportunities in the fashion industry for just people who are good with handling these softwares and technologies, which till 2019 was nowhere in sight. So just within that last 1 year of the pandemic, where you have these softwares have gained a lot of importance, and of course a lot of job opportunities as well.
At the industry level, all of this is very easily available and it's already put into application. A lot of times at the education level, as in the schools, we do find that we don't really have access, to whether it is the softwares, to the latest developments. Although we try as far as possible and keep abreast as much, through events like this, master classes and things like that. We also find that, there's very limited access to the new age textiles. because a lot of it being in trial, a lot of it being accessible again to just a few. While I really think that accessibility of new age textile should go across across channels. What do you think are steps that should be taken to ensure that at every level, whether it is someone who's learning, whether someone who's practicing in the industry, how does accessibility sort of increase?
So, Jwelin, I agree with you. Designers definitely have limited access to new age textiles, and because the guys who are manufacturing this, the producers, are larger groups, and MOQs is always a concern. If they have to start using these fabrics. But I guess with the digital media, spreading awareness has become a lot more easier. And uh, but at Birla Cellulose, we have had thought through about this fact much earlier, I guess, and that is why because we wanted to make our fabrics more accessible to designers, and we saw a gap where designers worked on smaller quantities, and so for them to approach these large mills and meet their minimum quantity requirements was not working out. So if I must tell you this, that we were one of the foremost, fiber business or like fabric guys to be a part of the Amazon India Fashion Week, where the rest of the stalls were all designers, but we were the only fabric people there. Why? Because we wanted designers to be aware about how our fabric behaves, what are its attributes, so that while they use the other fabrics like silks, linens, etc., they also, start using Liva. So that was the whole idea. And we even tied up with small time retailers, fabric guys, where we would stock ready for dyed fabrics with them, and then tell the designers, "Okay, this, because they would want to know where can they buy smaller lots. So we would buy smaller lots, stock it with the retailers, and make it available for the designers. And at these fashion weeks, we spread awareness about this availability to all the designers. That's when we started. And also through Liva Protege, which was a platform for student designers to engage with us. So we introduced new age fabrics through these platforms, where even students could get a hang of how the fabric behaves or what are its properties, etc. So through these various mediums, we have always been trying to make the fabric not only accessible to brands and larger export houses, etc., but also to designers and student communities. So that has always been a constant endeavor with us.
So how do they engage with you? How do they connect with you? I mean, is there a platform where you have specifically for students?
So we provide them fabrics, and then we offer them a selection of fabrics. We kind of made a curated fabric basket for designers, because they usually work with more expensive fabrics. So we cannot offer them the the viscose classy mass fabric which the mass brands are using. So keeping luxury in mind and keeping price sensitivities in mind, give them an offering which they know appears luxurious, but at the same time, they can kind of alternate that for a silk. So give them options like that, where that's how they started getting attracted towards the fabric. And in terms of comfort as well, that plays a major factor. So considering all these things, we used to curate a fabric basket for the designers and give them wovens, knits, and give them all these options. And we approached them at fashion weeks and met them a couple of times, showed them our fabrics, and then give them some fabric for trials. And then finally, they would, work with us to make a collection where all the fabrics would come from us, and they would create the collection, and then we would promote the collection either at the fashion weeks or either through social media now. So we would promote it on our channels, they would promote it on their social media, etc. So it was like a mutually beneficial situation for both of us. So this is how we used to connect. And then, as I mentioned, with students, we do classroom projects. We have Liva Protege. Of course, we haven't been doing it for the past 2-3 seasons, but that was another way of engaging with student designers, pan India, where they could collaborate with us and create collections out of our fabrics, being mentored by top designers in India. And also the last show that we did, that was at the at the India Fashion Week in Delhi, where they got a major platform to exhibit their collections, and be judged by major jury members. So this is how we kind of create platforms to be engaging with designers or student community.
I think one of the interesting things you said was, you have RFD that's available, for retail, because I mean,
Yeah.
it's very hard to really, predict what and when you would require. I think RFD really becomes one of those things which, you're not going to be just, stocking up excess of a particular shade, a particular textile, and kind of becomes available as and when required. I think that's something that is, a lot of, more people need to be looking at, RFD being available. I think it
Because
would.
designers can then use their own colors, own prints, etc. So that gives them the benefit. And then we are mainly interested in promoting the base fabric, so yes, RFD really helps.
Over to you, Dipit. You launched, at a time where everything was online, everything was virtual, and so how has it been when it comes to kind of addressing customers who strongly sort of only rely on the touch and feel, and from the textile point of view, because whether it is a photo shoot or whether it is a fashion film, things which have really taken over the scenario. How have you been able to sort of tackle, the touch and feel and textile, and what have you taken measures to promote that product, through the virtual space?
So, if you think about it, as Indians, we were not very pro online and e-commerce platforms till a couple of years back, and it's the e-com boom has been pretty recent for this country. So in terms of the trust factor that people had issues with, because as Indians we are very used to the touch and feel of products before we buy these things. So that trust factor to build up takes obviously some time. As a new brand for us, of course, it is still an ongoing process. Uh, but if you think about it, post launching it in October 2020, when we actually went live with our collection, we were lucky to have had the trust of some of these multi-designer online portals like, say, Tata Click and Deluxe, Pernia's pop-up shop. So they were pretty pro launching our label online. So they just wanted to see a few products of ours in actuality to ensure that the product that they're going to sell online is trustworthy, has the standard of a designer label, the kind of finishings, etc., that needs to be there. Post which, of course, after that review happened, we were on these portals within a week's time, and that has been very helpful because they kept on pushing it on their social media platforms. We kept on pushing it on our social media platforms, that we are now available here. And also some of these websites, come with their own level of trust factors. So if you think about Tata Click Luxury, they are not going to just sell anything on their website. So for consumers to buy something off these websites becomes far more easier because there is a standardized procedure. There are rules and regulations that if the product is returned or if the customer is not happy, there are a lot of these back-end things that obviously take place. But in terms of if you think about it from a consumer's perspective, these websites and these brands have been there for quite some time. They've developed their own level of trust and their own level of interactions with these consumers. So people are more comfortable buying it from a Tata Click Luxury than from a standalone website. That's one of the things. And if you think about India and e-commerce, like I said, it's booming and it's going to grow much more. It's set to be almost $100 billion industry, say by 2030. That's what the forecast says. So I think it's just going to keep on growing. Also, if you look at the accessibility of the internet, and the accessibility of cell phones with everybody in this country, and the ease with which people can, gather information and touch base with you and interact with you, say from Instagram to Facebook to your now the Clubhouse craze that's come into this country. So I think there are a lot of ways that people are able to interact and communicate with you. So as a brand as well, it's very easy to kind of approach these people. There's a small story that I have to say. What you mentioned about touch and feel, we did have a customer in Singapore who wanted to order something which was a very high priced product. So in terms of trying to sell a luxury product or being a designer label, we did make a swatch and courier it to them so that they could actually see a smaller piece of what the fabric and the embroidery is going to be like. And once they were happy with that, we were okay to continue with the order, and they were okay to, make the complete payment and go ahead with the order. So these small little things are things that are, not written in any textbook. It's just how you can kind of come up with solutions for a problem that kind of comes up as and when you go along the business. So I think that kind of really helped by just sending a small swatch. They were really impressed by it, and it just, went through that way. So
I think that's
yeah.
probably one of the things that one has to be, sort of adaptable to, sort of be, ready to kind of make any sort of request available. And especially now, with we're seeing all kinds of, requests, coming in from, and there's, like you said, there's no book to follow. It's just about the adaptability. Nelson, you're dealing with designers, you're dealing with retailers, and at different. So, like you said, quantities and all of those things are very different. But do you also get in requests from the customer, and how open are you guys to when it comes to research and a little bit of R&D with certain requests that come in, or certain wish lists that come in from the consumer?
From the consumer, we get a lot of wish lists from the brands saying, these are our fabric wish list for the season. What happens is, honestly speaking, most of the time we work in advance to the season, right? So and these inputs never come when we are ideating on the collections, because we work 18 months. We start working 18 months in advance to the shelf season. So it usually comes when their team has started sourcing for the fabrics, and that's when we've already ideated and put everything into works based on our research. So what we do is, of course, they are our customers, and we cannot kind of decline. So those are we take them as valuable input, some of them, and we do put them into works, and whenever it is ready, we share them. But in the interim, what we do is we look at our archives, see what we have which matches to the wish list that they are looking for, and then offer them those fabrics. And maybe those fabrics are not in stock now because they were developed in the past, but then we offer them the possibility to remake a small quantity of that fabric if it interests them.
All right. And yeah, because I think do you also have people from the industry, people from the outside, involved with, when you all are, planning, let's say 18 months before, do you also then take inputs from people?
Yes.
From the industry?
Yeah.
Are they on your sort of R&D team?
Yeah, so there is a whole process that we follow. I mean, of course, we look at, all the Premier Visions, the WGSs, etc. And plus, important for us is to reach out to the design and product teams of the brands, when we are ideating, because it's important to make a collection or fabrics which, what a customer needs, rather than making something which I fancy. So it's very important that we connect with all the product and design teams and tell them that these are our ideas. Are we on the right track? Show them what our initial thoughts are on the collection. Show them our directions, etc. And then take inputs from them as well. Because for them, certain brands, certain fabrics might not work because they might be expensive. They must be looking fantastic, but won't meet their price point. So we take a lot of inputs from them. We show them our initial concepts, mood boards, etc. and then start working on, we also sit with our technical fabric team, and so there are various phases and processes that are involved before we start executing the collection.
Right. So you also mentioned that the forecasting platforms that are used, whether it was WGSN or any of the other trend reports, that we receive. Currently, we're all in a phase where everyone's really talking about creating seasonless and timeless pieces and collections. So Deepit, while you're working now versus what you did before, when we didn't really have limitations and we didn't have these new terms that seasonless and all of those things, how do you approach your design process today, um, you know uh, with these new sort of things that kind of define what we do?
So what we've done also for our first collection and what we're continuing to do is we've actually working with some fabrics that can be used over multiple seasons. Also, in terms of innovation, the jackets and the blazers that we make are not your typical suiting fabrics or woolen based fabrics. Uh, so on one side, we have fabrics that we can use to make a shirt, a trouser, and a jacket. So in terms of when you talk about inventory and dead stock and all of that, we are kind of able to manage that so that we use the same fabric for three products. Being a small brand, even having MOQs of say 50 meters per color per fabric it becomes a really huge investment. So we try to keep it as tight as possible. Uh, Say for colors, we try and limit our color palettes. And in terms of wearability, we try and make products as lightweight as possible. So our jackets, say we don't put chest pieces, we don't fuse the sleeves or the back, and we kind of try and play around with that so that if you want the piece to look really smart, you can have it really nicely ironed and wear it. And if you want to keep it casual, it should be easy enough to scrunch up your sleeves and leave it open and just casually wear it for a coffee or something like that. So in terms of the kind of products that we are making, also we kind of play around that way. And if you look at how trends and how things have been coming about, and when you do your market research and your surveys, uh, for example, the tie is completely gone out of the market. You don't see anybody wearing any ties anymore, whether it's in hardcore, in the banking industry or in corporates or anywhere. So in terms of when you keep that in mind, you kind of realize that clothing has become slightly more easier. There are less restrictions of what you can wear and how you're supposed to wear a certain product. Today, no one can stop you from wearing, like satin shorts and a blazer on top of it. It's all about personal style. If you look at all these huge international brands like say LV or Gucci or Prada, till 5 or 6 years back, these brands had such strong identities and such luxurious feels. Like you would go to one of these brands to just buy a formal suit or a tuxedo or something like that. And now, if you look at what they are making, is every product possible in the market, everything from swimwear to resort wear to sweatshirts, track pants. I mean, you name it, and everybody from a Gucci to an LV to a Prada has these kind of products. So all of this kind of just shows to go that the consumer is not restricted anymore in terms of what they need to wear, where they need to wear, and how they need to wear it. So I think that kind of does help us in being fluid in terms of our designing and taking that forward as well.
Right. And I mean, you know, do you spend sufficient amount of time experimenting with different fabrics before you've had an opportunity to really sort of go head on into it while creating your silhouettes and things like that? So what's your process really in the experimental stage really?
So what we did before we launched our label was we did have a couple of fabrics. We did test out some of the pieces that we made. I mean, it's always good to keep experimenting. There's always the trial and error method. So we did have a lot of pieces that we made, which we kind of washed regularly just to see how the piece looks after, say, 10 washes or 5 washes. And based on that, I think since January 2020 till now, we've kind of limited our fabrics to only 2 or 3 qualities. So that, again, like I said, it's a very new brand. It's an initial phase for us. So in terms of the kind of fabric qualities that we are using now are very limited again. So we could have multiple color options, but predominantly the color remains the same. The focus is more on the kind of surface work or the silhouettes we play with, the kind of paneling we do. So keeping all of that in mind, we're pretty happy in terms of the kind of fabrics we have in stock right now and how we are playing around with that. So that's kind of how we kind of arrived at using these fabrics.
No, Nelson, do you guys also have these kind of discussions? When like what we were talking about, whether it is being seasonless. I know for sure that you all have a team that also puts together a lot of silhouettes to experiment with the fabrics that you all are promoting. But are you all also including these kind of discussions now while the R&D is happening of things being more seasonless, more timeless, and people looking to invest in products which are not just going to last them one sort of a gimmick season, and something that's going to be on for a longer time.
Definitely, Joellen, our whole strategy towards looking at collection making has changed from what it was earlier, where we used to make collections based on forecast every 6 months, and then brands were working more closer to season. So sometimes they were looking at wanting to see where you show 100 fabrics after 6 months, they were wanting to see more fabrics in smaller drops, because they started working doing like monthly collections or bi-monthly collections. So then even we felt making this whole 6 month cycle doesn't really work. But for us to bring that change, it took a little time. And but now what we are doing after this whole situation, etc., is we are making collections and drops. So we do not make a whole collection of 100 fabrics. We've started making it into smaller capsules of 50 fabrics, every 3 months. And as you said, right now it is more about making less, but making it better. So we don't invest in too much experimental fabrics, because all over all the consumers, whoever we've been talking to, brands, etc., are currently looking at fabrics that are durable, that can last, that are sustainable, and more tried and tested qualities, where comfort plays a major role. So fabrics that feel comfortable. And earlier, where we were making 100 meters and keeping it in stock, we don't do all that anymore, because again, inventories need to be taken care of. So we only make a smaller quantity, how much ever is required, because due to these lockdowns, we also faced a lot of crisis with and overlaps with the season. So while everybody was, globally, brands are looking at autumn winter 22-23 now, starting July, August. But here, Indian brands are still working on SS22. So since we work with both the markets, it's very difficult for us to make so many multiple collections. So we've decided not to allow ourselves to get confused, but work more on core basis fabrics that can be easily promoted on the basis of comfort, because that is what brands are needing now, and also fabrics that are long lasting. So like the lyocell fabrics, etc. So make fabrics or promote fabrics that are more long lasting. And also we've started following the short term trend forecasting. Be in touch with customers, brands, etc., and see what they want, and try and kind of tweak the collections or incorporate those in the collection.
So I think overall there's been this sense of consciousness I think that has taken over, whether it is in even in design. A lot of times now we are really cutting down on being um just being frivolous with whether it is the number of pieces we do in the collections or the kind of designs, the number of things that you would take a chance on. I think now we are being a little more conscious on that, because there's always some aspect, some part of the collection where we're sure is very commercially driven. Some of it, you want to take a chance with. I think that consciousness is really building, and also with regard to how we would preempt before, to in order to sort of meet any kind of demand, with regard to quantity. So whether it was textile, whether it was the ready garment as well. I think now there's a little more consciousness in allowing ourselves to have a little longer lead time, in order to feed a certain request, a requirement that might come in. So do you also feel that we are moving in the right direction, given the times to come, that a very conscious approach is really required? Either of you, yeah, Deepak?
So so when you talk about a conscious approach, I think what you mentioned about lead times, yes, in terms of when we look at our consumers and customers as well, a lot of them are ready to wait anywhere between 15 to 25 to 30 days for their product to, be shipped to them, because uh, there are customers and consumers who understand that some things take a lot of time to make, and it's a slow process, it's customized, it's not something that we just have lying ready that we need to pack and ship. So you do have customers that are like that. Obviously, on the other side, there are customers who want to always, see now, buy now sort of a concept is there on their mind, where if they want to see something, if they've seen something, they like it, they want it now, because they kind of lose interest over a period of time. So there are, of course, both these kind of customers, but being a designer label, what we do is we do try and only keep customization as an option. So we do have our fabrics in stock, and whenever a consumer wants something, we custom make it to their size so that it fits them really well, whether it's a shirt, trouser, or a jacket. And we don't give them ready sizes per se. If we do have a ready size chart, and if they feel that they will fit into one of those sizes, uh, they're more than welcome to choose out of that. Otherwise, we are more than happy to custom make pieces for them. Also, we do get a lot of requests from consumers asking what are the other colors that I can get in this. That is something that we felt is really important, because as a consumer, if you're buying something at a very high price, uh, if the brand or the label is able to give them that option of color options, I mean, it is something that ultimately they need to wear and walk around with. So even though our collection predominantly was, say, black, white, and gray, but if somebody wanted something in red or a yellow or a green, or a blue for that matter, we've always given them these fabric options. And they've been really happy with the kind of personal attention that they got on it, and that kind of ultimately resulted in higher sales for us, because they came back to us, to make some more shirts for them or give them a matching trouser and things like that. So I think consciousness for us kind of goes into the customization segment, where we don't overproduce anything. We only make clothes and the garments based on the kind of orders we get.
Right. I mean, and at the, I mean, the segment that you are catering to, I think customization still becomes, an option. But in the bigger picture, I think also, application of, these certain, conscious practices, I think are really important, and the need of, sort of need of the hour. So in order to tie our discussion in today, what is it that you think aspiring designers, can look forward to, when it comes to getting involved, in research and development, with the development of, new age textiles, alternate sources of fiber and things like that. What is it that designers can look forward to? Nelson?
I think for aspiring designers, it's very essential that they try and learn about what are the new kind of fabrics, and as you rightly said, the new age textiles around today. Because we've had a lot of interaction with students, and while most of them are absolutely wonderful in terms of their fashion design skills, but when it comes to textile knowledge, they are kindly not so updated. They are not so updated. So I think they should try and get themselves aware and updated about what's happening around, see what major brands around the world are doing in terms of sustainable fashion, in terms of new fabric innovations, and how those fabrics behave when it is put into a garment, and does it affect the price point of the particular product, and things like that. And maybe they should try and approach industries who are working on such concepts, or working with newer fabrics, etc., or even designers, and also see what importantly, what different fabric compositions on the garment, what are the newer blends that's available. So a lot of thought or research around that really helps. I think that's what my advice would be for today's designers, to get a little more knowledge in the textile part as well, because I think it's important for today's times.
Thank you, Nelson. Deepik, your take on this?
Um, so what I would like to say here is that I think it's always best to understand your customer. That is the main advice that I would like to give, because as designers, we need to understand that we are in a service industry, and we're not making pieces of art per se. We are making things that other people would like to wear, carry themselves, and see themselves in, and make them feel good in those pieces. So in essence, it's more of a service industry where you're creating products that will be worn and adorned by somebody else. So in terms of understanding who the consumer is, what sort of a problem or solution are you providing them with your designs? Uh, I think that is the only piece of advice that I have. So I think that's what is going to make or break any brand at the end of the day. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know to both of you, Nelson and Deepik, I think this has been very informative sort of discussion. Like I said, when we started out, it's given perspective on not just what designers are up to, but the industry at large, because we've kind of taken up topics that address retail, mass production, as well as in the space of the designers and what they do. It's been really great, talking to both of you about this, and thank you once again for being here. Prashant, over to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jwellen.
So thank you so much for the very lovely session. And ladies and gentlemen, this was very interesting take on fashion and costume design. I'm sure our viewing audience has gained new perspectives. Thank you to our lovely panel for leaving us with more knowledge and information gained with regard to fashion and design. Before moving ahead to our last session of the day, I would request our team to present a video, an audio-visual of our institution that tells more about our motto, do what you love.
Say no more. I am not bothered if you're keep been scarred. I'm only looking for some room to breathe, just a blanket for my hopes and dreams, just one moment to be free, just one moment to be free, just a blanket for my hopes and dreams, just one moment to be free.
had a really fun chat with our upcoming panelists, and with that, we have come to the last session lined up for the today, which is very interesting and engaging one. We will never grow out of listening to music, grooving to music, dancing to music, and some in the audience may be making music as well. It is an art from that it is an art form that is evolving, growing, and new forms of music are produced every day. There is not even a single person, I guess, who doesn't like music, who doesn't listen to some or the other form of music. Here in conversation on the topic, what's new in music production and technology, we have none other than our very own esteemed faculties from Whistling Woods International School of Music, Mr. D. Wood and Mr. Mahesh Raghavan. Mr. D. Wood is an American musician and composer and instrumentalist and educator based in India from the past 35 years. He has been teaching music at Whistling Woods International School of Music since its inception and has guided and mentored hundreds of aspiring filmmakers and musicians. Wood has collaborated internationally with the various musicians. His film credits include composing original music for films like Money Call, Kumar Sahani, Kabir Mohanty, among others. Mr. Mahesh Raghavan is a Carnatic music fusion artist whose artistic goal is to present and create Indian classical fusion music in contemporary ways for modern audiences. He plays modern and digital musical instruments. He is a creative director at Indian Raga and also works with major music technology companies to make Indian classical music playable on their hardware and software. Besides being a performing musician, he also gives music technology related workshops at various universities and schools. Please give our esteemed panelists from the School of Music a huge round of applause. Over to you, Mr. Dewood.
Howdy, how you doing, folks? It's a real pleasure to be here. And these conversations are great because we get to know our colleagues better, and I think that's really important to know what everybody's good at, and we have an opportunity to synergize as we move forward. You know, we were talking about music technology today, but I think it's wise and effective to talk about music in the past. What have we experienced? I'm probably the oldest guy in the building right now, and I've seen everything change from when I was born in 1954. What did it start out with? Where was the music coming from? And in those days, music was played in the house. You know, it seemed like every family had a piano, and people after dinner, instead of watching TV, they'd go in the living room and sing songs. And music was a very participatory kind of scenario. Music was available to everybody. It wasn't broken down into the world of specialists. You know, now you're a professional musician and everybody else shut up. It was much more egalitarian back in the old days, and people just entertained themselves. They knew how to entertain themselves. Over the passage of the years, it became more and more specialized, and until we've wound up now. What's interesting is now, because of the technology, you don't have to be a virtuoso to make really good, convincing music. But we started out with, like I say, singing around the piano. And then what did we have? There was no music TV in those days. There was radio, AM radio, and we'd hear the same songs on loop, you know, that would change marginally over the weeks. But, you know, the top 40 hits came on the radio. TV really didn't have much music at all in those days. We had something called the Ed Sullivan Show, and the artists like the Beatles and Rolling Stones were introduced to the public in these very rare shows that come maybe once a week, and maybe once a month you'd see artists that you really wanted to check out, like the Beatles and Stones. We had 45 RPM records. We had LPs, 33 and a third, which was interesting because in those days music was so hard to come by. For kids, we'd have to save up our allowance or do chores in order to save up and buy an album. And we'd save up for weeks, buy the album, take it home, and it was almost an object of worship. It was almost a spiritual experience having a new LP in your hand, you know, and unpacking it and looking at the cover art and reading the notes on the back and just admiring this beautiful artifact. Back in those days, because music was so hard to come by, every recording was so valuable to us. It was such a power object, and of course we would trade them with each other, and there was a whole cult around our albums, much like there's vinyl today. But in those days, because music was much more scarce, there was a certain value that each album or disc had, which was quite amazing. Of course, we went from LPs and 45s. Along came later on came cassettes, and you know, cassettes had their own problems, mainly the tape coming out in the drive mechanism of the player. They were cumbersome but great. It allowed us to be able to listen to music in the car. Cassettes enabled that. We also had something called 8-track tapes. You just plugged it in, and you could shift between 4 gears. Anywhere you were, you could just plug into a channel, and wherever the tape was, you would start it from there. 8-track tapes came. After 8-track tapes came, what was there? Well, it was cassettes for a long time. Then we started when the Sony Walkman came into being. All of a sudden, we could go to gigs and record the live performances. Before the Sony Walkman, we'd bring our reel-to-reel tapes to gigs, these big boxes, and set them up, try to get a plug point, and have these reel-to-reel spools. And a lot of artists were good sports. They were happy that we were recording their music and you know, playing it for people. So we had this reel-to-reel technology. We had cassettes. After cassettes, we had the ADAT. We had the mini disc, DAT, and now what do we have? USB. I don't even know if people have physical artifacts. We just have files on a hard drive, and a lot of the magic is gone. The value. I have at least 150,000 tracks on my hard disks, and I don't know any of the stuff. Before, I'd have 3 or 4 LPs. I knew every note. I knew every note on every track, and so it's become, for me anyway, the music experience has become less intimate that way. But here we go. From playing live music and vinyl discs, all the way up to music on our USB drives. So as far as listening and all, that's pretty much been the progression, and they've all had their merits. It'll remain to be seen how the music survives in the future. But Mahesh, why don't you talk about some of your stuff, and we can just keep moving.
So my background is completely into music technology, and what I do is basically I try and I play with a lot of technology and enable Indian classical music on it. So I work with iPads, I work with new instruments such as the Rolly C-board, which is a keyboard made out of rubber. So a lot of those things really interest me, and as you said, I've literally seen music change from a tangible analog cassette tape to something on the cloud like Spotify. To own music today is actually a lot more difficult. And I really miss those days where I could put a cassette tape, rewind, and there are so many things that were really special about the good old days. But now, one thing to realize is that we have access to so many resources where we can just, if you want to listen to a particular song, and if we have a subscription to, say, a streaming service, it's so accessible. And I grew up in a generation where if I needed any sort of resource, I could just search it on the computer and I can find it. Of course, I've also gone through the phase where we could actually buy cassettes. But I saw cassettes change to CDs and CDs change to MP3s, and now we don't even have MP3 players anymore. We just have everything on in the internet, the cloud. So it's very interesting how times have changed, and I think today we're going to be discussing the pros and cons of music production and how music education has changed. And talking about music education, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background on how you learned music?
Yeah, well, back when I started playing music, it was pretty much inspired by rock and roll and the British invasion. That's what really changed the zeitgeist of the society we lived in. Because, like I say, I came up I was born in the 50s, and the society in America was very conservative in those days, and out of the later 50s and 60s, the concept of the rebel came, and kids were scaring the hell out of their families because of all this rebelliousness, and wanted to express themselves, which was never really allowed up to that time. So music was much more than playing a bunch of notes and chords. It was about expressing oneself, and it was aspirational. It was something that could bring you adventures and experiences, and one could aspire to a different world than the boring world we were living in. So with the advent of all this rock and roll and the British invasion, music stores proliferated. All this amazing gear was coming out. As a matter of fact, some of the best gear ever made was made in the 50s and 60s, particularly with guitars, saxophones. All this stuff was around. It was relatively inexpensive. Most families could afford to buy these instruments for their kids. There were music stores, but it was still kind of old school. The music materials that were available didn't really reflect the music that we were listening to. It was the music educational Mel Bay guitar series. Anybody who learned guitar back in the day studied from the Mel Bay books, and they were like music you would never play for a gig. You'd be embarrassed to play for a gig, but that's the stuff we were learning. Cowboy songs and polkas and classical redux that were actually very hard to play, but it was not music that one would actually would play or perform. But it was, those books were there to kind of give us some kind of musical background. Guitar was far more primitive, of course, than the classical pedagogy. When I say classical, I mean Western classical pedagogy. If you were going to study violin, or you're going to study piano and all, there was, of course, this legacy material, all this fabulous music that you could learn. But for guitar and all, for modern guitar and all, there's very little out there. So basically, we listened to the records. We'd listen to records and try to figure out what they were doing. What was B.B. King, Albert King doing? What was Keith Richards doing? What were these various people playing? We had to use our ears. We didn't have all this material that you have now that shows you everything right down to the fingering and amp settings. So it was a real serious effort to learn how to play the style of the day, which forced you to use your ears and really double down on the stuff. And we learned in the heat of battle. We played in the garage or the basement, and we'd get together and play as much as possible, and just jam and try to learn songs. We started getting gigs at school dances. In junior high school, I think I had my first gig when I was 13, playing at a junior high school dance, and that was amazing. And then one of the maids in the place where we practiced, she thought our band sucked, and she used to complain about how bad we were. One day she said, "Hey, you guys are sounding pretty good. I can be your manager and get you gigs at Mexican weddings." Because the old timers liked all the mariachi old school stuff, but the kids liked all that peppy rock and roll, so they'd have two bands at Mexican restaurants. So that's how I really got my start playing at school functions and at Mexican weddings. And so we did that, and then once we got into high school, we were playing more serious gigs and then going out to hear all these great musicians from the world of rock and roll, blues, country. Back in those days, people loved a lot of different genres of music, and people had very, very open. They had very, they're very open-minded about music. There was a great fascination about it. I'll speed my way through. After high school, I went to Berklee College of Music. I started there when I was 17, and I was shocked. I was shocked. There was at allegedly one of the best music schools in the world, and most of the teachers were really uptight and opinionated. My guitar teacher said, "Oh man, Jimi Hendrix sucked. He didn't know any of these 4-part chords. He's just messing around." And the teachers were like really old school and reactionary. So they were into jazz and classical music, and so it was a really tough place to be, and really difficult to hear people you were supposed to respect telling you that the music that you loved and devoted your life to was a bunch of crap, So we just had to suffer through that, and then later on we started getting gigs in jazz clubs and rock clubs and private parties and corporate gigs and places where people drank too much, all kinds of scenarios, at ski lodges, at beach resorts. So live music was king in those days, and there were gigs everywhere, and it was really fantastic. So that led to playing with more and more notable musicians, playing with more kind of marquee name musicians as a warm up act, and playing on jazz cruises and festivals and touring in Mexico and Europe and all over the States. And that's pretty much what the deal was for me until 1984 when I came to India, and that changed my life. But I'll leave it over to you, Mahesh, to talk about your journey.
So it's so nice to hear you literally lived life on the road as a musician for the longest time. So my journey started off, so I come from a very traditional South Indian family, and music was always played at home. And we used to listen to, devotional songs, bhajans and everything. All the traditional stuff was always playing at home. And I started learning Carnatic music when I was 4 from my aunt. And I had, she was my guru for the longest time. And I literally had the whole experience of learning Indian music just by listening. And everything was by ear. In Indian music, we don't have like syllabus. Everything is taught by the guru, and you listen and you learn, and then of course you write things down. But there is so that is the way I learned Indian music. But at the same time, I did my Trinity grade for piano, and that's where I kind of got a very, very different perspective, where there was a syllabus and I had to give exams. And so I've had literally both sides, where I was learning by ear, then I was learning how to read music as well. So so until high school, I've been learning Indian music and Western music side by side. And then I did my audio engineering from Dubai, which is where I was staying. And then I went on to do my master's in music tech from the University of Edinburgh. And that's where I kind of discovered my love for mixing the Indian with, fresh electronic sounds, and trying to bring technology and Indian music together. So, which is where I discovered, my love for technology and enabling Indian classical music on technology. I started playing Indian music on an iPad. I had to literally develop my own techniques of doing that. And I used to play Indian music using a lot of different apps which are available. And slowly it kind of became like my main mode of expression as a musician. So it's right now, whenever someone asks me, what's your instrument that you play as a musician, I just say I play the iPad, which is a little weird for some people, but to me it's like I have practiced my scales, and I've done so much of the rudimentary exercises that all musicians do on such a new mode of expression. So that's been my journey so far, and I'm very much like, I love to keep in tune with. It's very exciting for me when something new comes out. It's like a toy that I can make music out of. So that's been my journey so far. Very passionate about technology and, of course, Indian music.
Well, that's really an extension of the human propensity to make music with whatever means are available. I was just showing some of my students uh, the Baka people of Central Africa, Cameroon in particular. They the women play music on the surface of the water.
Oh, wow.
And it's extremely extremely expressive. There's a tribe of people in New Guinea that hold a buzzing bee next to the cavity of their mouth, which they use as a resonator, and they're able to create this extraordinary music with amazing overtones and all. And then we go to Mongolia, and we find people doing overtone singing, like exploring the harmonic series using nothing but what they were born with. And actually, that's as we were getting more and more into technology, when I graduated from Berkeley, I was getting more into roots music, and particularly music from Africa and India, because I love the concept of the music being taught by the oral tradition. You show up. I mean, much like how you learn in India, right? Your auntie was there, just grooming you.
Exactly.
And after all the books I've seen, after all the teaching materials, all the portals, all the various materials that are available to learn music with, my feeling is that the Guru Shishya Parampara is probably the best bet, because you are a tradition. A tradition's handed over, not just a handful of licks and melodic phrases, but something very substantial that happens over time. And what I loved about the Indian musicians, I can wake any of you guys up at 3 a.m. and ask you to sing Rag Bimpalasi or any, and you'll do it right on the spot, because it's so ingrained in your DNA. And I think that is one of the greatest hallmarks of the Indian experience, because it's such a natural way to learn, and it's a part of daily living.
So
it's not something that's
exactly. It's like a lifestyle for us.
It's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
So no matter how many books you have, or no matter how much material you have, I still feel having a mentor is probably the most valuable kind of relationship we can have in the process of learning music.
Exactly. And nowadays, of course, I learned one-on-one with the guru in the same room. But now I see that, during times like this, we have to teach online. So what do you have to say about, how teaching has changed in these times?
Oh, okay. If you want me to be honest, or you want me to be polite?
You can do a bit of both.
Okay. Let me talk about online learning.
Okay.
And what I found, and for the last, what is it? We've been at Whistling Woods. We've been doing online learning for almost a year and a half now. About a year and a half.
A year and a half since March 2020.
Okay, close enough, Ben. What I have found is that for the types of subjects that I teach, online learning has been fabulous. And one of the reasons why, because unlike other places I've been, the educational system in India is so difficult up to 12th standard. It is so rigorous. It is so demanding. It is so stressful. It is just a real heavy lift. And that's why even when the dumbest Indian kid moves to the States, he's usually becomes the valedictorian at his high school. But there's this incredible pressure to perform at a young age in Indian education. When we get to college, that's when the party starts, man. and that's when people feel they've earned the right to bunk classes, to mug up their studies, to leave everything for the last minute, to goof around in class, all this stuff. But what I found with this online learning bit, man, is that people are far more serious online. Chances are, because a lot of kids are in the house with their parents and they don't dare get into that, that musty kind of space, And I found that the students somehow really raised the bar in terms of what they were able to learn, what they were able to create, because they don't have all the distractions of college culture,
Of course.
college social culture, which is a big distraction from what we're there to do. So if you ask me, I think for certain types of topics, particularly in the theoretical realm, online is fantastic. When it comes to ensemble work, when it comes to, like singing in a choir or playing in an ensemble, or doing work that really in music that really needs to be interactive. Uh, the technological route right now is really disappointing. You know,
Yeah.
I did a few tracks with my mates. We all recorded to a click track. The music sounded good, but it didn't have that chemistry that we get when we're in the same room with other people.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing I miss most about the music is setting up the gear, tuning up, and playing live.
Exactly.
I really don't think the digital world is going to give you the same kind of experience as being in the same room. Maybe if we get into virtual reality, uh, if we have a helmet with goggles, we just might be able to get closer to that. But
Yeah.
once again, with how gear is, man, it has a tendency to fail.
Of course.
At times, and it's really, that's another high wire act, to be doing things online in real time, and that the technical possibilities of failure are great. But look, they're all tools, and I think the technology has enhanced the world of both education and music making, without a doubt.
Of course. Yeah.
Back in the day when we were in the studio, if we didn't like a couple of notes in a saxophone solo, we'd take the spool off the machine and use a razor blade to cut it out,
Yeah.
and then we'd paste another piece of tape, and then try to punch in those notes. Some crazy stuff that Jugaad, Indian space, man.
Yeah.
Jugaad was king back in those days, and now there's some configuration of shortcuts to be able to do in a few moments what would take a half a day to do in the old days.
Yeah. So a lot of students these days, when I explain how things are done back in the day, they're actually shocked. Because even a simple thing, just like moving the chorus 8 bars later, would have taken so much time with tape, because you need to cut it, then move it, and it's just like a nightmare when you think of the processes that were done back in the day. And knowing what was how hard people worked back in the day maybe made me appreciate music made back then so much more, especially the Beatles. I love that album, Sgt. Pepper's. Because if you listen to that album, you see there is so much work, there's so many tracks, but I know they worked on an 8-track or a 16.
They worked on a 4-track.
They worked on a 4-track.
4-track, and they just bounced.
Exactly. So the amount of work done for that album is just phenomenal. And now, if you were to produce something like that, you have unlimited track logic right now in your computer. So, of course, technology in music making has changed so much, but a lot of times it's also made it easier for a lot of people to make music, and
Absolutely.
Sometimes I feel in that way musicality is affected. If you don't get to hear so much high quality musical releases coming out, because it's so easy to make music that everybody's doing it. And and even technology is so easily available. If you wanted to record a song back in the day, you needed to hire a studio. Today, I just get a USB mic and I'm good to go.
That's right, man. But you know, one thing I wanted to mention is back in the day, you had to do everything in one take. You had to get it right. So the kind of pressure we were under, it was taken for granted. You just had to be prepared. Show up in the studio and rip it down. And some of the finest albums, particularly in the world of jazz and rock, before these big epic albums, back in the days of songs, okay,
Yeah.
the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, and all that, those were concept albums. Pink Floyd, the whole, it went from a collection of songs to being a whole kind of almost like a Russian novel, you know, very grand in its scope. But people had to play well, and you know, people could just go in the studio and cut a song, and in 15 minutes they were in and out, get on to the next one, and there was no room for messing up. You had to be on top. You had to be on top of your game. Now you can just punch it in note by note and process each note individually the way you want it, which, you know, it's okay, but it's a different space, and you can feel it. You can feel the energy from a live take in something that's been assembled in a digital format.
Yeah, and you can really tell the difference between. I love to go and watch bands live for that reason, because the what they have recorded as a multi-track sounds so much different to what I can see the energy is live on stage, and it's night and day for me. Which is why if I like a band's music, I kind of always tend to watch it live, because it just sounds so much better when they perform it.
It's real. It's raw.
Exactly.
It's like that. Hey, Mahesh, have you noticed that we have some questions from the audience?
Exactly. Yeah.
Why don't we take a peek at question 1? Could you read that for us?
Yes. So question 1: how can we promote innovation and development in the field of music in India? When and how can India come up with apps and innovations such as AUUG Motion Synth app, especially since India's music culture is one of the oldest in the world? So I think that there are tons of people who are doing research in the field of Indian music, and the thing is, right now, recently I just read that one of the Indian music apps, it was called Nada Sadhana. It won an Apple Design Award. So it's not that Indians are not innovating, and we all need to understand that our music has to always evolve, and music is always evolving. So over the past few years, which is why I've been working with technology so much, because I've always been trying to merge the new with the old. So I've been trying to play music on the iPad, and there are tons of other people in India who are doing a fabulous job with creating new technology for music, and also they're reinventing technology in a way that they can play Indian music. For example, there's so many people who have taken Western concepts and instruments and made it so Indian. For example, one of my inspirations is the wonderful U. Srinivas, who plays the mandolin, and he plays Carnatic music on the mandolin. So there are a lot of Indian innovators who've taken concepts that had nothing Indian about them and made them Indian, and that itself is an inspiration. And with regards to technology coming up in India, there's tons of them. For example, a lot of people are creating tools like Tanpura apps and practice apps that make it possible for musicians to practice. I think there are so many Tanpura apps out there, and iTabla Pro, and things like that. It's not that Indians are not innovating. It's just that a lot of more people need to get into it, because technology and music are two separate things, and merging them together takes a lot of expertise, and that's what I think.
Well, what's kind of interesting is to see the disruption that has been caused by technology in the Indian world. Back when I first came to India in 1980s and 90s, there were God knows how many thousands of tabla players going from house to house,
Yeah.
practicing with singers and instrumentalists. If you wanted the experience of playing in tal, you had to call Ramesh Bhai or whoever it was to come over and lay down some teka for you,
Exactly. Yeah.
And this was a profession. There were a lot of tabelchis who were making the bulk of their income by making house calls to play. And of course, when the tabla tarang came or whatever it's called, and it started sounding pretty good. You could change the pitch, and you could change the tempo, and you could change the tal. And unfortunately, that put a lot of people out of business. Same with tampuras. I don't know anybody. Well, I do know a few people. Most of the people I know who used to keep their tampura in great shape, man. It's sitting in the go down somewhere, and they use their shruti box, their electronic ones, you know, and it's changed the scene completely. Personally, I like the sound of a tampura, assuming it's tuned properly.
Exactly.
But God help us if it's not, So it's kind of interesting to see what's happening. One project I'm doing now is I'm taking some of the work of S.N. Ratanjankar, who was a great music scholar in India back in the 20s, 30s, 40s. He has a series of books called Tan Sangra, where he has these beautiful compositions for learning how to create linear melodic shapes. And I've been transcribing from Devanagari into Logic and programming that so that we can kind of play along with that in different speeds and different keys. And there's so much technology available right now that anybody who wants to study Indian music and excel in it can use existing technologies. Now it's not Indian or German or American. It's now really kind of international. The gates are open now.
Exactly. I totally agree with that because you don't there is so much technology out there to already execute the ideas that need to be executed. And in case there is an idea that, if you want to do something, there's already a tool built for it, or there is a tool that is there to build the tool that you need. So I think if you have an idea today, to execute that idea will not take so much time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to mention, when I studied composition at Berklee College of Music, and we had to write a symphonic piece, a 3-movement symphonic piece that lasts at least 20 minutes. And there were quite a few of us who wrote our symphonic works, and we never got to hear it. Where are you going to find an orchestra with 110 members to play a student symphonic work, man? Ain't going to happen. And that's the beauty of the technology. Something like Logic is just so powerful because a musician can actually get a good sense of what the music's going to sound like in real time and make corrections, change it, upgrade it, morph it, which was never there before. And God help you, if you had to copy out everything by hand, all the parts. If you took a drink of coffee and forgot what bar you were on and left one bar out, it would be like an airliner crashing. One bar misplaced would send the whole ship down the drain. And so the tools are there to take music conceptually much further than it ever has been. However, there's something that I call the poverty of abundance. And that when we have too many things, like a rich, spoiled kid with all the toys in the room is bored. And you go to Dadavi and a kid's playing with a broken bottle and a stick for hours. And when we have too much stuff, chances are we're not going to do justice to it. For so many people, we have these tools. Is better music being made now because of the tools? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But there's a lot to be said for having fewer moving parts and going deeper into whatever that technology is. And ultimately, it's about expressing ourselves, and the human being will always find a way to do that.
So true. I totally agree with that. And that takes us to our next topic, which is really interesting for me, which is music. How much music has changed for how. Sorry. So basically, the way a musician works today is so much different from how a musician used to work back in the day. Back in the day, it was just about performing and being a musician. But today, it's all about, okay, I need to learn Logic. I need to know how to record music. The musician has to develop so many more skills today. And I find that, musicians today have to they have to multitask a lot. They need to know how to use social media, and the what the labels and agencies used to do back in the day, the musicians are doing themselves. What do you think about that?
Well, one thing that I used to be really naive about the music business. I probably still am, but I was really naive before, and I used to believe that getting a record deal was a good thing, and usually it put musicians into a place where they were indebted to the record company. And all these famous artists with their releases and all, they're being sued by the record companies. They're getting cheated on their royalties. They're not getting credit. It's been a no-go zone. The music industry is just so corrupt and filled with lies and deception and cheating and disappointment. In a way, now that musicians can handle the full scope of their career, right from playing an instrument, writing a song, producing it, mastering it, and then the hard work begins, getting it out to the listeners. But at least now, that's possible. And there are plenty of musicians I know who are really doing well because they're not laboring under the false illusion that a record company is going to help them. Yes, people got famous. People got famous, working under the auspices of record labels, but it was never a good deal for most artists. Someone like Prince, went to battle with his record company. He changed his name to the artist formerly known as Prince to get out of contractual obligations. It was a nightmare, and continues to be. Nothing comes for free, and when you want to get into that big house called fame and fortune, you gotta be able to make tons of money for the boss, or they're gonna have nothing to do with you. Another thing is, I know so many artists who sign deals with Indian labels. I'm not going to mention any names, but they handed over their masters to the record company, and they're still sitting in the go down, never to see light of day. They've lost control of their masters. They've lost control of their music. Not a good deal. So, look, there's a new baby being born. We really don't know what the music industry is. It's in a state of free fall right now. But that said, by promoting one's own music, preferably with a team, with experts, people who understand social media, you can work wonders. You can book tours now. You don't need an agent to book tours. I mean, there are no tours right now, but now you can put a tour together, go, through Japan or through Europe or, wherever the territory might be. All the information is available online. Back in the 90s, when we were trying to get a record deal, me and my partner Storms, we had a endeavor called the Indica Project, and we recorded with Indian classical folk players along with some of the best jazz musicians in the world. We were able to create the music, but in those days, if you sent a letter, you'd have to wait for a month to get a reply. Then came the fax machine, which helped. but it was still really cumbersome. Communication was so difficult. And now we're talking about technology. The ease of communication, the ease of finding groups of like-minded people, of the ease of creating communities. It's fantastic. We have that. And therefore it's possible for people to connect and find like-minded people to work with, to find people who love your music and want to follow you. So I look at the old days, man, and I shudder. It was
Yeah.
like the dark age. It was like the dark ages. And
Yeah.
in terms of the music business, it was horrible, as I've said many times. Now at least we have some kind of chance. Of course, with streaming and the kind of crappy revenues you get off of Spotify, you know, no one's going to even recover the taxi fare going to the studio, let alone all the hours in the studio and all the resources used. And musicians are not making money off of these platforms, which is sad.
But yeah, I think for musicians, the best way to earn these days, there are tons of avenues, but definitely live gigs, whenever they start, will start again, will be the best way to earn, and it always has been, I guess, doing gigs. And there are so many other ways. For example, musicians today can create music for commercials. They can create, music for games. That's the thing now.
Games
And
is huge, yeah.
games is huge. And there's so many new avenues for musicians to earn, and that's what I love. Because recently I heard of a guy who makes tons of money off this website called Audio Jungle, where he just keeps making tracks and gives them out royalty free. And there's so many new avenues to make music, licensing companies, and it's just great that musicians still have sources of income for all of the practice and hard work they put in all their lives. At least there are avenues to earn. Of course, streaming is not a great option, but unless you're Michael Jackson. But
yeah, and he's not doing so well these days either.
Of course. So yeah, I guess there are still ways for musicians to earn money. Unfortunately, during these times, live gigs are not possible. But music education is really booming right now, because everybody's sitting at home. They want something to do. They're learning music.
Yeah, well, there's three pillars of three general areas. There's music education, which has really saved a lot of people from going into complete penury with the live gigs. Music education, and of course there's ancillary like music education and music therapy. That's becoming a much bigger field. Music therapy, using music to heal. It's huge in the West, and a lot of people are studying that and making fabulous livings. So you have that education and therapeutic vibe. Then you have live performance, as you say, and then of course production. Those are the main areas where you're going to make money in music. And most musicians I know, even the famous guys I know, they teach. They produce music. They work on TV commercials, and making albums and working with opera and symphony, and then of course touring. So one has to be versatile. One has to be able to do a whole bunch of things in music education. I used to, when I was in college, I used to make a living by playing for dance classes and doing homework for Berkeley students, doing homework and projects. I'd made a small fortune by taking advantage of the lazy students who didn't want to do their work. And that's the thing. A musician has to be adventurous, because there's no given path. We have to kind of bushwhack and find our own path forward based on the things we're good at, the things that suit us, based on our resources, based on where we live. We have to be flexible and find ways. But one thing simmered down, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for musicians moving forward, and I feel pretty positive about it.
And even in these times, doing online gigs has been such a boon, because in India especially, I know, like, I've myself done a lot of online shows, and there is just that technology has enabled like musicians to perform online as well. Now we
How
have.
have you, I'm sorry, but how have you structured your online shows? What's the configuration that you've used to do that?
So right now, the easiest way to do an online show if you're a single musician is right now I have, if I'm a vocalist, you just get a microphone, good microphone, and a good audio interface, and you can perform on Zoom. Right now, you're able to hear me with this microphone right here, and it's Zoom now, since I think since late last year, they've been enabling 320 kbps audio. So I'm able to transmit CD quality audio on Zoom, which is great. And that's how, even in the education side, that's really helped me because since I teach production, before the high quality audio transmission, if I tell my students, okay, this is how an EQ works, and show them on Logic, they weren't able to tell anything because it was mono, and ever since the technology has improved, ever since high quality audio streaming on video calls has come in, I'm able to teach online a little better than actually offline classes because everybody is on high quality headphones. 1 dB, 2 dB change on Logic, they are able to hear it right on their headphones because there's just noiseless transmission.
Wow, that's fantastic. Speaking of, okay, so before I get to my next question, the one I'm going to interject here is, okay, that's performing as a soloist. What about performing with multiple musicians?
Okay, so multiple musicians, as you said, like the moment you kind of go on a video call, there's already a latency because by the time the video reaches you and you respond, it's already like 50 milliseconds, which is a lot. The best way to perform the way I have done it with other musicians is get all the musicians in a room,
yeah,
and then stream it out.
Okay, so we're still talking about live performance, a bunch of musicians in a room, and that's a relief. I like that.
That's a relief, and also there are tons of studios in India that have enabled live performance. So you just go to the studio, they have camera set up, and of course, studios weren't able to earn, so this is their new avenue to earn. So you stream live from the studio, you get super high quality audio streamed directly to Facebook, YouTube, or wherever you want.
And latency?
Well, they're all in the same room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no extra party in some other location. You have everybody in the room. So it's essentially just you're broadcasting a live performance.
Although there are tons of tools available, I think there is one called Jam Kazam. It works really well in the US where musicians are able to play together. There is a slight bit of latency. It's not available in India yet because I think you need like a special kind of internet connection enabled, like you have to bypass some proxy and stuff like that. But it is possible if you're in like the same vicinity, you can play across different districts, and it has been they're still working on it, and I saw a few demos. It's called Jam Kazam, and it actually works.
Yeah, man. Well, speaking of technology and everything, you have a pretty impressive setup, and if you could maybe show us what you do with this technology, which is ubiquitous now. Anybody with the inclination can pretty much put together a setup like you have and get moving with it. Could you describe your setup and how you interact with it?
So my setup is maybe I can do a short performance right now. The way I transmit audio is not from my MacBook mic. I transmit audio through another system, which is a professional microphone, which goes into an audio interface. There are tons of audio interfaces available, or you can use a USB mic and bypass the audio interface. The mic goes directly into the computer as USB mic. And the way I do online, since we play instruments, and I play an iPad, I have an iPad right here. So are you able to see it right now?
Very nicely, yes.
Okay, great. So I have an iPad. The iPad is connected via an aux cable directly into my audio interface. So when I'm playing, you're able to hear high quality audio transmission. Just because the technology has improved so much that you can hear all of the little delays in stereo. And for people wondering what I do with the iPad, so right now I have an app open. It's called GeoShred, Geoshred. It was invented by the keyboardist from keyboardist from Dream Theater. His name is Jordan Rudess. And now you see a lot of boxes on the screen. So each box represents a different music note. Right now I'm tuned to D, Dorian. So all the Ds are actually in orange. All the orange ones are D, and all the blue boxes are actually the notes of the scale. So that's the D Dorian, and I'm also able to play accidental notes. And the ability to bend between notes. In Indian music, we have the concept called gamaka, or in South India, or gamak in North India, where you bend between two notes. And me being a trained pianist, was never able to play Indian classical music on the piano in a way that I could bend from note to note. And having this piece of software kind of enabled me to play. So that kind of enables me to play Indian music.
So it's very touch sensitive and intuitive.
Yes, and of course, like when you mentioned jugaad, there is some sort of jugaad here as well. So this is an iPad. This doesn't have any touch sensitivity. Like however hard I press, the note volume is the same. So I use my left hand to kind of control brightness
velocity.
and volume.
Your velocity.
So that's how it works. So when it comes to performance, say I perform solo, I have to perform over a backing track. So I have things wired in such a way where I'm able to play a backing track of my system. And so I'll just play a short piece that is in the
When you say on your system, what is your system?
On my computer.
Okay.
So I have a backing track which is internally routed to Zoom through my audio interface. So I'm just going to play a short piece which is called Epilogue in Sindhu Bhairavi, which is in the Carnatic Raga Sindhu Bhairavi. So just to show you all how a Zoom performance would be like. So just hold on. Are you able to hear the backing track?
Yes. Yes.
So that's how it would sound. And I'm wondering if you were able to hear it in stereo. Were you able to hear that in stereo?
It kind of went in that direction.
Yeah. Okay.
It went in
Awesome.
that direction. You know, the question I have is, would this means of creating music be accepted by the classical establishment?
So, I look at the classical establishment as a purely separate entity because what I'm doing is I'm mixing two worlds and trying to. This is like a new mode of expression. When of course Indian classical music sounds entirely different, right? We have the whole atmosphere, the whole delivery is so different. But when we have say fusion music, it's like a different world altogether. You're blending things from different parts and presenting it as something new. So, and personally, I feel that there's been overwhelmingly a very, very positive response because music has always been changing. It's never been like a constant thing. We've had music today, rock music today sounds so different from rock music back in the day because it's been evolving. You have a whole world called alternative rock, which takes things from rock music and a lot of other genres. Country music was a mix of European and a lot of things from America. So I personally look at this as a new mode of expression, a new genre by itself, and I wouldn't classify it under Indian classical. It's more like an independent indie form of music.
You're talking about the way that you've chosen to proceed in your musical expression.
Exactly.
What my question is, say somebody's watched you and say, hey, I want to play ragas on the iPad and play classical and play with tabla and tampura and do programs. Do you think this instrument would be accepted?
I think so because over the years we've been seeing a lot of artists try different things. There was an artist called Kadri Gopalnath who used a saxophone. Sax player, and he was so good. He was inspirational. And when it comes to things like the iPad, it's just like an evolution of the keyboard, the electronic keyboard. And I know tons of people who play Carnatic concerts, pure Carnatic concerts on the keyboard. So this is like just another instrument that has been enabled to play Indian music. So that's the way I see it.
The great irony about the music was that the harmonium was in those days a foreign instrument.
Exactly.
That was used primarily for like parlor entertainment in Europe, and it became really popular in India. So much so that it found itself a place in the classical musical stage. However, Meen and Sruti were not available on that instrument. This device you have can enable the expression of those subtle microtonal qualities. So if they incorporated harmonium back in the day, I would certainly think this could have a very viable future.
Exactly. And since this is like a piece of technology, it can be improved in any way possible. So I'm in touch with the developers, and over the past 2 years, we've been working. So all of the Indian ragas are available. You can actually have the notes on the screen display as Indian ragas. So, for example, if you want to play Bhimplasi, the scale is right there in front of you, and even the possibility to play microtones has been enabled if you want to play just intonation, for example. So you can even do that, and you're not limited to a certain set of features. If there is a possibility, I can just, like, for example, if I want to play Arabic music, I just write to the developers and say, this is the intonation that I want. They enable it for me. So I don't this is like an ever evolving instrument where it keeps changing and I have to keep adapting to those changes.
Right. So it's driven by the imagination.
Exactly. I have an idea in mind, and this is the tool that I can change accordingly to enable me to execute that idea.
Yeah. That sounds pretty awesome, man. It's really is the future. And what's interesting is how technology keeps moving forward, yet the saxophone, the electric guitar, the sitar will always have its place. So
of course.
it's just getting richer. The the range of possibilities just
Exactly.
getting richer and more diverse.
Yeah, I believe that instruments are never going to die because live music will stay, and it's just like the thing with technology is you need to have some sort of musical knowledge to be able to use it, because if you give someone Logic Pro, they're not going to know what to do unless they have prior musical knowledge. They know about chords, harmonies, melodies, how to create those things.
There you go. You can put the chimpanzee at the keyboard, and then we'll and then we'll see that how it plays out. You know, we've just gotten a message to
wrap up.
Start considering wrapping up. I've had a total blast talking to you, Mahesh.
Same here. I think we haven't ever met in person, but it was so nice to know you through this medium of technology online.
Yeah, this is the age we live in, man, where
exactly
you can become best friends with somebody you've never shaken their hand. You know, it's pretty amazing. Is there anything that we need to cover? Have we pretty much done justice to the time we've been given?
Prashant? Okay.
Yeah, we are good, sir. We're good.
Awesome.
You good?
And yeah, that's I for a moment felt speechless because I myself, being a huge admirer of music, I listen to different kinds of music. I never thought these types of music can also be produced. I always had this notion that music can only be produced by having instruments in a studio, having microphones, and a singer, a vocalist singing to the microphone, and then the music is created. But I got to know a lot more than what I knew about music, and what an engaging conversation on music and its multiple technologies was it. Our future in this industry definitely looks bright as ever. Thank you, Mr. Dewood and Mr. Mahesh Raghavan from School of Music for such an amazing discussion. I sure am glad I was here to view this interesting panel discussion. Please give them both a warm round of applause, everybody.
We'll imagine the sound. We'll imagine what it sounds like. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you.
Thanks for spending this time with us. I hope somehow we have propagated the love of music, which is one of the things that makes living on this planet bearable. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, one thing that is making this life bearable, which is music. Uh, and ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of day 3 of the second edition of Event Education Festival, curating an eventful tomorrow, organized by Whistling Woods International School of Event Management in association with Tag Labs and Event FAQs. I would like to thank and present my gratitude to all the organizing students, all the people in the organizing committee, crew from Tag Labs and Event FAQs for making this event not only possible but a successful event. It brings me to a very good point at the end of it all, that I believe that all of you must have learned something or another and must have become motivated in regards with certain streams. Certain things must not be clear to you before you were in this event, but I believe that this event must have given you more knowledge and more insider insight of certain streams. And also talking about the other side, the sad part of the coin, which is to say goodbye, which we all have to say sometime or another, as we have witnessed so many interesting conversations and engaging discussions over the span of 3 days of this festival. I wish to thank all our speakers, moderators, for being so kind to give their precious time to attend this event and talk to you all and inspire our audiences watching at home. I've learned a lot myself personally talking, and I'm sure our audience has hope for not too distant future when things will perk up and the industry showcase today will get ready to grab opportunities as they present themselves. It has given me great pleasure to be your host for this evening, and I wish everyone good luck, great health, and loads of happiness always. Once again, this has been an eventful event, education festival, curating an eventful tomorrow by Whistling Woods International, presented by School of Event Management. This was your host, Prashant Bhatia, signing off. Have a good evening, everyone. Goodbye. Take care. Stay safe.